Hi. Hello. This is the Rational National. It is Tuesday, November 8th. It is voting day. So fun show today because I don't really know what's going to go on. What's happening? I'm going to be enjoying several drinks. I may even partake in... Oh my God, I already spilled some. Jesus Christ. What is happening? The day off to or the night off to a terrible start already. How did I manage to do that? Great. Now the whole room smells like beer. Okay. Anyways. Drinking. Maybe some of this, huh? Huh? And having a good time. Also, I'm going to be on probably in the next half hour or so. The Surfs are streaming, so I'll be on with them. You'll see it all here on this stream, along with... I'll keep the chat up as well, so you can see everything going on. And there may be more happening in that stream, but I don't want to get ahead of myself until it actually happens. But what's happening? What's going to happen tonight? I saved a few links to go over some... I don't know. Maybe some idea of what is going on so far, including some ridiculous Trump clips and all that shit. All right, so let me first grab some chats. Of course, look, I will be taking super chats throughout the stream. When I'm on with the Surfs, I will have to wait until I'm off their stream to take your super chats, unless there's like, a break in the air and I'll just take over the stream. Somehow I don't see that happening. But I will get to all the super chats at some point. So don't worry if you ask a super chat. I will get to you. What am I going to do? Oh, yeah. Let me check out the chat here. I'm going to pop it out. Pop out that chat. That's what I do. I saw somebody ask a question that I wanted to answer earlier. Where is it? Why isn't it showing on the chat? Oh, it's going so fast. Lumen, this is from earlier. Did you cover the libtard01 story? I did not. I have not yet covered that. I don't think I'll cover it because I don't know. I'm weird. I am so online that I think, oh, everyone's seen this thing already, so I don't need to talk about this. No reason. But it's like, it's like, no, most people aren't me. They're not, following what's going on at all second every day. Anyways, libtard01. That is a Jimmy Dore sock puppet account. It is a hilarious story. Matt Binder broke it down. There's clips on Matt Binder's show. If you look up Matt Binder, Majority Report, he also was on there and broke it down. And then TYT broke it down, broke his breakdown yesterday. Anyways, it's a really funny story. But have not covered it. At this point, I'm probably not going to cover it, but it was funny. Black Caucus says he's scared. Well, anything can happen. That's kind of why I totally get the fear. I don't even who should I follow here for results? I should probably have like a Twitter account up. Decision Desk, right? They're good. Apparently the power went out in LA. TYT hasn't gone live unless they're live now. Maybe the power's back up. But that is wild if that is the case. Apparently big bad rain in LA right now. Really weird on election day that this is when it rains. Okay, let me look up, I don't know, Decision Desk, maybe. And then, are polls closing now? What's happening? It's 7 p.m. Polls are closing in Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia, as well as some other counties. So, okay, I guess we can go through some of this right now. Let me Boom. So Tim Scott has won his re-election in South Carolina. I guess that isn't all that surprising. Rand Paul. How do people vote for someone like this? I don't. It's so it's so frustrating. You just it doesn't, information does not pierce the bubbles. All the great people so far. So we got Tim Scott, we got Rand Paul, we got Taylor Greene, looking like I don't know. Is this Halloween? I'm freaked out. But won her re-election. Here we go. Peter Welch, which I guess is not really surprising. And what is this? 5% in. Oh, I thought it said Kerry Lake. So this is Spart and Lake. All right. Man, things are happening. Okay. Well, while things are happening, let me bring up something I saw. This is exit polling in Pennsylvania. Which one of these issues mattered most to your vote? Abortion, 36%. Inflation, 28%. Crime, 11%. Gun policy, 10%. Immigration, 8%. So it's hard to know what to take from these numbers because this is, I guess, the biggest issue here, but it also isn't half the voting base. You could, in some way, claim that those saying inflation and crime are largely Republicans. Though I hope most people realize Biden is not to blame for inflation, considering the entire world is experiencing that right now, and largely corporate profits take up about half of so-called inflation. So companies jacking up their prices under the guise of inflation and reaping the benefits. But gun policy, 10%, which I guess you could say is Democratic voters mostly. Though there are those gun nuts that only vote because of guns. So they're also in that number. And immigration at 8%. Okay. I don't know. Hard to know what to take from these numbers. But those are some early exit polls. I'm just going to go every now and then refresh this page just to see if anything else has been called. But as I said, if you're joining just Marco Rubio. Interesting. 2% in. Marco Rubio at 59 to Val Demings at 39%. Okay. If you're just joining, I'm going to be joining the Surfs and their show at some point. It'll be on here as well. So there's a few guests coming on that show, which is good. So I don't have to talk for the entirety of this coverage because I would go insane. It's good to have some other people on. But what else did I see here? So this is so funny.
You've endorsed more than 330 candidates this election cycle. You've endorsed more than 330 candidates this election cycle. Tonight, win or lose, the results for Republicans, how much of that will be because of Donald Trump?
Well, I think if they win, I should get all the credit. And if they lose, I should not be blamed at all, okay? But it'll probably be just the opposite. When they win,
he's kind of joking, but he's not joking, right? That's the thing with Trump. It's just, this is part of his appeal to a lot of people, is he's just an entertainer. So he'll say stupid shit like this that no one else could get away with, but he gets away with it because of who he is. Imagine Joe Biden said this. Imagine, well, if Democrats win, then I should get all the credit, and if they lose, then I should be blamed at all. Imagine Joe Biden said that. The right-wing media would freak the fuck out. It would be 24/7 coverage of Joe Biden being completely ridiculous. But Trump says it. It's just like, okay, what else? it's normal. It's just wild what this man gets away with saying. But what else does he say here? Let's see.
it'll probably be just the opposite. When they win, I think they're going to do very well. I'll probably be given very little credit, even though in many cases I told people to run, and they ran, and they turned out to be very good candidates. You know, they've turned out to be very good candidates. But usually what would happen is when they do well, I won't be given any credit, and if they do badly, they will blame everything on me. So I'm prepared for anything, but we'll defend ourselves.
Okay. Tiger Lily says, David, he is to blame. Tax corporations, tax the wealthy. 100%. But that's not going to solve inflation, the actual inflation going on. Yes, you could definitely cut it down by actually regulating these industries and these companies a little more, and maybe a windfall profits tax. But it's not going to. Inflation right now is worldwide. It's not just the U.S. Trump on DeSantis. So Trump on Ron DeSantis running against him for president. If he did run, I will tell you things about him that won't be very flattering. I know more about him than anybody other than perhaps his wife, who is really running his campaign. Okay. The more I think about this, the more I tend to think that DeSantis is not going to run. If Trump runs, which it sounds like he is, and he's, not thrown in jail as he should be, then DeSantis is like, politically, I don't think DeSantis has anything to gain because he likely would not win against Trump, and running against him is just going to have Trump attack him endlessly, which is not going to go too well for DeSantis, I don't think. Unless Trump continues this ridiculous... If his attack line is Ron DeSanctimonious, which is what he called Ron DeSantis over the weekend, then Ron will be just fine. But if there's a better nickname and some actual attacks, then no. I do think that there's a almost certainty that Trump would win that fight between those two. That said, a few months ago, there was a lot of polling supporting DeSantis over Trump, but I think once those two are on screen together, it's going to be, not good news for DeSantis. Ron DeSanctimonious. Well, I don't know how he thought that was a good nickname. Just terrible. There was one that I heard a good nickname from Emma Vigeland of Majority Report. Rip off Ron. Rip off Ron. That's a good one because Ron is basically trying to be like Trump. So like calling Ron DeSantis the rip off version of Trump, rip off Ron, I think that's a much better nickname than DeSanctimonious. A word that I don't think the vast majority of his voters even understand. All right. What else do I got here? Again, reminder, if you're coming late, I'll be joining someone else's show, and we'll be streaming that here as well. Let me double check this. By the way, my son is currently going to bed, so if you hear some cries in the background, that is him not wanting to sleep. But his mother's got him, so it's all good. All right, so far in Florida, with 2% in, DeSantis is at 60% to Charlie Crist at 38%. Again, not really all that surprising here, even though these votes are very early. I'll keep an eye on Decision Desk as we go forward. I'm really hoping for some good results somewhere. I covered Josh Shapiro in a video today. He's fantastic. Now he's not Bernie Sanders. No one's Bernie Sanders, in my opinion. It's impossible to do what that man has done. What his record is, how he built up, his career over the past, 60 years. That said, center left Josh Shapiro, very very well spoken, has a great history as Attorney General in Pennsylvania. I really hope he wins as governor in Pennsylvania. We're going to have to see. And of course, Fetterman there. That's going to be a very tight race. Fetterman and Oz. But I don't know. Maybe this exit polling favors Fetterman, potentially. Everything depends on voter turnout, young voter turnout. If young people go out to vote, and I'm not saying it's their fault if there's losses, because of course it's the party's responsibility to engage people, to get them out to vote, to deliver for them, to give them a reason to come out and vote. But it does hinge on young voters coming out to vote, because that is where there is a wild swing in support for Democrats over the right is among younger voters. So if they come out in big numbers, it really helps Democrats in these races. All right, what else is saved here? Fox News host Brett Baer floats voting machine conspiracy on Election Day broadcast. So I have not seen this. Sure, we're going to get some stupid ad, as Raw Story always does. Okay. Is this it? Isn't it? The hell is this? Oh, here it is.
Is that we kind of knew that this election was going to happen? You know, I mean,
right. Oh, you mean maybe we've been getting ready for it for a while?
How about we fix the machines? I mean, why is this happening? Can we get our head around? There are going to be problems all over the country, some problems, but for it to happen here, for it to happen now in this way is kind of strange.
So a couple of things. There are three options.
Yeah, that's fairly tame. I mean, there are issues right now apparently in Arizona with voting machines not working. I don't know. I don't understand how you can have such a poorly run election system. Just why is voting so hard in America? This is, again, as an outsider here looking in, I'm not American. It is insane. It is completely insane. From the gerrymandering to the long ass lines on election day. I've never had to wait in a line on election day in Canada for more than like 5 minutes. And the polling places have always been right, like walkable distance to me. I don't understand how your system is so fucked up. It is completely insane. You don't have a proper democracy unless you have the ability for everyone to easily vote and for there not to be any issues. But every single time there's some issues. There's like, I don't know, machines not working, power goes out, long lines, people leave, polls close. Like it's not enough polling locations. It's a big one as well. It is ridiculous. I apologize. I always forget how to say your name because it is with numbers. Is it Lawrence? Or am I thinking of someone else? Anyways, this fantastic lore account messages me saying, I hope Fetterman and Shapiro win. I have a feeling that they will be the next big progressive leaders. We really need them. I agree with you. I do think Fetterman and Shapiro are both fantastic potential future leaders in the party. But of course they have to, win some high profile seats first. But I agree. I appreciate the super chat. All right. Let me check my DMs. I just want to see when this phone's in the pocket, of course. See when this show is starting. Okay, so I think probably in 10 minutes or so, I'm going to be on with the Surfs and some other people on there, and you will see it all. I'll keep the chat up as well. I hopefully set this up properly so everything works. You never know with these streaming programs, but you should be able to hear me, see Skype, see everyone there, and have a good time. And you know what? If I can, Maybe I'll try to answer super chats in text as we're doing this show. Otherwise, I'll wait till the end of the show and address them all. Just by myself. Law Gnome says states, counties, cities, etc. should be penalized if there is ever a line to vote longer than an hour. Can't fix what isn't measured, though, and they don't measure things they don't want an answer to. Yep, all great points. Yeah, like in Canada, there's an independent body, Elections Canada, that does all this shit, and there has never, as far as I can remember, there's never really been any serious issues when it comes to voting. Now, there are other problems, like our electoral system, first past the post, which Americans also have. First past the post is not a good representation of the populace. But in terms of just voting, there's never been an issue. Let's do a little refresh of our decision desk here. Update in this. Whoa, that has narrowed considerably. So I don't want to get too excited. We're talking about Florida here. That said, Marco Rubio is now at 52% to Val Demings at 46%. This is much closer at 27% in than I thought. Now, of course, it depends on which counties are coming in first. Are we talking about, like, I don't know, heavy D counties? I'm guessing Miami is one of those. But hard to know. But I want to compare before then. So this is 52 to 46 now. It was 59 to 39 at 2%. So it's moving in the right direction. But it's Florida. Looking at Ron DeSantis, this is still the old one, 2% in, 60 to 38. So I want to see when this one updates, how that gap changes. Because if the gap is similar, then I wouldn't put much thought into it, because it's probably just very heavy D counties, because Ron DeSantis is expected to win this race. But if DeSantis holds like a pretty solid lead and Rubio is down like this, then it could be good news for Val Demings, but I don't know. Again, we can't get excited here about anything. Also worth noting that a lot of states don't count mail-in ballots till the polls close or till like the next day. So there may not be real results in many states just because of mail-in balloting being, of course, a major way people vote, and those votes not being counted yet. It's hard to have any final answers in those states. Oh, I wonder if people realize, like, you are on the verge of a fascist state, and I'm not being hyperbolic. There's over 300 Republicans running that support Trump's big lie. If those people get into a position of power, like Doug Mastriano in Pennsylvania, and he has said he wants to flip the votes, that he will look over the votes and decide which ones should count and which ones shouldn't. If someone like that gets into power in this case in Pennsylvania as governor, then that's it. You can pretty much count Pennsylvania out. Democrats wouldn't be able to count on that state to win a presidency because they could just flip the state. Like, I wonder how many of you are really aware of how serious this shit is getting, because in my mind, I would think democracy would be the most important issue this election, and it doesn't even seem to be registering for most people. Someone's saying no shot Mastriano wins. I hope not, but the way people vote, there was no shot Trump wins, and he won. So I just don't think anything is certain. Especially we're talking about, like, why would you vote for Shapiro and then vote for Oz? Like, I know there's going to be those voters, but why? Why would you do that? What is wrong with you? Oz is a known fraud. He had to admit to selling fake weight loss pills because he was doing it to make money. How do you see that and think, you know what? I trust Dr. Oz. He sold his soul. He used the trust that he grew in people. He used that trust as a TV doctor that people had in him, used it against them to make himself rich. I trust that guy. Like, does no one know that's what he's about? That's what he did? When even Oprah endorses your opponent, Oprah, the person that made you famous, when she endorses your opponent, what does that say? Now, it took her way too long, unfortunately, to make that endorsement for Fetterman, but she made it, and that should say it all. But I don't know. People are motivated by whatever. The Sewing Cudgel says it is easier to see from outside the country, David. I guess it is. It all seems very obvious to me, but not to a lot of people. Kevin says, anything on Michigan? Screw Tudor Dixon. I don't think Michigan's in yet. Missy says, as a Floridian, glad I voted for Val Demings, but even happier I won't get her Act Blue text anymore. Somehow I got into like a Democratic list for emails, and I've been getting these emails, and they are batshit insane. So everyone that came out like unsubscribe, unsubscribe, unsubscribe. I don't know whose list I got on where they, sold my information to the Democrats, because I can't legally give them money anyways, and I wouldn't give them money. But yeah, I can totally understand being turned off by nonstop texts, emails, TV ads. It seems like just a complete mess there. And they're all like so urgent, like, I'm going to kill myself if you don't vote for me. Like, it's just, holy shit, like, settle down. We need $5 now or your children die. It's like, oh, Jesus. All right. Like, does this shit work? Does that shit work? Really? People don't go, come on. No one believes your shit. Here we go. This is Laurel Lee, 51 Republican, to Alan Cohn at 48. That's in Florida's 15th district. I have no context for this race, so okay. Three-way race here in Florida's 13th. Democrat leading, Eric Lynn, with 51.14% at 71% in. Seems like a pretty reliable result there at this point. Though it's close, so of course, things can shift. More here. Spanberger. Abigail Spanberger is down. Vega is at 64 to Spanberger at 35. Kiggins, Republican, 60% to Elaine Loria at 39. Also Virginia. And here we go. Update. Oh, no, this isn't the same thing. Where's the update? Here's the update. Okay, so this race also tightened with 29% of the vote in for Florida's governor. DeSantis is still up at 54 to Christ at 44, but the race did tighten from where it was at 60 to 38. That was at 2%. Now it's at 29%. So comparing that to Rubio and Demings. So Rubio at 27%, doing a little worse than DeSantis. 54, DeSantis, Rubio, 52. So I don't know. Val Demings maybe has a shot. Of course, we have to see where these votes are from, what's coming up. It could just mean that those are all Democratic counties, and it's going to be all GOP votes from here on in, but we don't know. All right. Let me check my Skype and my... oh, it's already started. Did I miss it? I'm going to be right back and see if I am joining this chat. All right? I will be right back with potentially me being a guest on a live show. Be right back. All right, I'm back here. I am, let me show you. Let me show you. I am here. Here? You guys still hear me? Yes, you do. Here I am. Why is there a chat on screen? What is this? Why is it in the middle of the screen? This is incorrect. I'll have to fix that. But, all right. Why is it mirroring me? Why am I mirrored? So at some point, other people will be in this chat. I may have to, when that happens, jump off again just so we can quickly figure out what is going on. But I really don't like how it's mirroring me, but whatever. I can't control that. If Herschel Walker wins, we'll have a stroke. That's the other race. Hold on, I'm going to hang up on this until I know someone's in the call. That's the other crazy race going on. If Herschel Walker wins, are you kidding? Well, let's see. Any updates on that race yet? That's what I want to see. Because, man, I just don't. Again, it goes. How can you walk into a booth and vote for Herschel Walker after what we have all seen? This is not a man that should even be playing sports anymore, let alone not even for fun. He should be off the field for the rest of his life. One too many hits to the head. But no, he's good enough to be senator. And of course, you know, all the hypocrisy in the world doesn't mean anything, apparently. All the abortions he's had does not matter. He's called abortion murder. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter that he's had at least one, I'm sure, or at least two, I think, at this point. Likely a lot more. Does not matter. None of it matters. As long as he's going to support the fascists. All that matters to them. I don't know. I want to see if I can find any updates to this Georgia shit. Almost spilled my drink again. This would not be. Let's move that over there. Who should I look up here? This New York Times covers this shit. Midterm election updates, New York Times. Okay. There's just the problem with days like this is there's too many. There are too many states, too many too many things happening, too many races to watch. Thank God I'm going to be joining someone else here in a second, because this is just there's too much happening. There's no way to cover all of this at once. Hitting the whiskey, I'm hitting the beer actually. This is not no. Yes, Georgia election results. Okay. Okay, well, here are the early returns. Thanks for reading the Times. Offer 50 cents a week for the first... What the hell? Get this out of here. Raphael Warnock. 14% of the votes in at 59.6%. To Herschel Walker at 38.9%. So far, good. Let's hope this continues. Though, you know, Atlanta being the big one here, I imagine that's where a lot of the votes have come in. So about half the votes are in from Atlanta. There's a lot more that I'm sure is red that will be coming in. So 37% in from Richmond County here as well. All right. Well, he's going to have to hold it in those high population areas, because he's not going to be winning the other race. There's no way Abrams holds this. So, and Warnock's only up by a few more percentage points over Abrams here. Though Abrams at, still the same percentage, of course. So expect this number to shrink, meaning also expect this number to shrink. It's going to be close, folks. It's going to be a very close race. Let's see what else is coming in here. So Florida's 9th district, Darren Soto, Democrat, 53% to Scotty Moore at 46%. You have an update on the Rubio race? Indeed. Rubio still ahead, but it's shrinking still. So now with 38% in, Rubio now down to 51%, to Val Demings at 47%. So the entire time, Rubio has been shrinking. He was up at one point by somewhere else, but like 56%, something like that. And now it's and then it went down to where am I? Then it went down to 52. Now it's at 51. All right. We will keep an eye on that. All right. I'll also try to keep an eye on the chat every now and then, since a lot of you are also on this, and I'm sure we'll find some races before I do. But there's so much. There's too many. Is there like one page where I could just, that shows all the major ones, and then I could just look at that page as opposed to jumping around state by state, because this is a little tough to do as one person here. Okay, I'm looking off screen to see what other states I can check out here. Okay, so this is wild. Okay, so apparently, I'll be joining the serfs, and it sounds like we all will be joining, like 5 people, Majority Report, which also have their own 5 people. I don't know what's going to happen here, but there's going to be a lot of people on screen at once, apparently. I don't know. We're going to have to see how this works out. If it gets too crazy, I can put myself on mute in the Skype chat and talk to you folks while they're having their conversation. But we're gonna have to see what happens. It's getting wild. All right, so I was looking at some other states here. There's a top racist page. Well, is that what I'm looking for here? I'm not paying for your shit. Scroll down. I'm not paying for your shit. Pay to see if your democracy is saved. Fuck you. Okay, well, let's just jump around then. Oh my God. I can't even scroll down. Look at this. Well, DeSantis at 55%. So nothing has really changed there. Okay. You know what? New York Times can go on its merry way. There, it's a nice way of saying it. Missy says, LOL, I thought David said top racist page. I did not. Top races. But my enunciation isn't always the clearest. What can I find? Who else is covering this and isn't asking me to give them $5 every 2 seconds? I know Decision Desk has a website. Maybe I'll just see if I can go there. But I think I have to log in. Is that a problem? I mean, this is all stuff that a professional show would have figured out beforehand. This, not a professional show. But that's why you love this show, right? Because I figure it out as we go along. Here, in case anything good happens, I'll leave this up. What's happening here? Maggie Hassan at 63% for U.S. Senate. Well, that's looking pretty good, but that's 9% in. So, you know, things can change there. Also looking good here in early results. 33% in. Cherry Beasley over Ted Budd. Imagine your name was Ted Budd. Hey, what's up? My name is Ted Budd. It's just like the easiest name. There's barely any letters. Ted Budd. What up, Ted Budd? And Sparts, we saw this race earlier. I guess here's an update. Republicans still leading at 52%. Soto. Okay, some of these I just don't even. Here we go. This is an update in Val Demings. This is the same one. Same one. All right. I want to see where this moves. I want to see what happens here. But I'm sure it's just certain counties that have leaned Democratic. Ted Budd. All right, I'm on Decision Desk. I will look at the results page. I will scroll down. Is there a top races page? Senate results. Okay, this is a better page. A little better. Give us some results here. So, Senate results so far. Look at that. So I think Vermont's pretty much decided. New Hampshire. Still got Maggie Hassan up there. So, I mean, if Dems lose this, that would be a terrible sign, right? So, I mean, it's 9% in, but so far looking pretty good here in New Hampshire. As I said, yes, of course, Welch in Vermont. Let's check out North Carolina. Beasley and Ted Budd. We just looked at this. 35%, 57 to 40. All right. Again, looks like heavy Democratic districts or counties have come in here, so it may not tell us much, but It's not bad to be in the lead. Scott has already won South Carolina. I showed that earlier. Florida, Marco Rubio is maybe back up now. Yeah, so this is the same. Okay, this makes more sense. So he was, the race was narrowing, but now it appears he has caught up a little bit. I'm sure some heavier red districts have come in here. So he's now getting a more comfortable lead over Demings. And we'll take a look at governor in a bit. Ohio. All right. So we got some early results here in Ohio. I mean, it's looking pretty good at 3%. Looking pretty good at 3%. Don't know if this tells us much yet, but Tim Ryan, hell yeah, 73% over Vance the Pants. All right, so I think I'll be joining audio only, or you want video? Sorry, I'm talking to Lance here through Skype chat. Yeah, video. All right, good. Because if we're just doing audio, that'd be weird. All right, I'll be right back, and then I think I'll be on this this thing, and I'll show you all.
For election night, because
I went on a spot.
I
assumed all of y'all had all your edible stack, cookies in the corner, some brownies, fucking vape pens.
I may have to like take a break later on to get something, because now that I like
enhance.
yeah.
Okay, I'm bouncing between y'all and Katie. I told her I'm only gonna do so she starts at 8, but I'm gonna do 30 minutes with her. So I'll jump back if I jump off, I'll jump back at 8:30 and be there till like
the thing. And then we're I hope you're all comfortable with this. We're just about to be brought into the majority report. I'm just gonna add them to the call.
Yeah.
That does mean I think there's like 7,000 people or something watching them. So there will be a few more eyeballs.
Okay.
So you know. Oh, and who doesn't want to be on camera? Where's everyone fine?
Yeah, I'm clipping on camera.
I'm good.
Okay. 2 seconds. How's everyone doing? How are you feeling? Especially you Americans. This is both horrifying and exciting.
Oh, please, I can't vote.
Yeah, I feel like there's a sense of optimism in the air mixed with existential dread. So it's pretty typical for, my feelings on election night. I've got to pull up my my maps and stuff. There's so much.
Watching at home. Sorry for doing the lefty thing where I'm trying to adjust everyone, add them into the shot and stuff.
No problem.
is going to move. It seems the as far as my analysis of the events that we're currently in a situation where the House is decidedly going to the Republicans. Doesn't seem like there's any wiggle room there. But the Senate is up for grabs thanks to some key races.
I will let everyone else go last because my prediction is a little bit more grim, probably, unless everybody has the same idea. My predictions, however, even if it's grim, are usually wrong. So that's the good news about my predictions. Okay. If I have bad news, it'll probably go the opposite way. So, you know.
I don't have predictions. I have hopes and fears. Like, I won't be shocked. Listen, I won't be shocked if the Democrats get their ass handed to them. It won't blow my mind. I won't be. See, I'm at this like spirit, right? You want to be like, that's what y'all ask at. Y'all don't listen to nothing I tell y'all to do. Like, y'all will not advocate for anything I want. But then at the same time, I'm like, this is bad. Like, this would be very bad. Like, this is gonna be. So listen, if Zeldin wins, and I have to deal with Zeldin and Eric Adams, like, I think I would collapse. I think I'm gonna go. Y'all ain't gonna hear from me for like a week. I need to process it.
Yeah, my state could go red tonight.
Right. Well, okay, these would be my questions because there's some key races going down here, and some of them are very interesting. There's, of course, the one between Fetterman and the puppy torturing piss drinker. That one I'm quite curious about. Also, the Herschel Walker race I hear is also very close. I don't know if anyone has any thoughts on either of those.
Oh, yeah. That's a shame. First of all, Herschel, like, Warnock should be so offended. Like, he should be so personally offended that it would ever be close between him and that big buffoon, that lying, morally bankrupt buffoon who can't even get his own family to back him up. There've been some terrible politicians before, but they all can get their family on board with the lies. When your son decides I have to nuke this campaign, like, and it's not like because your son is like morally righteous. No. Your son has all of the same pitfalls as you. He is just as foolish. So that means you suck. He doesn't even have a problem on you on integrity or no. You suck personally. So that should be a shame. Or not should be royally offended. I'd be mad. I'd have to curse the place out. So yeah. Also, when you said puppy torture and piss drinker, so I see I missed something in the media. What did he do? Tell me what I missed.
I thought that narrowed it down. I was going to add a whole bunch of other things. Stabbed his sister in the head to try and get brain juice out of her. What else? Oh, some weird takes on incest. I'm talking about Dr. Oz. Yeah, Dr. Oz. He a lot of clips just came out of him on late night shows telling stories. One of them is that he's obsessed with syringes, and so he's like, yeah, when I was a little kid, I stuck one into an orange to take out all the juice, and then I was like, I should do this to my sister, and so I stabbed her head, but I couldn't get past the skull. And then he not only thought that was like an okay story to share, he said it on late night TV. He also, in a different late night clip, talked about how you can tell certain types of diseases people have based on their drinking their piss, and then starts going off into details about that. And then, like, the very school that he was talking about, that he went to, where they talked about piss drinking, released a statement that was like, we have never required students to drink their own urine. There's a certain truth that you can smell certain things that may be indicative of a condition you have, but we have never asked a single student to drink their own pee or anything like that. So yeah. Oh, and the puppy torture, it came out, was running experiments on puppies, and
white people allowed that. I'm disappointed in white people. I'm actually, I didn't know I could be fundamentally surprised with a white. I thought y'all didn't play about y'all's animals. Y'all let us get that off. I didn't care about that. That's powerful.
It wasn't covered enough. Like, Oz has done he sold fake weight loss pills to make himself money, and he admitted to doing this. That should be enough. Like, how much more do you need to know he's a fraud? But it doesn't matter. And then then the animal stuff comes up, and then he gave a speech in front of Hitler's car, like all this weird shit. Like, doesn't any of this register? Like, it's wild.
I didn't catch the Hitler's car stuff. There's just so much.
There's too much.
You
There's
can't
too much.
have it. You can't know it all. It's insane.
No.
So he gave a press conference in front of Hitler's car, and in the middle of the press conference, Jordan fucking B. Peterson pops up on a giant screen in front of the Hitler mobile, and like it was just the weirdest sight. I was like, I sincerely thought his campaign was trolling him. I was like, how are you doing all of this? This is just like, this is so clown shoes.
Honestly, y'all, America has to move away. Every day we stray further and further away from God's light. Why do we keep? Why, like, just be serious. Like, be serious. Like, why are you electing Dr. Oz?
Yeah, that one is blowing my mind.
That's it. Like, I shouldn't have to get substantive about this. Like, I don't care what Dr. Phil has to say. I'm not voting for Dr. Phil. If I can vote, you know what I mean? Because he's Dr. Phil. You know what I mean? Why are you voting for? Now, you mean to tell me you was open to Dr. Oz, you learned more, it was bad, and you kept it up? This is crazy. The whole country is in need of healing.
It's name recognition. Like, name recognition celebrity is like half the battle. Like, once you get your name, like, as long as someone recognizes your name, then you have a shot immediately. It doesn't matter who you are, what you did. If they recognize your name, that's it. Like, Herschel Walker, Oz, that's what those races are. It's crazy.
But you know he doesn't care about people. Like, how is he going to represent you if he's made money poisoning humans and torturing dogs?
It's because
like, if that's
it's
your
because
past,
he's a vote for Red. That's it. Like, it doesn't matter anything else.
They don't care. And an unprincipled, integrityless bunch, and they could be mad about that all they want. But I said it. Y'all don't have to be on it. That's the tea. There's no principle.
Oh, I totally agree. The hypocrisy is nuts.
Yeah.
You can't that's the same thing with Herschel Walker. You can't have a candidate whose whole campaign is about like I am for the sanctity of life and all this kind of stuff, and you have that many receipts, like literal receipts. Like people actually like women have receipts of you paying for the abortions itself. You know, like it's wild.
Yeah, well, they're voting for a serial killer. Like, by their logic, if you've had at least 2 abortions, and abortion equals murder. Well, he's a serial killer by now. So how are they still supporting it? Like, it doesn't make sense to me.
Also, he's a scrub. I mean, here's my thing. Let me if we want to talk about shallow things, right? If your candidate was a baller, which, you know, seems to matter, and they like things like that, right? If you was out here, you can have all these girls, all these side chicks on the side of your marriage, right? You don't give them nothing. You giving them literally nothing but an abortion check. So they're able to just they're able to highlight it like, here's my one abortion shot. You don't buy the ladies nothing. You don't take them nowhere. You don't whisper no sweet nothing. Why is nobody on board? To me, it's less important that you're a scoundrel and more important that no one will get on board with the lie. There are lots of terrible, awful people that go around with like friends and family and people who will cover it up for them. You ain't got no team. No one will lie for you. All of your women are coming out hot up to sink your campaign. A bunch of, I'm like, these women probably don't even care. They didn't even notice. They probably not even checking for politics. They saw him like, wait a minute, they're gonna do what? They're gonna elect who? They were like, oh no, it's my civic duty. I gotta. And they were like, where is that check?
That's where we're at in American politics, where Paul Gosar, his whole family came out and did an ad for the Democrat. All because they thought that his brother wasn't fit to serve. And I've got to say, like, if some of my family members ran for Congress, I'd have to do the same thing. Like, I'd have to come out and endorse their opponent. That's where we're at. Like, it's not just normal, Republican versus Democrat politics anymore. Like, this is actual, like, Looney Tune territory where, like, the monkeys have taken over the zoo and they're running wild, and you just can't allow that, even if it's a loved one. So that's why you see so many people speaking out against their own family. Because that's where we're at. It just.
Would you stop a loved one, Mike? You stop a loved one? Like, is there a family member you know in the top of your dome? Like,
in my head, there's somebody who I think would be interested in running, totally politically viable, also simultaneously insane, and I would have to do everything in my power to bring them down. And love them to death. But they couldn't have power.
I can't think of which family member, and it's probably because I'm the family member. I'm probably the family member. The rest of my family's like, oh no. I'm thinking about it, and I'm like, it sounds like something my mommy would say about me. She's like, anytime I get on TV, she's like, they don't vet? Why do they keep? What's up with this?
Yeah, I have one family member who probably wouldn't ever run for office, but this is the person who, whenever I talk about like normal normal Republicans, like if I see some people just kind of like I don't know what the right word is, sanitize Republicans. And it's like, oh, they're not all bad. These Trump supporters, they believe in conspiracies because of like, the working conditions. I always point to the example of like my uncle. It's like, no, this person, he's not motivated by economic issues. It's not, abortion. He's just insane. If you try to have a conversation with him, about, for example, like I gave this example with MAGA communism when that was a thing for 5 seconds. I'm like, if you try to tell my QAnon uncle about MAGA communism, he'll immediately start foaming at the mouth and shitting in his pants. That's what these people are. And sure, he's not like generally representative, perhaps, but you can't have a conversation with these people. It's just, okay, Uncle Clarence, let me lock you in the room now while the grown-ups talk. That's the way that it is. I shouldn't have said his name, but that's the way that it is. They're insane.
I knew they'd lost their mind. It's not the insurrection itself. No. It was when they were like hanging off the walls that had stairs.
Oh, I didn't even think about that.
These stupid and athletically inept struggle. I said, hey, yo, you opted just for dramatic effect. I'm gonna scale this wall and you can't do it. Yo, they was hanging. Listen, I was in here like scream dying. I was like, oh my God, I can't believe this kind of comedy. They was hanging from the wall. That's what I knew. That was the moment I knew.
That's why people are scary though. Like there's no limits. They put their bodies on the line for the bullshit they believe. And I feel like people on our side, even though we know we're right, there's limits. Like we're not gonna be hanging our legs off the side of the wall.
Yeah.
Like, so when you're up against those people,
talking about voter fraud, I'm not scaling the fucking Capitol.
Yeah.
And for what? And also, like, who do you think I like enough to do that for? What? Like,
right?
Even if let's pretend I knew without a shadow of doubt, Jesus came in there himself and told me, "Hey, yo, Trump stole this election from Biden," and it was that. You think a lie in me is going where? For Joe Biden? You don't even know that. Why are y'all doing free favors for rich people? Y'all have no chance. Y'all didn't get a stipend, a stimulus, a check. They just on their own. They took their own hard-earned, barely their money and traveled on behalf of some man who don't know them from Adam. And no immunity, no deal. They didn't have no discussion with the fools. Bunch of fools.
Yeah,
it's called behavior. That's what it is.
Totally. If you watch some of these interviews, and for some reason, I always watch these interviews with Trump supporters, be it like Jordan Klepper or Michael Schor, I'm drawn to them. They'll say things like, oh, this might be a civil war and we might have to die for our country. It's like, if you look at the left, it's like, I'm not going to die for this country. I'm going to flee to Canada and use David Dole or Lance as like my recommendation or however it works. Like they could smuggle me in. Like, sorry, I'm going to bounce. It's not worth it to me. This country hasn't done anything for me. I'm bouncing. Sorry if shit hits the fan. Like their response is like the polar opposite, where it's like, I'm ready for war. It's like, holy shit. I have family members like that, by the way, so I'm not making this up. Like it's anecdotal, but I've seen the craziness firsthand. So
you're always told that like Antifa are the ones that are like getting ready to like, burn down the Capitol. And I was like, no, I see it with my eyes. I see who's ready to fucking destroy America in real time.
Yeah.
Absolute fools.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
wait, Mike, did you get away with not giving us your prediction? Is that what happened?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, you did. All right.
Yeah, what was your prediction?
My prediction is that Republicans take the Senate and the House.
Ooh, worst case scenario.
Worst case scenario, yeah. But again, just to kind of add a little bit of a caveat, every single prediction that I make, the opposite happens. But I'm not like trying to make this prediction to be like, oh, well, the opposite will happen. Like I genuinely think that's probably going to be what happens. But if I'm wrong, I'll be very, very happy about that. But again, I suck at predictions, so I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just looking at the polls and I'm kind of trying to feel where things are going. But there are a couple of things working in the Democratic Party's favor. Turnout is higher, seemingly, based on what we've seen. On top of that, you have a lot of newly registered female voters after the repeal of Roe v. Wade.
Which
there's
females? If we're talking white women,
I don't know. That's true.
Statistically.
That's a good point. That's a great point, actually. So yeah, I don't know. That's a really good point.
Women doing silly things. Did y'all see Katy Perry vote in LA?
I did. She voted for Rick Caruso.
Yep.
and Snoop did too.
Snoop did too. I forgot about that.
Because class solidarity. Because class solidarity.
Oh, yeah,
Class
100%.
solidarity.
Oh, they have
That's
it.
all it is.
Oh,
Rich
yeah.
people looking out for rich people, and with the conversations they have. There needs to be, honestly, there has to be a certain dollar amount we come up with when we stop claiming people. Like, we stop being surprised. Like, after a certain dollar amount, please understand that's not your ally. You know what I mean? They might not be dragging you for film. You don't know what's up, but that's not your homeboy. There's a certain amount of money where they switch up. It doesn't matter. You think, oh, because Snoop, nah, they've been rich for a long time, my friend. Okay.
That one hurt me a lot.
Really?
The Snoop one hurt me a lot.
No, not me, because he's been selling NFTs with Eminem for like the past.
I didn't know
yeah,
about
he has an
that.
NFT with Eminem. Yeah.
VMAs? It's so cringe. It's like everything crypto. It's so cringe. Making,
it's
like,
that
NFT hip-hop
hurts.
to sell like Bored Apes and stuff. It's so shitty. Yeah.
Snoop Dogg was my first concert at 17. I was so young. I was
Nice.
like the biggest simp for Snoop Dogg. That one, that's like the one celebrity, and besides him, Kanye West, that it actually hurt me to see them like turn to the evil dark side. The Snoop Dogg one voting for Rick Caruso, honestly, like that hurts my soul. So I can't, I can't. It sucks. But class solidarity, as Amy said, it's that simple.
Well, Ron DeSantis has won his race, so there you go. Not really surprising.
Damn.
Yeah.
We knew that demon was gonna win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Florida. I mean, listen, Florida. Good old Florida.
Florida
Also, to be
is
fair,
red.
Right. To be a fair intellectual, obviously we recognize a lot of these places that are red are there because they've been gerrymandered and voter suppression and all these different things that have made it that way. So I want to acknowledge all the fine people that are living in these places wishing, it would do better. But, again, to my original sentiment.
Not to mention even
Florida.
people who end up getting really radicalized to right-wing ideology. Like a lot of them are just being told lies by that whole media empire, right? They're like, it's like people who are poor, even poor white people are being told that like the cause of all your problems are trans kids. The cause of all your problems are immigrants. The cause of all your problems is Mr. Potato Head. Like they're being fed a lie all the time. And they're getting so angry when it's like, it's the system that's fucking you over. It's the way like the economic system is structured. But you get this huge media empire that makes you so scared. Crime is out of control. People are stabbing each other. Did you know black people are committing more crime than ever before against white people? And it's like you just sit at home afraid and scared. And that's why you get people like your uncle, Mike, who are like, I'm ready to kill because I think trans kids are actually taking over the world or something.
Oh, yeah. And trust me, folks, the dangers who I know in my life, I'm a snitch. I'll snitch on them. I'll call the feds on them if I suspect anything. I'm not ashamed to admit that. Because people are genuinely dangerous, and just to see that the way that like even if they're technically harmless, like I've seen family members, particularly like over the COVID vaccine, get berated because they got vaccinated. Like my mom, she got vaccinated and was chewed out for like an hour and a half.
Well, now that's your mom's mistake for sitting there and letting anybody chew her out for an hour and a half. Like I'm about to jump off, but it's important that y'all start cursing out your family and people. Like there's a general why would you sit there? I think there's something, I feel like I noticed that in general, just with like, the laugh or people who message me. It's always like so much concern about what the next person will think of my family is this. And I feel like there is some degree, obviously, your family, whatever, you got to deal with them, you got to whatever. But there is some level of, you got to make stances and kind of like let people know what you're not going to put up with. People know who they try certain things with. If you're the kind of person that'll sit there and take getting cussed out for an hour and a half, get chewed out, then you're going to get chewed out for an hour and a half. I have a whole lot of family that don't agree with me politically, but they know better. They're not getting responsive. It ain't going to happen. So I need your mama to put her foot down. And I will be back in 30 minutes, y'all. I'm jumping off.
We'll see.
You'll be missed.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, I love her so much.
Yeah, no,
but
so funny. Holy fuck.
Yeah, she's substantive and hilarious. Like the first time I saw her was on the Hill when she was arguing with Kim Iverson, and that led to me getting threatened with a lawsuit by Kim Iverson, by the way. But I loved her because she was amazing.
Where'd that lawsuit go? Are you lost it already?
I haven't heard anything from her attorneys yet, but I'm ready. So if she wants to bring it, she's gonna find out what anti-slap means really quick. But I haven't gotten it yet, so I think she.
On that again?
What
exactly was it about? It's something about transphobia, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I basically just criticized Kim Iverson and the other blonde guy who's on the Hill. I don't remember his name.
Rob something?
Yeah, baby Ryan Seacrest. Somebody called him that. It was hilarious. I don't know who. Maybe it was you, Lance. I don't know who called him that, but it's perfect.
I'd want to take credit for that. That's funny.
Okay. Anyways, they were. It was about Elliot Page, and Olemi was basically pushing back against it. And throughout that entire, like me watching it on Twitch, I was like, just I was popping off. I was reacting to it, and I said something to the effect of, Kim Iverson, just admit that you don't like trans people. And she said that was defamation. And I don't think that she, to be fair, I don't think that she was serious about suing me. I think she probably just wanted to scare me and get me to put the video on unlisted. But I didn't do that. And that video was kind of like a dead video. You know, when you upload videos, sometimes it gets no views. It got double the views when she threatened to sue me. So she ended up making it pop off. So I'm like, that's the Streisand effect right there, so.
That's kind of a good sign, though, that a video on Kim Iverson gets no views. Like, that's actually good.
I agree with that, actually. I agree with that.
The early numbers right now out of Pennsylvania look really, really good, but I don't know how much is reporting. But as of right now, 83.95% are for John Fetterman with 130,000 votes. Mehmet Oz at 22,000, so 14%.
Okay, that is a really good sign.
But I want to know how much is reporting, because it could be like 5% reported or something. But if
I'm seeing 4% in.
Okay, see, that's not a lot.
It also depends on counties as well, like if they're, in the cities.
Yeah.
Which one is more favorable? That is a massive lead for the very start, though. But the good news also would be in this race is that, outside of the fact that maybe Americans will reject the puppy torturing piss drinker, there's also the prospect of the mail-in votes are going to be very heavily favored towards Fetterman, I would say.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, my state is really interesting in Oregon. This it could turn red, legitimately so, because we have a third-party candidate that's running. Not third-party, I should say. It's independent, and she's viable for the first time for an independent in this state, to my knowledge, because she was propped up by the Nike co-founder. He gave her $2 million, and once she started to poll above 10%, he then switched to giving the Republican millions of dollars to get the Republican elected. So she's basically like a planted spoiler. But thankfully, I think people are seeing that that's the case, and polls have started to shift, although it's going to be close.
Breaking news, Maxwell Alejandro Frost has been declared the winner, a Democrat in Florida 10. Frost will be the first Gen Z member at Congress at age 25 ever.
Okay.
There's a Gen
that's
Z
good
finally.
News.
Finally, yeah.
I think I covered his primary race, because he was someone who was like potentially the youngest member of Congress. So that's really good to hear.
Yeah, go Maxwell.
He's someone who's like super progressive too, from what I remember.
Yeah, that's good. This is like another squad member essentially, or a very progressive person.
Yeah.
That's great news.
Well, I mean, I guess Gen Z in general would be, right?
Although,
not necessarily.
Cawthorn
you
is
could get
Gen Z.
Yeah, you could get that. Who's that dude in the wheelchair? Who was an asshole?
Yeah, Madison Cawthorn.
Yeah.
That's right.
So
that's right. The cocaine guy.
Yeah. I don't know what to say about Madison Cawthorn.
Well, you could say that he's got some pretty serious impending legal woes thanks to artificially inflating the value of cryptocurrency. So there's that.
What is it with every single grifter and crypto? It's like the go-to grift. I don't understand why people haven't like picked up on this by now. Stop taking financial and investment advice by opportunists. It's really sad.
It's such an easy way to fleece your audience, and then get away with it legally and not worry too much about FEC oversight. Because all these people, what is it, Jake Paul, Mayweather, all these huge celebrities that are suddenly now being like, hey, invest in this worthless, shit coin. They don't have to worry when the whole thing bottoms out whether or not did I actually just, do an inside trade? Did I actually just rip off like thousands of people? It's more just like, if they catch me, they catch me.
Yeah, because they get the money to promote it, and then so if it drops or whatever, it doesn't affect them at all. Like they just get paid to promote it initially. Like a lot of these shit coins, I covered like a lot of Twitch streamers or like esports dudes were pushing like a bunch of shit coins, and they just they're paid to promote it, and then basically the creators of that shitcoin then pull out once people start investing into it, and then the value goes nowhere. Yet these celebrities come out fine because they still have their money.
Yeah, they should just be like permanently delegitimized after that.
Yeah, and they aren't. They continue their audiences.
I don't know if you've covered this. Do you know who Trainwrecks is on Twitch?
I know who he is. I'm not super familiar though. I've heard of him.
He's one of the biggest streamers on the platform, top 5. He started doing crypto gambling on his streams, where he basically he does like slot machines, and he gets like 20,000 to 30,000 live viewers, just him watching, playing slots, and sometimes playing for millions of dollars, losing millions of dollars, winning millions of dollars. He revealed how much money he's made doing that for the past few years. $360 billion. Oh, sorry, million.
Like billion. Like
billion.
More money than Elon Musk. No, but sorry. I should have done that because I ruined the fact that it's still an obscene amount of money. It's almost half $1 billion. He's made $360 million doing that. Like, it's wild.
Jesus.
Yeah.
All right. I will say I'm looking at the Fetterman race. So he is up like a lot, 84% with 5% in, but all the counties in so far are the ones that are coming in are all major cities. So that would explain like Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, Harrisburg. So they're all heavy D.
Yeah, and it's not looking good in Florida with the race between Val Dennings and Marco Rubio with 80% of votes in.
Rubio's won.
Rubio.
It's called.
Is it already called? Okay.
56% to 42. Oh, wow. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not looking good. What are you using, David? Because they haven't called. I'm using New York Times, and they haven't called it yet.
Decision desk. So they, they tend to be pretty reliable. You have to like log in with your Facebook account, but once you do that, it's all pretty easy to use.
I always default to the New York Times.
On your information, since you have the source.
Creating a.
Those are surprises, though, right? Like Rubio was kind of a lock to win, just like DeSantis was a lock to win.
There was some hope. Like there were some polls that showed that she was within the margin of error, if I'm remembering correctly. But it was kind of, I don't want to say a lost cause, but it was going to be really difficult for her to win.
Oh, okay.
Same with like the Charles Booker, where it's like, it's possible, but really unlikely. But although he came pretty close when you just look at the votes. With regard to that race.
Can either of you explain, because I hear this said all the time, Fetterman and Pennsylvania, should he win, that creates the scenario in which it becomes mathematically increasingly likely for the Democrats to be able to hold on to the Senate. Why is there a windfall effect originating there? I know there's a very small amount of seats in the Senate that are actually available to go in either direction. There's a whole bunch of locks in both sides. And then in the middle, the juicy center, the gooey juicy center, there's a handful of little ones that can sway. Why is it specifically that one's been like such a key focus, the right?
I think it's mostly about like the importance of Pennsylvania generally in presidential races, in just kind of the example of this being like I guess a quasi purple state, So it's also expected for Shapiro to win as governor there. So to have potentially a split vote, people voting for Oz and then voting for Shapiro, which was weird to me, but I guess that is happening because Shapiro is expected to have a higher count. But yeah, I think that there's a lot of focus there just because of what that state means and what it can mean for the future in that state. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's mostly because it's a close race. Like that's kind of why there's a lot of focus there.
I don't know if either of you are kind of aware of what's going on Rumble these days, because a lot of the left seems to be ignoring it. But unless they are using bots or artificial inflation, their numbers are like out of this world for live streaming. Crowder's on live on Rumble right now doing an election stream with Ben Shapiro, Candace Owens, The Quartering, Ted Cruz, Donald Trump Jr., a whole bunch of people. They're currently at 160,000, almost at 160,000 live viewers.
On Rumble?
On Rumble, yeah.
So, like, if you look at their trending videos, they get like 25,000 views, 100,000 views. That seems sus. But I don't have evidence to claim that they're using bots. But that's really unlikely.
They must have directed everyone there. from their.
So
Yeah.
Steve Bannon's show also right now 42,000 live viewers. Rakita Law, 6,000 live viewers. Charlie Kirk, 47,000 live viewers just on Rumble. This is not Rumble and shared other things. Right Broadcasting, which is a far right kind of extremist site, 17,000 live viewers. The other day I was on there, Jackson Hinkle had like, I think 4,000 live viewers. And someone else.
No, that's bullshit. There's no fucking way.
Yeah. It seems really sus to me. That just doesn't seem right.
They're all Jimmy Dore sock puppet
Especially if you
accounts.
just look at their numbers. They all have sock puppet accounts.
Libtard01, Libtard02, Libtard03, Libtard04.
I actually secured Libtard02, if you will notice, on Twitter.
No, I didn't know that. Hell
Actually,
yeah.
I had no idea it was you, Mike. I thought it was just a guy that loved you a lot. I don't know.
Michael,
I even did this
report is the greatest reporter of all time. How dare you call him out?
I even did the same screenshot with the little Humanist Report logo in the bottom corner. And I retweeted that from my Humanist Report account, but it's from my Libtard02 account. The handle itself is Futbucker69. I think it's like spelled SIX_9. I don't remember. But if you search for Libtard02, that's my sock puppet. So, yeah.
Breaking news. Voters reject Constitutional Amendment 2. Abortion right groups prevail. Kentuckians vote no on Constitutional Amendment 2. Abortion right group claims victory.
Damn, that's great news.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Kentucky voters have decidedly spoken. They do not want lawmakers as the primary arbiter of the state's abortion laws. Hell yeah. No forced birth.
But they want
That's great
the right
news.
in charge of everything else for some reason.
Yes.
The same people that took the rights away. There's no logic to any of this. People are crazy.
Yeah.
I'll never understand it.
Yeah. Never underestimate the stupidity of Americans. Just when you think you've got them figured out, they go and surprise you. It's like it's a special feature that we have, I guess. And I'm including myself in that too. I'm also a stupid American. It's just like I'm not insulting anyone in particular. We love voting against our own self-interest here, folks.
Another announcement. Maryland Senate just got called with 1% reporting, but okay. Chris Van Hollen, Democrat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Guess that's expected.
Yeah, let's see. I've got Dave Wasserman's Twitter up because he usually makes some pretty good calls.
Raphael Warnock's still up 55-43 with 35% in.
Nice.
Okay, that's good news.
Maryland just elected the first black governor in its history in Westmore.
Okay. That's encouraging. The Georgia race is looking pretty good so far. It's still early, 34% in, but I like what we're seeing. Maybe stop the count. I see people online saying, stop the count.
This Pennsylvania race still at 5%. I want to see some more counties in here. It's still all just the big cities. It's worrying me that that's going to be the only place where his votes are. But the thing with Fetterman, like in perfect health, he definitely has the ability to cross party lines and get, people that may not vote generally out to vote, who may be in more rural counties, or maybe even possibly take off some, GOP voters in some way. But he has a different, he carries himself in a way that no other Democrat does. And it's just, a lot of it is the way he looks. And I think that really helps him just because he's just like this big burly dude. He looks, not like a politician. That is definitely beneficial to him. It just really sucks that he had that stroke at like the worst time possible. And that impacted his ability to perform.
Well, it really went to show you how, I'm just going to say it, how ableist in general everyone is. How much it's woven into the fabric of fucking society. Like, I've known people who have had strokes and we're not recovering nearly as quickly as he had. If you look at his public speeches from when it first occurred till now, where he's actually speaking to sold out stadiums. In his last one, right before the election, he sounded, I would say, 90% fine. It is remarkable how quickly, under the amount of stress he's under, how fast the healing process has been. And yet it's just that one debate was enough for a lot of people to be like, oh, yes, he's not mentally competent to be able to do this. I mean, did you see Tucker Carlson today? Tucker Carlson had on some doctor who was like, odds are he could die. You know, it's very likely he
Yeah, I saw
could
that.
die
Nope.
within the start of his term. And I was like, what the hell, America?
Yeah, it's and if you think like so, this year 2 different senators had strokes. And I'm not sure if the names are out there, but it's apparently well known that there were 2 senators who had strokes, and like people are really old. Like in Washington, they are very, very old. Fetterman is absolutely more capable than the vast majority of people who are, you know, in Congress. The idea of holding this stroke against him, and clearly he's improving. Clearly, like, it's one thing if your positions change, if, you know, something in your history in terms of what you did and how you screwed people, like that stuff matters. When it comes to, you know, health episodes, you get by those things, you get past them, you get better, you get healthier. That should not matter when it comes to voting who's going to represent you. What matters then is what has this person done? How have they shown who they are? And can I trust them based on their record, based on who they are? And do I like their platform, what they're going to fight for? That's what ultimately matters. A senator is not running, you know, a marathon. Like, they're not going to, their actual physical performance doesn't matter at all. They have a staff to do a lot of the work, right? So what matters is their direction, what kind of, you know, senator they're going to be in terms of what they're going to fight for. That's what matters. So for people to get hung up on, and for them, a lot of it's on the media, right? Like, it's the media's job to be like, hey, yeah, yes, he had a stroke. Yes, it doesn't look good. He's, you know, he's not speaking well right now. But what matters in a race like this is whose platform do you believe in? Who, like, in terms of the character, what have they done in their past? It's on the media to educate their audience into understanding that. But of course, there's a massive failure in that regard, and there was a huge focus. I mean, it's funny because when it came to a lot of the local coverage of the debate, it wasn't all that negative on Fetterman. It was, you know, one of the big highlights coming out of that debate was Oz saying that abortion's between you, your doctor, and your local politicians. Like, that was a ridiculous line that made a lot of headlines because it was so stupid. But then CNN covered the debate, and they were so focused on Fetterman and his health, and that, you know, changes the national conversation around that race. When in reality, when it came to the local coverage of that debate, it wasn't all that focused on Fetterman and his stroke.
Yeah. Quick announcement. Projection Democrat Summer Lee is the projected winner. She will defeat Republican Mike Doyle, which is a Democratic gain. So that is a
nice.
That's good.
Big moment.
Summer Lee is awesome.
Yep. Pennsylvania, Summer Lee, House District number 12, projected winner.
And a little bit of hopium for you all. When it comes to Ohio, Tim Ryan is leading J.D. Vance with 24% of precincts reporting. He's up 57-43. So pretty comfortable lead. I don't know if that's going to hold. There's another, I'm trying to remember what state Maggie Hassan and Bolduc is in. I cannot remember the state for the life of me. But that's going to be another close one. Let's see.
Mike, my chat is pretty excited because you stated that your predictions are famously wrong, and they're like, we're all
okay.
Mike being terribly wrong tonight. That could be a good night.
If I inadvertently gave everyone hopium, then that's good, because usually I'm too doomer, and I feel like I'm trying to rein in the doomerism because I don't want to make anyone like check out. But it's hard not to kind of like look at the political climate and think, oh, it's not going great. So like there's hopefully. I will keep my my record of being wrong with every single prediction. More doom, Mike. Okay, folks.
We'll just bring you in to give everyone hope. Like, whatever Mike says is wrong. So
yeah, it's looking great for the Republicans right now. Yeah.
Oh yes,
awesome.
Good. Mike is such a fool. Hell yeah.
Like every election I've gotten wrong. So I predicted Hillary in 2016, as we all did. In 2020, I was kind of like 50-50, but I was kind of leaning towards Trump probably winning. He lost. I am just perpetually wrong at predictions. I'm not just with politics, just I can't make predictions about the weather, even if I have the app in front of me. So I feel like that we could use that. Like we can weaponize my incorrectness about predictions to try to find the real truth.
You're like an inverse Nostradamus.
Yeah, if you could reverse engineer what I predict, then you can find out what actually could happen.
I will say, like,
Trump's gonna win the next election. We're like, yay! Nostromicus! Hell yeah!
Based on recent elections, though, Mike, like your prediction is, it wouldn't be off, I would think, just because a lot of in 2016, but also in 2020, I think a lot of the vote from the right was undercounted in polling. And even though Biden won in 2020, I think it was a lot closer, at least in certain races, certain states, than people maybe expected based on polls. So generally, it's not a good idea to count out the Republican vote. At the same time, though, a lot of it I think depends on young voter turnout. If young people come out to vote in big numbers, and apparently I was seeing some of that. At least I know Wisconsin, I was hearing, had like a big young turnout. If that is the case, I think that can definitely swing these races in a way that the polls can't predict, because a lot of polling is people that typically vote, right? Like people that you can trust to come out and vote. That's who they typically poll. So if you have young voters coming out who aren't generally in these polls, then that could definitely push, I think, some of these races in a way that we don't see in polling.
For sure. Yeah, I'm crossing my fingers.
The young people aspect is that a lot of people were really confused. Like, Mike, do you know who Drag or J-Rag is? The YouTuber?
Yes.
He ran for the mayor of Ottawa and actually, ended up making a complete hilarious farce along the way. But I remember a lot of people were really mad at how many Zoomers were involved in his election and doing silly things like screaming obscenities in mayoral debates and talking about that. Or they also get really mad at the birds aren't real movement. I don't know if you know about that one, but it's a big,
I love that movement.
Oh yeah, me too. It's I for some reason really find Gen Z humor hilarious. But people always, I find a lot of like older people are like, why are all these young kids, wasting their time talking about how birds aren't real, or doing a fake mayoral election for Ottawa to secede from Canada and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, well, you have to understand that like, it really seems like the world is fucked, and the people in charge, basically older people, don't really give a fuck or are not doing anything good about it, right? Like, it's like even liberals will smile and grit their teeth while they're like, yeah, we're going to do something about climate change, all right? And it's like, and then, more emissions come up that year than ever before. So it makes sense to me why there would be these huge movements for absurdity or absurdism amongst like Gen Zers, why they would gravitate towards that, and like even like just to make a mockery of everything.
I totally get it. Like Gen Z humor, it resonates with me, and it feels weird saying that because like I'm a millennial now. We're all millennials, right? So it's like I feel like this old out of touch boomer compared to them, but I think that their humor is just spot on. Like they're kind of growing up in a very terrible time, worse than millennials in my opinion. And so like the way that they cope with that is with this absurdist humor. And I think that the birds aren't real movement is so brilliant just because they're essentially making fun of all of the boomers who believe every dumb conspiracy theory, so they concocted one of their own that's even more absurd. And just the sincerity, the presumed sincerity of I don't know the name of the founder of it, but it's just, he's hilarious. So yeah, I love Zoomer humor. Sometimes I don't always get it, but I think they're a great generation, and I have a lot of hope for them.
Oh, the Zoomers are so like, pro trans rights, pro LGBTQ, blah, blah, blah. They're already lost to Republicans. That's why Republicans are going after like Gen Alpha now. They're like, we lost the Zoomers. That one's a dying fucking cause. Let's go after the kids.
Yeah.
PragerU has PragerU kids now and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, that's so dystopian to know that. I already knew about it, but whenever I'm reminded of it, it feels very bleak. I'll be right back, by the way.
So I was just comparing Fetterman in Pennsylvania to Shapiro in Pennsylvania based on county, because it is expected that Shapiro will do a little better. And there's about a 2% gap between this one county between Fetterman and Shapiro, showcasing essentially that there's going to be some votes lost for Fetterman compared to Shapiro, but overall, Pennsylvania is still looking really good for both, simply because a lot of the counties right now appear to be, hard blue. But some rural counties, or at least more rural counties, appear to be coming in, and at least two of them still blue. So Clinton County, Fetterman's up by 67% to 27%, and Warren County as well, Fetterman up 66 to 30%. And those do not have, as far as I know, major cities in them, at least not, Pittsburgh and Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. So I don't know. Maybe there's hope here.
I'll
see.
give you some more hope.
Yes.
As of right now, for the Texas governor election results, Beto O'Rourke is, with 21% voting, 52.9% ahead of Greg Abbott at 46%, with 21% of the votes in. And a lot of the districts left, a lot of them happen to be Democrat friendly. So I don't know what this one's. I'm a little too early to get too hopeful, because 46% to 52.9 isn't like a runaway lead, but that is a significant lead with 21% of the vote in.
Okay. I'll take it. I'll take it all. Any hope that I can get, I will take.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at Decision Desk, and they don't have the numbers in
a
it.
copium stream. Sorry, what were you saying, David? I cut you off.
I was just looking at Texas I was looking at Texas on Decision Desk, and they don't have like their numbers right now are at 3% in, with Greg Abbott at 56%.
Oh hell yeah!
Hey, look who's back.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
We had to
Okay,
stop
where are we
talking
at?
shit about you.
No, y'all were not. They would have told me.
No,
I would have heard that.
I was like, no,
Could you imagine if 3 white men started talking back
Yeah, I
when I jumped off this car? Oh, the house would be suspended.
All the clips they say, like as soon as you leave, oh, I'm so glad she's gone.
My
They just
fellas
popped
would have
up.
had y'all in a chokehold, okay? Listen.
No, only Yemi. As soon as you left, I was like, she is so fucking funny. She's like, you got to do comedy on the side or something. That shit was fire.
Listen. I do live for jokes. It's really a lifestyle.
We need people who are like very happy on the left, because all of us are just so like, living through the apocalypse. It's like when you compare the characters of The Walking Dead from season 1 to like season 9, the way that they're all rugged, and like that's like a lot of us, and to have like a bright, happy face, it's like that's really nice. Like I like that person.
I literally just like it's a Bahamian thing. Bahamians are just not as serious people.
That's so good.
Jokes. We cannot help it. Like even our prime minister is like that. Like I could show you clips. I could send y'all after this of just our they add the journalists coming to our literal prime minister and him being like they asked.
Oh my God.
Quick example. They're like, what do you think about the protests to the most recent government decision? And our prime minister was like, them 3 people, that's the protest. That's like, no sense of tax.
That's actually great.
Yeah. All right.
I don't want to create tea, so none of you have to respond to this in any way, shape, or form. But in the corner of the stream, I've got Matt Gaetz live on TYT right now.
How's that going?
It's happening. I'll say that much.
I'm very curious about that.
So like, I didn't get the backlash, because if you've watched interviews with TYT, they've had on Dennis Prager, they had on David Duke once, like, and they have adversarial interviews, like they attack their guests, like when they're shitty guests. So we'll have to see how they treat Gaetz, but I assume it's going to be a hostile interview, right? Like I don't think they're going to be like buddy.
Is that what you think? I don't. I don't want to be the sound to say it, but I'm gonna say it. The reason why they're getting backlash is because they have been on. I don't even know what kind of propaganda campaign they have been on, but they have been on one. It has been pronounced, and I think that's why. I think
quite an arc.
Yes, it's been wild. Like there were moments where you didn't think Anna was as in the campaign, but boy, has Cenk been leading quite the campaign. And I know that no slander. I got no personal issues with y'all. Propaganda on, but I'm saying that's why they got backlash, because they've been out here literally like fear-mongering with all these like individual isolated, crime. Then when they get criticized, they're like, I am the king and queen of the left. Absolutely nobody is more progressive than me. I'm pretty sure Cenk said to me to my own face on my interview with him that he's the fiercest. He said nobody has been harsher on cops than all of me. That is what he said. And then then they continued tweeting about like how offended they are that people are calling them the fake left and blah 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 blah. But like, imagine you be mad people call you the fake left and then you endorse a Republican.
That hurt me.
Republican. Yeah.
I will say, yeah.
That hurt me so much.
I'll admit, look, I'm a big TYT defender. I watched them for years.
Same, yeah.
But Cenk still has not explained why he backed Caruso. Like he said it's because it changed.
He said it's changed.
But that's the same thing that with Trump in 2016 that he rallied against.
Is going to be good for the fucking homeless problem in LA. A right-wing
I don't get
real
that.
estate billionaire. Yes, he's like. Have you heard what his plan is for the homeless? By the way, this really pisses me off. He wants to put them into a bunker, a military bunker that is made to house 4,000 people. We're talking about 30,000 people. That is going to be a concentration camp. That is an inhumane fucking disaster.
Oh my God!
It is a horrifying prospect for someone to like say that out loud and have people actually defend it. But David, the reason I think it got backlash is that like. I agree with you 100%. They bring on terrible people and they try to roast them, and TYT is really good at that. Just why would you do it in an election episode? Because like what does Matt Gaetz have to contribute? Like it's like, hey, okay, we got to look at these results coming from Pennsylvania. Oh, hold on, Matt Gaetz, I got a question for you. So you have been accused of trafficking children, raping them, and drugging them. I just want to know what do you feel about those accusations about you drugging, raping children? Oh wait, before we get back to that, I just got to check this out. Hey, breaking news, we have new election results. Okay, hold on, Matt, we're gonna let you answer in 1 second. You know, like it's just it's a very weird format for that shit.
The issue as well is the way that, and this was on Twitter, like I criticized it on Twitter, the way that the tweet was written, it sounded like he was joining them for coverage, like to get like to be on the same panel and like talk, like that's the way the tweet was written. So I could see people reading that and being like, why are you having Matt Gaetz on to talk about election coverage? Like, it didn't make any sense.
So listen, I don't have no problem with either one of those people. I've been on the show, nice interactions. I follow both of them. They follow me. So I just want to preface that with no slander intended. But let's keep it G real, y'all. Come on. Like I had a segment with them. They called it when they tweeted out, they called it a debate. And there was a and I know this because I remember noting it to myself because I was like, oh, is it?
True.
Yeah. I was like, oh shit, is it? Like, I'm just trying to have a talk. They didn't call that no debate. You know what the man has been on. We know what's up. All which ultimately, this is an election. Who you're giving coverage to, who you gather. You know what I mean? That's what they decided to highlight. There are tons of politicians they could have had. You know what I mean? That's who they choose to have. Like that is a legitimate. They have opened themselves up to this criticism, and that's not a drag at TYT. I think still great. They do good things. Da 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 da. I'm not saying that you shouldn't have on, problematic people and bring them to the fire, but. The reason why here, it's based on there's a whole 15 different steps that happened before this move that led to them being criticized. And in fairness, and to be a little fair, Anna, also the Newsweek piece that just dropped yesterday, in coupling with that, Anna's piece, I don't know if y'all saw that, but that with repeat.
I read it. So I went through that article right away trying to find the statistics that she was using. And a lot of them, it's like, crime is out of control, blah, blah, blah. It's worse than it's ever been. And the person who's used in that article shows that there is obviously a spike in certain crimes. Violent crime overall has been down 1%. That's not reported in that article. Also, that little stat that shows you how the crime is spiking in America, it cuts off right before the 1990s for a reason. Because in the 1990s, it was way fucking up here. And then it's like it just fucking plummets and then it rises a teeny little bit at the very end. So that part was duplicitous. But here's the other thing. This is the first time I've revealed this to anyone because I found this yesterday. It was a huge holy shit moment. I clicked on the New York Police Department, and by me saying this out loud, they're going to change this, I bet, because this clip will make them change this. When you look at the crime statistics and you scroll down the page, and I'll pull it up right now to send it to y'all, it shows in one of them a difference, and it's the only one. It has a plus, it's like how much the crime increased by what number. It'll be plus 3%, plus 2%, plus 6%. In one of them, it's plus 1488, and they've intentionally put a little slash between the 1488. And I don't know if this is a thing, but when I saw that, because that's a huge Nazi code, if you don't know that, the 14/88, that is a massive white supremacist code, especially putting the slash. Just putting the number 1488 is one thing, but to put that slash between the two, it's still up there on the official New York Police Department website. And I'll send it to you right now. It blew my mind.
I'm not surprised, but I love that you told the people.
Well, and that whole crime stat that you're describing, I haven't read the article yet, to be fair, but that's what they do with climate change. That's how Republicans prove that global cooling is actually happening. Because you know how you'll see a line and it goes up and down, but the trend is in one direction. Well, if you just zoom in on one tiny portion, you can claim anything. So yeah, I haven't read that. I think that you guys have kind of convinced me because I was I agree with David that the adversarial interviews that they have, I think, are fine. Like, they gave us the famous interview with that pastor who claimed that, like, they were putting semen in the Starbucks coffees. And so whenever they do adversarial interviews, I like it. But that is true with the additional context. Yeah, with the additional context, I think that there is reason for concern, especially with the Caruso stuff. Like, the endorsement of Rick Caruso by Cenk is genuinely perplexing and, like, almost hurtful. And I try to, like, compartmentalize this stuff and think, okay, I don't have to agree with somebody on everything, and that's still true. But that one is just so perplexing to me that it's, like, beyond reason, and I can't, like, rationalize. It's just like, what the fuck? That's my only response. Like, he spent $80 billion on his election of his own money, and, like, the whole ethos of Cenk and TYT is money in politics. So it feels so contrary to everything that he believes in. So seeing him endorse Rick Caruso, oh, it hurt. Yeah, you're right. It is. So it hurt me to see him endorse Rick Caruso, because it's like, brother, what are you doing? Yeah, we were rooting for you. Like, what's that mean? Like, we were rooting for you. You were the chosen one.
We're all rooting for you.
Okay, so I don't know if you can see my screen right now. I've got the official New York Police Department website on the screen. I'm archiving this in case they change it. But if you look at the rates of murder, it went from 28 to 33, rape 128 to 101, etc. Scroll the way down to grand larceny. This is the only one of all the plus minuses that has a slash. You could write this off as a typo because it might be a typo, but they've intentionally put a slash between 1488 in grand larceny, which, if you don't know, is a huge dog whistle to white supremacy. So that, like, again, this one could be written off as them just, you know, putting in a typo on the website or something, but that is a massive thing to leave on the official New York Police Department webpage. Statistics on crime. Like that, that's wild.
That is bizarre.
Again.
Well, I mean, a cop being white supremacist, like,
yeah,
unheard of.
I mean,
I'm like, yeah, all that sounds about right. Sounds about white.
I'm just shocked.
Right? I'm like, ooh, the
cop white supremacist? Well, excuse me.
That's not an American thing, by the way. That stuff is in Canada. We just had, like, we had an Ottawa occupation where we had all these, like, you know, far right funded truckers who were occupying Ottawa, and the police, because there's an there's a hearing going on right now about what took place. The police in Canada have revealed that they were actually, certain ones were giving like, they were going back and forth with the occupiers and white supremacists, and straight up being like, hey, here's what we're gonna do. We're coming through. Maybe, like, hide any weapons you have, hide any gas you have. We're gonna be coming through. Like that. It's the same thing with January 6th. Like, did you see how confused everyone was on January 6th on both sides? It was like, we're not enemies, brother. I love you, brother. Come on, what's going on here?
Right, yo. It's honestly so funny because white supremacists are always the most unfortunate looking people. Like,
the master race.
Bro, I'm like, and no one ever talks about it. I'm like, how do you feel superior to me when you look so unfortunate?
Yeah.
It's always, every time I'm looking at somebody, anytime I click on, like, some really hateful white supremacist comment and it's, like, not a troll, I can, like, see the person, I'm like, is this you? Like, I'm like, you walking around here making me question whether or not God loves all the little children, and you talking about this superior to who? It's really nuts. They're really a down bad people.
Okay, on that note, it's because they're also stupid, and you're so right about that, but they're also stupid. So I was watching, I don't know what it was about specifically, it was like this Vice documentary, and one of them, and I don't think they were, like, explicitly white supremacists, but I mean, they were white supremacists. But one of them said, he has this quote that stood out to me. He said, "They think that we're stupid," and, like, it has stuck in my mind because it's like the way he said it. He sounded so stupid. I'm not even giving it, like, justice. So, like, me and my husband will always, like, that's the meme, like, oh, they think we're stupid. Like, we'll just say it, like, random. Like, it's just so, because that
reminds me of The Simpsons. That reminds me of are you some kind of moron? Remember that from The Simpsons?
Incredibly mad at us about their insecurities. Like, oh, you think I'm stupid? I mean, sir. Are you giving the picture of intelligence? Like, I mean, like I didn't even, and they say it before I even get around to saying it. I'm like, see, sir, I know you stupid in your spirit because I didn't even express it to you yet. Like, that's not even, and why are you mad at me and not mad at your mama? Like,
yeah. This is such a good.
You're procreating. Like, your parents are irresponsible. You need to go talk to them. They're out your father and children and stuff. But mad at me.
The Texas race is closing. I think it's at 52-48 right now between Greg Abbott and Beto.
I'm assuming. I'm assuming Abbott is in the lead. I'm assuming.
No, Beto's in the lead.
You fucking lying for real?
Yeah, Beto is in the lead. Has been for a while.
I have conflicting
Yeah,
results
I have
from
conflicting
New
results
York
too.
Times.
So I don't know.
Do you? Okay.
Well, tell me conflict.
It shows Abbott for me, but I don't know what's going on.
It shows Abbott 51.7 to 47.2 with 28. I don't know what you have, David.
I
I'm
have
on New York Times.
56 to 42 for Abbott from Decision Desk.
Okay.
But it's still showing 3%. So I don't know why.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't know. Like they're ahead in other races and behind in this one. I don't know what's happening.
Do y'all think there's any chance Beto wins?
I think there's a chance.
The demographics
how
are changing.
small?
I mean, it's possible just based on demographics.
Yeah, I think
youth
that
turnout matters. Like that's what matters here.
Yeah, and there's a lot of new registered voters in Texas this year. I'll make a prediction since my predictions are important. I think that Beto loses, but that means that the opposite.
I news right afterwards.
I'm gonna just say I always thought it went without saying that Beto was gonna lose, so I was just shocked at any hearing of him being in the lead. If he wins, I'd be like flabbergasted. What's the news? What's the news?
While still in the middle of his, I guess, debate or argument with or conversation with TYT, Matt Gaetz has officially won in terms of projection, and that's happening in real time while he's talking to them.
Oh no!
Yeah.
I mean, I expected him to win, so it's not like a shock, but.
According to one of my chatters,
and not them grinning. They look like they congratulating him. Look at the screen. Look at the screen. Ciao. Anyway.
According to one of my
listen. I don't know nobody that I don't like that I'm gonna invite on at like my big popular night or whatever, where they get attention when they're projected to win, like they win and kiki with them. You know what I mean? Y'all think Candace Owens anything positive could happen in her life and I would smile? Listen, listen, I try to stay away from TYT because I genuinely I don't like to, when leftist commentators, I don't even want to be in it. You know what I mean? Like, whatever. And Anna's very beautiful. Her hair looks nice sometimes. I really like that. Do your thing, white lady. So I'm not going to slander them, but child.
There's people who work at TYT who I really like. I feel like lately it's just been a series. I have no idea what the fuck's going on. I don't know what to say, to be honest. After reading that article that's
apparently Cenk is hammering Gaetz. Like he asked Gaetz, "Did you sleep with a 17-year-old?" So like he's straight up asking him like these questions.
And what did he say?
I'm not seeing if he answered or not.
The lawyer in me knows that's not.
He said that you've bought into internet rumors. According to the transcript.
You bought into internet rumors?
Oh, that's his response.
Didn't they arrest him?
They didn't arrest him, but he like it's not an internet rumor. There's like an open investigation that has not been closed into the fact that he trafficked children. It's not like an internet rumor.
Brian Kemp is now ahead in Georgia. Stacey Abrams was leading. Brian Kemp is now up 51 to 47 with 50% of the vote in.
No, you know what, George? Listen, and I don't cape for any politicians, right? And like I don't, and like Stacey has made little cop wage comments I don't like, but I will say this: that woman has done a lot for Georgia. Like especially in like voter turnouts last night. This is offensive. It's disrespect. It's disrespect. Again, her and Warnock basically need to go fight the states. They need to go get a representative. They need to at least get 10 representatives of their respective states to go meet them in a boxing ring, and they need to square up because this is ridiculous. Like, what? Why is Stacey? Why isn't she leading? We love Stacey.
Yeah, I don't get that one. I don't understand that one.
That's offensive. That's trifling. That's trifling. I wish I could be a fly on the wall because how that there's some behind the scenes tea. Like there's powers at play on why these people because. People definitely engineered and started working overtime to make this Brian a formidable opponent towards Stacey. And I wish I knew the tea because it's trifling. That woman has done so much and she's waited her turn and she is like.
And she won last time basically, right? Like that she was just screwed out of the seat. Like.
Yep. This is trifling. It's trifling.
I do have some hopium for you all so far.
Okay, give me.
So there's 5 abortion amendments. And of the 3 where you see the results, it's all pro-choice crushing it. So we talked about Kentucky. They're voting against the no right to an abortion. Michigan Proposal 3. Let me see here. It's early, so 6% of votes in. 58.8% supporting a state constitutional right to reproductive freedom. And Vermont Proposal 5, with 15% of precincts reporting, 76% would create a constitutional right to personal reproductive autonomy. So crushing it so far. Early, but really, really good news. And
I have more good news after that.
Okay, go ahead. I'm done.
Oh, okay. More good news. According to an SEC filing, Elon Musk just had to sell $4 billion worth of Tesla stock because of the failures of his management of Twitter. And Tesla is now reaching $187 a share, getting close to wiping out all the gains that it's made over the past year.
That is good news.
Tesla's screwed now. Every other car company has caught up, and they're much better cars. Every other vehicle, like Teslas are known for terrible
they make cars. They actually produce cars.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just a speculative, overinflated stock. Like, there's no reason Tesla should be $1,200 a share at some point. It doesn't make any sense.
He's such a fool and a fuck up. He's such a fool and a fuck up. Like, it's just, oh my god, like. Elon Musk is representative of a type of guy, a type of white guy. Not all white guys, but a type of white guy. Like the type that like yo, there are a lot of different things that are in place that have led you to be in the position that you're in, but you have convinced yourself that you are especially gifted, like you are especially talented and creative and a genius, even though there's a lot of personal evidence to know you a fuck up. Like you know, as an individual, right? Like there is, like, as people, right? You know your highlight reel. You know what your highlight reel, but you know your failures. You in your inside, sir. You know these ideas was fucking up. Like, you know, like the money and the network and stuff is there to make your little fans pretend like you a genius, but you and I both know that you be fucking up. And so why? What are we doing here? Like, he's doing so much foolishness with Twitter and like just in general that. Like, I'd be conflicted on what I even want to do and say. Like, I wrote an op-ed. I'm trying to get. I swear, I wrote an op-ed about why I'm not leaving Twitter and what I'm using for activism and blah 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 blah. And with every passing hour, I'd be like, this man gonna make me have to like have my first bad take. Fucking pull this off before I go to print. Like, I was like, let me start adding prefaces because what is this man doing? Like, he's ridiculous.
Yeah, no, he's destroying it.
Glorious thing.
And I don't think he wanted it. Like he was basically forced to buy it because he was being sued
tried to meme his
for
way
trying
out
to trying to pull out of it. So I think he went through with it now because he had to, and he does not know what the hell he's doing. Clearly.
I think he's going to get
the
rid
best
of
thing
it.
about
Like,
it is he's been broadcasting on Maine how bad he is at this,
Yeah.
and he spent $44 billion to turn himself into the main character of Twitter. Everyone is trying to one up themselves in roasting him every day, and he can't take it. He's like, "Oh, I'm now banning all impersonators," and he's like, it's getting under his skin.
a
It's
loser,
awesome.
a loser, like a loser, like he's a loser, like, and that's the thing, right? Like all these people, we have to start just like stop using scholarly words and give the realty. A loser, he's a fucking loser. He's a glorified loser, and all his fans are losers. The only difference is they broke her and he's rich, right? So we know they're lame, but they out there pretending like they can't see it with him. And I'm like, hey, that's a loser, my guy. Like, you know how much? Do you know how late? You know what I could do with billions of dollars? If I had billions of dollars, I'd be the coolest bitch in this. Listen, y'all would be able to tell me, no, oh my God, that you think anybody's roasting me?
Would you be on Twitter all day?
100 follower Andes.
Yeah, just getting cussed out. You just on Twitter upset.
Losing to that stranger.
I'd be on a private island soaking up the sun. Like, why would I be on Twitter?
I know.
Getting into fights. Like, what?
And he can't do that because have you seen what he looks like in the sun? Have you seen him when he be on the island? When
He's never in the sun.
And
Clearly.
that brings me back to my original point. All right, he's a loser. Like, he's a fucking loser.
It also shows you money can't buy you happiness. Like, you can be the richest man in the world, and you're going to be on Twitter getting into fights with people. Like, it's like he's chasing something he's never going to find.
Because if God made you corny, that's what he wanted for you. And who are you to get in the way with God has planned for your life, you corny bastard? Like, he's a loser. Like, anybody with all that money who women be leaving should tell you anything.
That's a good point. Have you seen? I'm sure you've all seen the meme of the good point, weird memes, or weird internet nerds defending Elon Musk. Like it's the Simpsons meme. You saw that, right? Well, I saw on, I don't know what subreddit it was. Somebody screen capped it on Twitter, and one of Elon Musk's simps responded and like, "Is there any like good substantive response to that? Because I keep seeing it get posted."
So
and on top of that, I saw an edited version where Elon Musk, like in the back of the meme, they added Ghislaine Maxwell to it.
I saw that.
And so now the meme has been like amplified and it's so much more powerful. And I just love it so much.
I love it. No, it's everything. And no, they really do be dragging him on his own app every day. And he better than me. Like, that's my thing is, I wish these people would just be honest. Like, at least, like, it would be so much easier in their life if they would just be a piece of shit openly and just be shameless about it. Like me personally, right? Like, if you don't like me, I don't like you. I'm not pretending. Like, I don't have to pretend. I don't need a secret account for that. If you talk bad about me, I'm cussing you out. I'm blocking you. Just say that. Stop pretending all this free speech bullshit. Say what it is, okay? You don't like that this app has been this powerful tool and all these people you don't like have been able to amass a voice and a following and do all kind of change and, you know, and bully all you powerful people. So you thought owning it would mean some shit, but in actuality, they're still dragging your ass. But now you feel stressed out because you had all that fake free speech bullshit, and now they can see no, you don't mean no free speech because speech is still free when you don't like it, when it hurts your feelings, but you don't like it, right? You suspend it. Just be honest. Just say, hey. My name is Elon. I own the app. I don't like when y'all hurt my feelings, so I'm going to delete your account. Just say that. You're doing all this nimble gymnastics, all this bullshit. Just say that. Like I said that in my account. Like, hey, sometimes I be in a mood. If you say the slightest thing to me, I'm tearing you up. It just is what it is. Just say it. Like, I'm like, Elon, stop lying. Just say these people are hurting your feelings and call it a day, bro.
Yeah, he needs to log off. I just don't get how you like seemingly are refreshing it and you're name searching and you're trying to find people who go after you. Like any public figure, they're gonna go crazy. And like he doesn't have to. He has billions of dollars. Go buy another yacht or buy something. Like nothing would affect me if I had $1 billion. I just don't understand.
It's because he's always had money, right? Like his father was an emerald miner, like had emerald mine money in apartheid South Africa. Like the guy doesn't know life without money. So he chases this money. So the only way he tries to find happiness is through how other people perceive him. So he tries really forcibly to have like this perception of this genius, and some dipshits fall for, like Joe Rogan, while the rest of us can clearly see the emperor has no clothes. This guy's a fucking moron, and he's just there because he has cash, because he was born with cash.
That's the thing, right? Like you can't appreciate I literally just made a story about this. I don't believe the whole money don't buy happiness. That's a fucking lie. My money buys all the happiness. I don't lie. I pay for somebody
unless you're born with money. If you're born with money, then I don't think you can.
Exactly. So you can't appreciate it in the same way. Like every day, I've been very, very broke in New York City. So every day, I'm like, I gotta wash and dry. You can't tell me nothing. Like I'm telling you, they be like, I swear to you, when they be like attacking me in the YouTube comments and stuff, I be walking around my neighborhood like, look who got money. Look who got on the train today. Look who bought their meal. Like little things make me happy. Like I was like yesterday, I was sitting there like, wow, this apartment is really dirty and I need to clean it. I wonder if I could throw money at the problem. And then I did, and I was fucking elated. So money definitely buys happiness. But if you've already had money, if you've always had money, you don't have that same appreciation. So what it really comes about is like visibility, fame, accolades, how people talk about you, yada, yada, yada. Also, I just looked up this man's zodiac sign just now. I was like, let me figure this out because I don't know why you like to read in negativity. I have to leave the scholarly academic political realm and go somewhere else for clarity and understanding. Because I'm like, do y'all look at do y'all read negative comments about yourself?
I saw one today that was so atrocious. It actually made me laugh because it was so good. So I made a video about Matt Walsh and Joe Rogan, and somebody somebody said I was a Dollar Tree Matt Walsh. Objectively hilarious. I think it's objectively hilarious. I actually laughed. I'm like, oh, that's hurtful, but it's so funny. Like whoever came up with that is a genius. I love it.
David and
but it hurt.
Y'all read negative comments?
Well,
I do, yeah.
To me, if it's like the far right or the extreme right, they call me things that don't actually insult me. They'll be like, you're like a big lipped lesbian autist and things like that. I'm like, none of those things are bad. I'm totally fine with you calling me any of those things. Or like, you look like a trans lesbian. I was like, oh, based. I'm cool. He's like kind of shit. But like there's other groups like liberals and centrists who try to do psychological warfare. I find they will try to post things they know are going to make me think about it and not be able to leave the internet and not be able to turn it off. Like they go deeper, you know. That's the difference between them and like the far right or the alt right kind of shit.
What about you, David? Did you read yours?
Yeah, the only comments that actually bother me are comments on YouTube videos where someone's like, "You should talk about this," and that is literally in the video you didn't watch. Like that shit gets under my skin. I reply to every single one of those comments.
When a motherfucker messaged me about something I wrote that they didn't read, like I'd be like,
yeah,
I'm like, you are a bold motherfucker. Like it's one thing to not read the thing, but to talk to the author of the thing you didn't read is some sick shit. That's just sick. Now, for research purposes, what's all y'all zodiac signs? So I can figure it out. Mike, what about you, David? Lad,
like astrology? Is that what we're talking about?
Yes. What's his sign?
Scorpio.
All right.
I
Mike?
think Cancer.
I'm a Leo.
I think.
All right.
I'm a lion.
Lance, we're not supposed to be reading as fellow Leos. What you doing reading this negativity? You don't even know. I don't care, and I don't care what anybody has to say about it. I do not. Listen to me. If I even start reading a comment and I think it's negative about me, I blur my eyes. Like I'm not even fucking. I'm not fucking.
That's good though.
You're out your mind. First of all, you're not gonna upset me because I am not about to ruminate on this bullshit. That's one. Two. I'm doing it for the betterment of everybody else. Like y'all are probably slightly less, like y'all probably a lot less unhinged than me. If you disrupt my peace and you say something to me, you don't know how fast I'm on a video. Like I'm gonna put you in therapy. Like I'm gonna carry on real bad. I'm gonna carry. Listen, yo, I cursed one girl out on Instagram so bad today. My best friend had to be like, "Come here, give me your phone." I was like, "No, they have me fucked up." I'm like. So I have to not read this stuff for the betterment of everybody else. I'm like, oh, I want to be cute. I want to be nice. I want to love all the people. I want to fight for everybody's rights. And then, because it's like, I love people, but I don't like people at all. So I'm like, stop it. I want to talk about you all in the abstract. I want the best for you. Stop speaking to me because now I got to curse you out. I do not read the comments. Like I see anything on YouTube, especially on YouTube. No, YouTube is a cesspool for hatred for me.
Mine are good now, I gotta say.
If I decided to read the comments about me on Rising on YouTube, I would kill
God, that's just bad.
Their audience is right
health.
wing though, right? Like that's they're gonna be going after you because of that.
I think that speaks to the audience they might be catering to these days.
Yeah.
You ain't gotta whisper, that's Steve. That's fine. You ain't gotta whisper, that's big fact. Because I read my Breakfast Club interviews with no comments, with no problem. When I'm in a nice environment, they was on the Breakfast Club like, oh, she's so smart, she's so this, she's so this. You go on Rising, they're like, why don't y'all bring this stupid bitch? I swear to you, they be on there talking about me so crazy. They be like, I swear to God, they see me in the thumbnail and they get to the comments like they feel like, if you must have a black, Brianna is right there. I'm like, they be I'm like, what are you saying? Why are you so mad? They hate me, bro.
The first time I saw a clip of you, I covered this on my Twitch stream, and I got threatened with a lawsuit because I covered this. But the first thing I said was like, okay, something's going on with The Hill because they hired someone who's smart. And it's very weird because every single person on there is
the same thing. I think
you said the same thing. Yeah, because wait, who the hell is this? This is somebody who's smart, not only just like not stupid, but like actually intelligent. I'm like, oh my God. But going back to people who like can't and shouldn't read comments. There's some people who obsess to the point where they watch videos of themselves where they're being critiqued, and that's so toxic. And
that
like,
I don't
bring
do.
I
draw the line at that.
I'm like, you're not. First of all, I'm gonna report your video. I saw the other day. I saw a guy. I swear to God, every time I see it, it's some random guy's video. It has like 300 views, so it's not even worth acknowledging. But every time I see that hate ass video in the search, report. Like, report. I don't care. I will report. You say anything about me, I have no shame. I will report you. I will block you. What did you say about me? Block, report. Who are you talking about? I'll watch it. If you say, like, I watch the Vanguards, like, when the Vanguard and, like, Lance and other people and y'all, like, stream my stuff, like, you know, positively, yeah, I'm gonna watch that. Like, yeah, what? I'm gonna sit right in my couch, like,
well, that makes you feel good. Yeah, I'm with you there.
Absolutely. I love watching streams.
Give me the link.
Yeah.
Let me watch this. But if it's negative, I'm over here like, what are you even mad about? I gotta come in. I'm like, what is this? That's a shame. I have to report your whole page and your whole account now. You're talking about me. Like, I wish you would just be honest. I don't like when nobody talks about me. I'm like, you have a right to talk about me. You have a right to not like me, but I don't like you either now.
you gotta threaten them with a defamation lawsuit, like
Wait, Kim Iverson?
When she did that, that was the funniest. I was in here so tickled. I was like, bro, miss, it's not even.
I found out through a text message, like a fellow colleague in left videos, like, hey, don't worry about the lawsuit. I'm sure she's just trying to scare you. I'm like, fuck are you talking about? Like, I was playing video games in my Zen mode. And I'm like, what lawsuit? So I search and I'm like, oh my God, it was the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life. And there's no way, like, she never followed through, but.
No, of course she didn't, because how could she possibly ever sue for that? That was the silliest nonsense. I was in my house, like, just watching her, like, I was like, you know, it's crazy because in my mind, because I don't work for Verizon, right? Like I'm there, I host a show, I go back. And I'm just like, I'm back in my regular life, just watching this woman unravel for a week over some shit she chose to say. I'm like, that's so crazy because I asked y'all to wrap it up multiple times in that segment. I'm like, that's so, because it's so funny when you're used to like being able to stay in an echo chamber of a bubble where everybody else is bigoted and transphobic and doing all this nonsense, so it's safe. But a gal like me, I'm gonna change the venue. Watch me on YouTube, and I can go to Twitter, miss. So I'm like, yo, they was first of all, that was so outrageous. I remember just being, it was the last segment of the day, and I'm like, I was like, I felt like they got a Rolodex of transphobic things we could explore. And it was like, I'm gonna hit all the points. And I was like, nobody. I was like,
so childish though. It doesn't make any sense. Like I didn't understand that at all. Like, you have used pronouns your entire life. You're a grown-ass adult. Why is this a complicated thing to you? I don't get it. And they're just like, oh, but she,
and
her,
they know
he.
Like, it's the bad faithness for me. This is what I don't like. It's like, and I feel like this is the thing about this, like, the media in general. Is like no one, and I get it because it's hard to realize, like, am I supposed to pretend like this person isn't operating in bad faith? But it's like, yo, you know what you're doing. Y'all are like, no, not that. You're like, proceed each other. I'm over there like, like, what is this, bro? And that's why I thought it was so funny with them being so upset, because I'm like, in actuality, in real life, this is so much fun. Like, people just are not prepared for consequences, because in real life, it was two of y'all against me. So I'm the one, you know what I mean?
Right.
Y'all are literally, this is home court for y'all. I'm the one that's like in the lion's den, and y'all were very much so enjoying that. Like, let's jump up together and be on mass. They always because transphobia, like, it lives there. All right, cool. And then the minute we get into it, it's like, as though somebody, I'm like, y'all chose to talk. I don't work here. Y'all chose the topic, the segment, and y'all continue talking. I said, stop. How many times in the segment was I like, y'all, that's okay. Okay, let's wrap it up.
The way you just like casually dismissed it all and like swatted it aside was just so satisfying, because like you said, they have that momentum, like they have the audience on their side, they're like piggybacking off of each other, so it's so easy to be confident. But then when you interject with just like basic common sense, or I remember, what was it that you said to the blonde guy? You said something that was so funny. You were like, what's the damage? How are you getting how are you hurt?
Your impression?
Yeah, where's your? It was just like, and it was just such like, how do you even respond to that? You can't. So they've never been sufficiently challenged, I think. Yeah. So the reaction was so funny, and you could tell that they were sensitive about it. Hence why they were presumably like searching for themselves to watch videos of the reaction.
And in fairness to my Slytherin boy Robbie is fully prepared to take the like. Robbie don't like in real life. Robbie's real nice to me. Like, he is like, it's always been like that. Right? Virtually anytime I'm on the show. And it's on Twitter. Robbie's getting talked talked about crazy by all of my followers. He's used to that. He had no problem with it. It was just an old girl that was just like, she made it so much bigger than it had to be. I'm like, man, this is a social media. I've been on 2 shows since this. Why are we still talking about this? I'm like, oh, you're very upset, Miss Mamas. And I was like, that's so crazy to me, because I'm like, ma'am, that's like, to me, that's like, if the way I talk about police, and then like all the police community come out hating on me, and I'm like, God damn it, I just sue the police for calling me anti-police. I am anti-police.
Yeah.
I'm like, Miss Mamas, they're not hating on you. I was like, there's a list of transphobic shit, and you decided to endorse the list. And I told you it's transphobic, and you proceeded to say, so what are you upset about? Like, what are you mad about, ma'am?
Yeah,
I got 2 quick announcements, by the way. Just two seconds. Ilhan Omar has won. Not a huge surprise, but obviously very good news.
Good.
Maxwell Alejandro Frost has also won, and that makes him the very first Kingdom Hearts superfan to be elected to Congress. Which is good news.
Love that.
And more good news, exit polls in the Fetterman race are showing that independent voters overwhelmingly favor Fetterman over this drinking puppy torturer. So that's also good.
Hell yes.
Let's hope.
I would hope so. I'm good. I like that.
Well, and I have a little bit of good news for you all. Regardless of what happens, we all get to play God of War Ragnarok this weekend. Okay, so keep that in the back of your mind.
I feel like I'm clearly
PS5s and stuff, and
I'm obviously a different brand of nerd, because I don't know what that is.
What brand of nerd are you?
This kind. You see.
I know. I was gonna say I do love the Dragon Ball Z art. I love that.
Very nice.
Damn.
Yeah, this kind of nerd. Like all my custom.
All the weebs are
love
so excited
it.
in the chat.
Yeah,
right
it's
now.
my black Bulma.
I love it.
Those is that your own art?
So I did the Vegeta, Hormone Monstress, Hormone Monstress, Angelic. I'll show you which ones I did. Let me show y'all.
I'm
nice.
So Huey, I drew that. I drew Kyle from South Park. I drew Vegeta. I drew Angelica and Helga, and I drew Hormone Monstress. And all
That's
the rest
incredible.
Thank you. All the rest they're all by Black artists. All the art in my part, except ironically, the one Lizzo is by my high school roommate named Trish. She's a white girl, but she's an artist. She's real dope, and that's my one white people art in the building. I love it, but everything else is by Black people. I love it.
That's amazing. You're very talented.
Yeah,
I love it.
You should tell my mama.
Call her. We'll tell her.
Listen, she'd be like, y'all don't know what y'all talking about. She'd be like, that's okay. Literally, I called my mommy to tell her like that. So I don't know if y'all know the show Living Single, but it's before Friends. Friends copied it, so Friends is the white version of Living Single. But the star, that Erica Alexander, Maxine Shaw, Black staple. Like commented on my Instagram, like she was like on one of my videos from the Breakfast Club. She was like, "You are so brilliant." I called my mommy, like, "Mommy, Erica Alexander said." She was like, "Yeah, child. Even smart people do make mistakes. Like she don't." She was like, "Ah, Lord, the woman." She's like, "The woman can't have the best sense of judgment." I was like, "That's how you can do me for me." Yeah.
My audience loves you, by the way. Just letting you know.
Thank you.
Mike and David, I don't know if you know this, because I only learned this as a non-Black person because I love the show Atlanta. But Goofy and the Goofy movie has been, by Black culture, considered a Black character because there wasn't historically a lot of Black characters for young Black Americans to affix themselves to. So they started affixing themselves to Goofy and the Goofy family, and they actually started, canonically trying to state that was actually a Black family and is.
Wow.
They're Black and Powerline. And Powerline, the Powerline in there is actually he's based on like Bobby Brown, Michael Jackson, and Prince, and he's voiced by Tevin Campbell, who sings Can We Talk, which is big Black song. Yes, you're absolutely right.
I didn't know what.
I was a huge fan of that movie back in the day.
Oh, I love that.
Oh, hell
I love the
yeah.
Goofy movie.
Yeah.
It awakened things in me, and I was like, "Oh wow, that's wild."
I didn't like Goofy as a child. I never liked stupid cartoons. I was a hater because my little sister Femi, so Femi and Yemi, we were a duo by force. Femi Femi loved stupid ass characters in cartoons, and I just hated them all. Like in every show and every cartoon, I would be the smart character and she's the dumb character, and I had such a resentment for Goofy, like this big bumbling buffoon, this big stupid dog. And so, but I realized literally I'm about to send Lance this video I was just watching about exactly what he was talking about why the Goofy movie is a Black staple, and I was like, shit. Damn it! I gotta go love this now out of like Black solidarity.
Yeah, I had no idea.
Yeah,
I
me
watched
neither.
Goofy movie again, like I want to say like 5 or 7 years ago, and it still holds up. It
Oh,
still
yeah.
holds up. It's
The
very,
music's
very
so
good.
great, too.
Yeah. Yeah. I was thinking that the nostalgia would kind of like block it and I wouldn't be able to watch it. No, I finished it. It was good.
I'm supposed to. I had said that I had a 9 o'clock hard out. I technically have plans, but now I'm here running my mouth with y'all, hoping that like I can't be found, like the person can't find this live stream and see what I'm up to.
I'm so sorry. I'm running errands. Logs on to Twitch. Sees you.
You should see me trying to lie. Like I'm like, on my phone, I'm like, oh, I'll bounce off the side.
We'll cover for you. We can come up with something.
Thank you. Yeah, I gotta jump out. I gotta jump off in 5 minutes. I hate it for me.
No worries.
I was gonna ask everybody because you know I'd like to get everyone's consent before throwing someone else in, but I don't know if you know there's a massive YouTuber, the Illuminati. She does a lot of like left-wing deep dive stuff. She's got millions of fans and subs. She wants to join at a certain point. If y'all are interested.
Yeah, bring her
Don't know
in.
who it is, but sure.
She's
She's
very awesome.
She's all of our stuff that she has to ask us when she had a million. I don't got a million followers nowhere. So,
Yeah, that's amazing. How about I don't know how I've never heard of her. If she has a million followers.
You've definitely watched some of her videos not knowing that it was her, probably because she's done.
Oh, okay.
She ripped the Nexium cult apart. She ripped Joe Rogan apart. She's ripped like
Oh,
6
okay.
or 7 like very prominent races.
My audience
apart.
is freaking out, so they love her apparently.
Okay,
you
I
go.
feel so out of the loop. Like, yeah, now I'm excited. Okay.
she's gonna be the women representation. I'm gonna leave when you're like, I'm gonna say hey and then I can jump off.
No, don't leave. My audience is like this is like the funniest person you've had on in a long time, Lance.
Oh, I appreciate. Thank you for appreciating my comedy stylings.
I'm searching them now. I will subscribe to them.
Any good updates in this
Illuminati?
race yet? Or in these races?
What's their YouTube called? The Illuminati?
Yeah, but it's
Yeah,
spelled
they
really
s-
silly. It's IILL Illuminati and then II at the end. It's intentionally
Okay, I
spelled
found it.
strange,
Okay.
and she's an avatar streamer.
Oh,
Or avatar YouTuber.
1.53 million subscribers. That's powerful.
Wow. Yeah, somebody in the chat typed it, so I got the correct spelling. Okay, yeah, I'm subscribing. I feel so bad for not knowing who they are. I think I probably, if I see some of these videos, they'd look familiar, but
She does not need us to know who she is. She is
Yeah.
above us. Did you see
That's
I said
true.
She is 1.5.
Yeah, we're all
that's
ants.
so
She does not
true.
need us. She doesn't need us
Yeah.
to know. All our fans know who she is. You saw David said they got hype.
That's
She
yeah.
clearly has all of our fans and then some.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of overlap between all the different groups.
Okay, well, I officially have subscribed, so we're good.
Cool.
Yeah, I
Keep
subscribe
talking.
too.
I'll be right back. I'm just going to grab a beer.
So let's
God,
see.
don't you all hate Lance?
He's the
I love
worst, right?
Lance.
Lance is just so terrible. No, we love him.
I was checking some of these
love
races.
Lance.
Let's see. Georgia
One
Senate
of my
General.
friends has a crush on Lance.
Oh,
He said, "Aw."
that's cute.
Georgia Senate General race. Warnock 51-46 right now, 65% in.
Ooh.
Shouldn't be this close, but at least Warnock is leading.
Right.
Fetterman is 64-33 with 16% in.
Okay.
I'm seeing a lot of these rural counties turn red from blue. So we'll see how that keeps going.
Yeah, I'm seeing. So the race that I was referring to earlier with Maggie Hassan is New Hampshire, and with 18% of precincts reporting, Maggie Hassan is leading, 58.9 to 39. Still early, but Don Bolduc, for those of you who don't remember, this is Maggie Hassan's opponent, he was the first Republican that Tulsi Gabbard endorsed. And he was confronted by a CNN reporter, I can't remember who, about litter boxes in schools. And he was saying, no, I'm not backing down on this. They're going to have to prove it to me. So he's basically like saying that schools should prove a negative with the litter box story.
Oh, so he believes it, but he wants proof that it's not real?
He wants the schools to give him proof that it's not happening, and
that isn't how burden of proof works.
yeah. So he's not doing great so far. So that'd be great if another lunatic kind of goes down. This is for a Senate seat, by the way. I mean,
if Democrats lose New Hampshire, that would be terrible, right? Like that would be a huge negative sign for the rest of the country. So it appears. I mean, she's 58 to 39 right now. Hopefully, holds that.
I hope that holds. Yeah, because he is a lunatic. A complete lunatic. We're talking about Don Bolduc. He is the first candidate who Tulsi Gabbard endorsed. He's running against Maggie Hassan in New Hampshire for the Senate, and he basically he subscribes to the hoax, the litter box in schools hoax, and he wants schools to prove that it's not happening. So he wants them to prove a negative. Just really stupid person overall and unhinged. Like not Doug Mastriano level unhinged, but still up there and like one of the crazier candidates. So
is there anyone here on the right who isn't crazy? Just like is there any like normal candidate?
Yeah.
I am not one of those people. I love it for y'all that y'all even like go into like a good faith analysis of like Republican candidates as individuals. I don't got time for all that. You had me at Republican.
You may be right. No, you're right though, because it's like there's not really anyone where it's like, oh, that Republican is like sane. Because I guess if you point to people who would say the sanest Republican it's Liz Cheney, who wants like World War III tomorrow. So there's not really a such thing as a sane Republican. I mean, you could be charitable and say, all right, well, at least she accepts the results of the election. But
the Republican Party has to offer at the current moment, they don't still have Romney.
That's true. That's a good point. Romney is probably up there too as one of these sane.
This is my personal belief, but if I was him, Romney is this is what Romney deserves justice on. Yo, we really thought at the time, it's funny how hindsight, Romney, we were dragging Romney like he was the worst thing, and now it's like that's the sanest bastard.
No.
Wish the Republican Party, like Romney was representative of the party. I'm like, yo, I wish I could go back in time and take all that hard mouth out my, take all that bass out my voice. I remember being in college during the debates and stuff, and he was talking about the binder full of. I'm like, yo, we owe that man an apology. I'm not gonna give it to him, but he does deserve one.
Everything's context, though, right? Like at the time, he was like terrible. I mean, he's still terrible, but. We didn't think that it could get worse than that, right? But then it's just like context changes and even more ridiculous people come up. And so I think it's also important not to like whitewash their history as well, like those individuals. Like they're still garbage individuals. It's just that things have gotten so bad that someone like Romney seems tame.
Absolutely right. Because at the time, like I still remember being super, super shocked by Trump. And I'm never like, I pride myself on acting like I'm above the rest of y'all. Like, oh, I'm not shocked. Like, what's a natural? Y'all. What the? Yo, I hear me out. But I was convinced that Hillary is as like, you remember they really had like was moving like Hillary was the Illuminati, like she was the most evil.
Oh yeah.
And I swear
Benghazi.
I swear to y'all, how I thought the Clintons move. I remember when I stayed up late for Trump to win, like, and it happened, but my brain was like, nah, Hillary is who they say she is. So I'm gonna wake up and she will have gotten this shit together. When I woke up and Trump was still supposed to be the president, I was like, oh my God. I was like, Hillary, you know, kill him. I was like, this is gonna happen. I remember being in my car, like crying, like, oh my God. I was so like, you ever take an L so bad, you have to be aggressive with other people. Like I went to law school. I remember like girls like an American flag. I was like, I should beat the both of these bitches up. I remember I had one friend, like I was airing out law students, like classmates who was Trump's, like anything, even airing them out on Facebook. And then one of my classmates, who's my personal friend, I love him. I have a soft spot for him, even though he is a Republican. He made a Facebook status about like something like some pro-Trump thing, like da 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 da. Listen, text him like, hey, out of love, out of courtesy for our friendship, I am not gonna air you out publicly on Facebook. If you don't take that motherfucking status down, I said, don't even fuck with me. I was like, you're talking about this shit. Like I was inhabited. Everybody who wanted to get this smoke could get this smoke. I was on everybody's head because I was sick. I was distraught. I was blindsided. Like I was like, oh no, I couldn't believe this. Oh wow. Like Hillary really disappointed me by not being the devil that they made out to be. You couldn't tell me that woman was in Voldemort. I was like, you mean to tell me this gonna happen? Voldemort ain't never took no L's like that. Voldemort never said quietly while Harry into office. Like, and I said, oh my God, they gassed it. This woman is not a half dangerous as they say she is. Trump has been alive for years.
Yeah.
They got too comfortable.
I'm with you there.
They just got way too comfortable and did not expect people like, of course, I mean, all of us, most of us thought at the time, oh no, that's not possible. Trump can't win, right? Like he's too crazy. But when you don't do enough to get people out to vote in the states that you're supposed to win, and you just assume they're going to come out for you, those like so-called working class states, the states in like Ohio, Pennsylvania, then they're not going to come out. Like you have to actually fight for those votes. If you just take them for granted, at some point they're not going to come out for you, and that's what happened. And it stunned everyone.
By the way, Illuminati, Blair, can you hear us?
Hi, yeah, I can. Hello.
Oh, hi.
Hey, Blair.
Hello.
Hey,
Do you want to introduce yourself to everybody?
Yeah, sure. Hey, hi everyone. I'm the Illuminati, or Blair's on, and I do a bunch of kind of researched videos about all sorts of political and business corruption. So hey, welcome to join. I'm happy to be here.
Awesome.
Is your face identity a secret?
Honestly, I just had a really long day today, and I'm really tired.
I was like, oh, you mean to tell? I was like, ooh, like, I was like, what? Like, I was like, I would love to be an animorph, just a voice, like y'all.
Well, if you check out her channel, the character, like, actually, I've got it on the screen right now. This is I can replace.
You can.
But nothing with this. There you go. I don't know if you can see my screen in Skype.
Oh, okay.
This is. Yeah,
it looks great.
This is basically the YouTube character.
Okay.
Amazing.
I mean, like, oh, that's lit. Oh, that's.
I like it.
No face.
Thank you.
Wow. Like you ever not know you, Vane, until this moment? Like I was like, could I be a faceless self? And I was like, nah, no. Like, I was like, oh, y'all gotta see me. Me coming on here without my makeup was a favor to the world. Like, oh, I don't got time.
I kind of wish I never showed my face after seeing the dollar store Matt Walsh comment today. I should have just gone full, like, hide my identity.
I'm so sorry.
Who said that to you? Was it like a right winger? Was it a conservative?
I'm pretty sure it was a Matt Walsh fan who commented on my YouTube video. Yeah, I read through it and like it made me laugh. But then like after I laughed, I'm like, oh shit, that's actually really brutal. Like they dragged me hard. And I dragged Matt Walsh hard, so I could take the heat. But
did you just let it stand, or you let them talk about your looks and you just let it rock?
Oh yeah, it's.
I want to be like you when I grow up. Like I really want to be like you when I grow up. Like I really want to be like you when I grow up. If somebody said something about my looks on the internet and I didn't reply, it means I didn't see it. Because it ain't happening. Like let me see it. I'm like. What are you talking about? It's gonna be I got real uncivilized. I want somebody called me, a guy on Twitter said something about me not like something. He implied I was only pretty because of makeup or something like that. Yo, I dragged that man to an ether beat. I put him on the job. I put him. Until he took off the account. He took his picture off his account. He had to come off Twitter. Yeah. I'm like, no.
You Thanos'd him.
That's it. I was like, I'm not having it. Like, you're not gonna get away with it.
See, I don't know what it is. At first, like when people would attack my looks, it would bother me. Like when I started my show, I had really, really bad teeth. Like I got braces since then and whatnot, and they've been off. I didn't have the beard, so like they'd really attack me and call me like a beta and stuff, and like it really would bother me. And now like the attacks on my looks don't bother me at all. Like if like David Dole was saying earlier, like if they say, hey, you haven't talked about Julian Assange, and I'm like, I have 5 videos, like here, just search on my account. Like that's what honestly bugs me the worst now. I'd rather them criticize my looks because it's so irritating.
I hate when I have to jump off like a minute. My Uber is literally outside, but I hate when they go criticize you about not including something in like an op-ed or a media thing as though you have the free reign to say all the shit you want to say. I'm like, yeah, as though you can do like you can just say all of the things, or like in my case it'd be like you like I had like one Rikers like thing or whatever, and someone was like, oh, you don't even care about Rikers, or you never talked about that. I'm like,
oh my gosh.
Have what? Wild. I am a broken record on Rikers. Are you serious? I can literally talk about Rikers.
That's true. That's so true.
Trust me, when I can talk about Rikers, like literally, like I was like, that's all I do. What do you like? They come for me about any little thing, and I'm like, wait, but you lying on my good Jesus name? I talked about I'm in serious, so I feel you. But I have to go, y'all. I'm so sorry. This has been wonderful. We should do this again sometime.
Yeah, it's been fun.
Yeah, so much fun with you.
This has been a great panel. That was we should it'll become a thing. Who knows? This could be like a future podcast.
Oh, I really like this. This was a great idea. This was wonderful.
Great dynamic.
Fun. Bye, y'all. Toodaloo.
Bye.
Have fun.
Have a good night.
Yeah, I was remembering, Lance, I was on your 2020 election stream too, so I'm a regular to your election coverage.
That's true. I think David Dole has been too. Illuminati.
You were, weren't you? Yeah.
I think so. It's all a blur now. I don't even know anymore.
Yeah, we could be like correspondents or something.
What's your predictions, Blair, for today?
Oh man, unfortunately I don't have good predictions, but I'm also notoriously a pessimist just because you see so much bad every day. I mean, right now what I'm looking at for Senate results, I'm seeing as of right now, GOP has 40, Dems have 39. So it is close. But maybe I'm just a bit fearful that I think the GOP is actually going to be able to make that swing.
Mm-hmm. That's my fear too. It's, by the way, it was just called for Abbott in Texas.
Oh, no.
Not to be the bearer of bad news, but I just I saw it.
But we have to be honest. We have to take.
Yeah.
Take our copium. Take our pills.
Also, a new projected winner. The next governor of Arkansas is going to be Sarah Huckabee Sanders. So.
Wow.
What? What? She's back.
I haven't followed that at all. Like, what?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. It's,
that just came out of nowhere. You know, that really says something. This has been an election of so many wild things, so many wild personalities, zany moments, just cartoonish like behavior that one just got lost. That one just got lost in the weeds. That there was a full-on victory for Sarah Huckabee Sanders. Holy Lord.
Yeah. Nobody is even paying attention to her with Carrie Lake and Doug Mastriano. Yeah. It's like, Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
How can you look away? And Carrie Lake is losing right now, which is actually kind of funny because she was amongst the most I'm going to make loud noise and say horrifying things because it makes a lot of fucking content. You know, you will put me on TV or on your web shows or whatever.
Well, and did you see what she said today? She was holding a press conference, and of course she was conspiracy mongering about the election. But she said somebody had asked her something to the effect of, you'll be in talks to be Trump's VP pick. So would you do it? And she said, no, I'm going to run 2 terms. I'll be here for 8 years, and I'm going to be your worst nightmare. It's like, is that really something that you want to say as governor? Like, wouldn't you have something at least, I don't know, somewhat optimistic? I mean, I feel like
that's not how she got to where she is. She got there by being a bitch. Like just being a terrible fucking person. She's one of the scariest candidates I think that they have because she is a legit fascist, and the way she's kissed Trump's ass, like she easily could be VP pick if Trump.
Oh yeah.
Well, he'll run again, but if he wins, like she's just terrible.
Well, the
Yeah,
platform isn't even about any particular value anymore. It's just, own the libs, make the libs hate you. It has nothing to do with what they actually stand for, which is why I think they're just going rampant, doing whatever they want right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it works. It's like the base doesn't necessarily seem particularly interested in policies, aside from like some policies with regard to wedge issues. But yeah, it's just if you're owning the libs, then check, I'll vote for you. It's pretty demoralizing to think about.
Didn't so it's funny that she's like, you're saying that she might be Trump's VP. Is that tweet real where she said that like this is the fattest president we've had since Taft? Did she actually?
Yeah, I saw it. I don't know if that's real.
She called Trump fat?
She said
she said congratulations
since Taft. Yeah.
Yeah, congrats to overweight people or something. Yeah. Like something to that effect. I know she was definitely like anti-Trump, and she shared like women's march posts on Facebook and whatnot. So she was definitely anti-Trump and like a resistance liberal. But I'm not sure if that post was real or not. Actually, I should check if I retweeted it, because if I don't know, I hope I didn't. So she's
just pure career then, right? Like I guess this is what most of them are. It's just about like, how can I attain power? And here's a way I can attain power.
Yep. She's another Tulsi, but more charismatic than Tulsi.
Oh yeah. She has that's why she's scary. She has actual charisma in her fascism. Like, it's
absolutely. She could dupe like some liberals over who don't necessarily know better. If she like brings up one thing that resonates with like, PMC libs, then I think that she can win them over in the same way that Trump kind of peeled off suburban, white voters.
Yeah.
Some good news, although this is kind of early to really say anything, with regard to the Michigan governor race. Gretchen Whitmer is leading 51.9 to 46.6. Tudor Dixon is, again, I mean, this is kind of redundant and predictable, but another extremist, but only 11% in, so kind of hard to say, but, nice leads so far.
I feel like a lot of these races, we're not going to have any final results till tomorrow in some cases. I know some states don't count mail-in ballots till like the day of, and I think Pennsylvania is one of those states. So it may take a while to get the actual results out of Pennsylvania. Even though Dems right now hold a big lead. So if mail-in balloting is still coming in, then that's, I assume, going to help them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was predicting that, like, for those of us who do videos on this stuff, like, tomorrow's going to be our busiest day probably, because tonight, not really, we can sit back and watch, but I can't do, like, my whole, okay, folks, here's what happened until, like, Wednesday or Thursday.
What
we
sucks?
all like to do.
What's in my phone, I'm like, oh, God of War comes out the 9th? Okay, I'm taking that day off no matter what. I don't care. I'm taking the day off. And then I realize that's the fucking day after the midterms.
Yeah.
I have to work. I can't take that day off. Out of all the days, they had to.
Why would they do this?
Tomorrow.
Yeah, they could have waited until Friday to release the game, because I see a bunch of like the YouTubers that I felt like Dreamcast guy, like they're all playing it. Happy Console Gamer. I'm like, oh, like the fear of, not fear of missing out, but like the sense that I'm missing out and like I'm losing out on something. It's palpable.
Yeah. Oh well, I'll have to pause it one more day.
Yeah, you and me both will both be starting at the same time. So.
So I don't know if this is just new or new for me, but I'm just seeing something about 8 minutes ago coming out that John Fetterman is suing Pennsylvania election officials over incorrectly labeling mail-in ballots for voting.
I saw that earlier, yeah.
Yeah, I was like, what the heck is going on there? Because I see just a lot of angry people on Twitter, but I mean, that's also the norm.
I think they're trying to throw, the state is, I guess, potentially throwing out ballots that weren't labeled correctly. And I guess he's trying to sue to keep those votes in and count them, because the intention is that they should have been labeled correctly, and it's not. It shouldn't be on the voter losing a vote because of it. That's my read of it.
Yeah, well, the situation is really absurd. So I believe, and we don't do this in Oregon, but you have to date the outside of the ballot. And so if there's no dates, then they're trying to disqualify those, because you're not allowed to turn in your ballot late. But a bunch of people turned in their ballots early, so it doesn't really matter. You know that they're not late, so he's trying to sue to get those counted, if I'm understanding correctly. So it's like one of these situations where it shouldn't even be an issue. And there's already a pending lawsuit from the primaries ballots too. So this is like another lawsuit. So like what David was saying about it being really delayed, could be even more delayed than we thought. Another thing about knowing the results is in Georgia. If it's close, I don't know what triggers it, but there could be a runoff between Walker and Warnock. So this could still be a thing. Like this might not be the end of Herschel Walker politically. We still may have to put up with him for another month, if not 6 years. But so there's just keeping that in mind.
God, what a train wreck.
It's so bad.
You gotta laugh a little bit because it's just so embarrassing at this point on the global stage. It really
right?
Oh, yes, it is.
Well, if it's embarrassing for you, I guess, as Americans, as outsiders,
Yes.
it's so scary. Like, it's very scary watching America and potentially democracy itself just like crumble in the process. Because if one side is not going to accept the results, that throws the whole thing out. Like then you cannot play the game. There is no democracy if one side just like, nah, it's like, I did not lose.
The worst part is that it feels like nobody really cares or is paying attention to it. Like, I don't think people, even political normies, really understand that, like, we're kind of in the end stage of democracy here. People just have, it's like that whole, the pot with the boiling water. You put the frog in it and you gradually turn it up and he doesn't realize that it's boiling. If you throw him in, he'll jump out. And we're like the frog in the boiling pot, where it's like, we've been losing civil rights and civil liberties pretty gradually over the last 2 decades. So it's like, you see, oh, okay, well, the peaceful transition of power, more civil liberties, it's been happening. I don't think people really understand what like living under an authoritarian regime would be like, because we've never experienced that so far. Not that like the US is like a perfect democracy, but like, it will get much worse if now when we vote, it just doesn't matter. And so like I tweeted, it was super doomer and bleak, but it's like, this is kind of the last election in the United States before a huge wave of election deniers assume power at all levels of government across the country. Next election cycle, I mean, if Trump wants to, do a coup, win or lose, he has people in positions of power to where he can get those fake electors certified. It's pretty bleak. And I don't know if people are ready. Like, I know people in my personal life, I try to get like my nieces and nephews involved, try to bug them about voting. And, they're semi-interested, they're relatively progressive, but they don't necessarily know how close they are to just losing democracy itself. And even like with the issue of abortion. So in Oregon, we have a forced birther who could win, and the state could go red because of an independent who's like a spoiler. And I mean, everyone that I know wants to protect reproductive rights, and I bugged them about registering to vote. I don't know if they did. There's no urgency, and it's a little bit it's like I feel like I'm in the Don't Look Up movie with people around me, where it's like, people, I mean, what are you doing? Especially in Oregon.
Like, we're paying attention every day, and it seems so obvious to us because of that. But a lot of people, aren't, or they're listening to the wrong media, and I think media generally clearly isn't raising the alarm bells the way they should be about what is going on right now on the right. And they still try to play this neutral game when they should be playing the objective role, like what is objectively true in terms of what is best for people generally. If you just go from the basis that democracy is good, then they should be objectively covering these races as, hey, this is the anti-democracy candidate. This is the one that said he's going to flip the rate. Like the guy, Doug Mastriano in like Pennsylvania was like clear about, I'm going to change votes. Like when you have someone that is one party doing that, it's the media generally, the mainstream media, it is their job to communicate that to the masses, and they are not doing that. They're still saying this side says this side says this, and there is very little actual objective analysis from the general media. And it really, I understand the need for like straight news people, but even those people, they should be acknowledging what is happening, what is going on here. And I think
you should be sounding the alarm at this stage.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but like one side is like basically saying they don't want trans people to exist, and they want to restrict the like bodily autonomy of women, like half the population of the United States. Like that's pretty extreme. It's like these people are proudly calling themselves Christian nationalists right now. They're out and proud about this kind of bigotry. The stuff that would have been like, you wouldn't see in rallies and marches and signs and all that kind of stuff. And again, I mean, I will put a little sprinkle of hopium on all this. they're in the minority. That like there is not an overwhelming majority of white supremacists, of like fucking full-on neo-Nazis. They don't make up the majority of the United States, and neither do right-wing militias or any of that. But there's just a lot of concentrated danger in those groups right now, unfortunately.
Yeah. Yeah,
but the average Americans are actually pretty progressive. They're for women having bodily autonomy. They're not people who hate gay people. The majority of Americans are not that. It sucks when those small groups try to take power.
Yeah, they're very loud, and I think they kind of skew the perception.
That's it, right?
So they make it seem like, okay, they're, Americans are regressive, but no, issue by issue, they're pretty progressive. The problem is that the media, as David Dole was saying, like they're not doing a good enough job at elevating the salience of like the most important issues. Like there's this graph that I saw that as of September, like the coverage of crime, Fox News just went like straight up, almost like a vertical line. And then, MSNBC, CNN, of course, follow suit as well. And it's like, okay.
They had to catch up too.
Yeah.
What are we going to do? We don't want to lose.
They drive the narrative. No. The right drives the mainstream narrative.
Too. If that's what the ratings are, these are corporate, like they're companies.
Yep.
They have a fiduciary responsibility to their shareholders to generate profit. So they're going to chase that bag. That's what they do.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, crime was all in your face in like American media. Like that's all they were talking about. And it's wild because I'm sure I'm preaching to the converted, but we all know the biggest crime that happens on a regular basis isn't like broken cars. It isn't like people stealing wallets. Isn't people even mugging each other. It's wage theft. And it's like, it's to such a huge margin. Like they're not even like, if you look at the graphs, they're not even in the same, half of the page. And there's just not a large governing body in America to be able to oversee that and stop people from doing that shit.
Yeah.
So I have some good news, I think. Decision Desk just called a minute ago. Wes Moore, the Democrat running for governor in Maryland, has won. That is an R to D flip.
Oh.
So that's good for those in Maryland.
Okay.
Now. Hell yeah.
Also for Colorado, since, obviously it's where I live, so that's where I keep an eye on things. CO District 3 is the one that Lauren Boebert is in. She's currently losing by about 8,000 votes. So it's a
wow.
That'd be great.
Boebert might be done.
I'm genuinely soy facing right now over that. I covered two polls.
That's big
two
soy.
polls, and I'm like,
Premium
okay, folks.
Soy, dude. Premium.
Look,
okay, that's some good hope.
That's a big deal. She's absolutely nuts.
That's no, that would be a huge dub, honestly, for America if that happened. You just injected me with a lot of hopium. Thank you for that.
You are so welcome. We need it.
Yes. I'll be right back. I need some caffeine, actually.
Yeah, fair enough.
But yeah, Boebert goes down.
I wonder what did it for Boebert. That one is strange.
I don't know, because I know that district, that part of Colorado, is typically quite conservative, is my understanding of that area. But I know that's not going to be the end for her in politics, if we're being honest. She's clearly going to capitalize off of the money and the infamy that she's been given, unfortunately.
You're not
she'll have
wrong.
like a YouTube show or some crap.
Oh, absolutely. Maybe she's going to call it like Bowling with Boebert, so that, she can talk about her husband's arrest record at a bowling alley again. That would be
there you go.
Yeah, maybe she'll talk about it.
Blair, apparently David didn't know about your show, but his chat did and loves you, and apparently was just like so excited that you were coming.
Yeah, my chat was going crazy. I was like, oh shit,
it's blowing up.
Oh,
yeah.
Hi everyone in David's chat. I hope you guys are doing well too.
Boebert's father said she didn't actually do anything for them. Oh, all right.
She really didn't do much. She just had, her little gun cafe or whatever restaurant that had like a ton of health violations. Her husband exposing himself to underage minors at a bowling alley, failing to show up for court, reckless driving. I think she had maybe child and pet endangerment or something, just a few casual things, of course. So I don't know why people wouldn't want her to stay. Tricky stuff.
That is very true. It's pretty wild that there's so many candidates who are that extreme right now. Like not just Boebert. I think Marjorie Taylor Greene just won, and Marjorie Taylor Greene
Did
is like,
she?
She won her district again.
Oh,
I mean,
God.
there are some that are so deep red. There's no hope at all. Colorado generally, just as a state,
right as it gets.
isn't that terrible, right? Like there's
Colorado,
a mix there.
I mean, it's purple. I would
Yeah.
argue it's pretty purple, but like Colorado back in, I mean, what, 2010 maybe would have probably been more of like a red state. But I mean, I'm looking at like the map for the U.S. House for Colorado, and it's a mostly blue looking state. I'm happy to see it. It's just, it's come a long way, and I think that's great.
Didn't they legalize marijuana pretty early in terms of the states?
Yeah, we did.
I'm sure that moved things along.
I'm
you all
sure
got high and realized, you know what? Democrats aren't so bad.
Right? Not that bad. Yeah, in Denver, I think legalized shrooms or something like that.
That's right.
Too,
yeah.
in particular.
Denver's even better. Yeah.
No way. Oh,
Well,
I gotta ask you,
I shouldn't say
David,
they legalized it. They just decriminalized, I think, the charge for it or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't partake, so I honestly don't keep up on that. But
I do.
Okay.
You're like, I am.
Yeah, right. There's no way.
Oh,
Lance,
man,
were you
could
saying something?
imagine- Well, no. Now I'm thinking about what it would be like if you're actually trying to stream on shrooms in front of like thousands of people, and not like, oh man, I think that I don't know if I would like that. It actually sounds horrifying.
I can't look at a TV or monitor if I'm on shrooms. Like it's like my phone.
Yeah, exactly.
It hurts my head to look at my phone. Like there's no way.
Yeah. Or when you walk into a new room and everything changes, and all of a sudden you'd be just sitting here like, what is going on right now?
Yeah.
What are all these words on the screen?
Okay, I come with some bad news. It's not definitive or anything yet, but the lead that Tim Ryan had in Ohio has diminished, and JD Vance is now leading by a couple of points.
How?
Yeah, so yeah, that one it was going to be close always, but I actually kind of had Tim Ryan ahead because I think he ran a pretty solid race, as much as I'm usually like frustrated with him. But yeah, that's one that I've been kind of watching.
I do wonder what the mail-in ballot situation is in Ohio, though. If those are still coming in, because I know some states were having that issue where they count them really late.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's something to keep in mind too. More bad news. Not to be the bearer of bad news. This one's gonna hurt.
Bad news, by the way.
Okay, good, because this one's really bad.
I got a good news. Okay.
Herschel Walker has taken the lead.
Shut up.
No.
It's small. Oh,
What?
Did I miss it? Okay, it's small, but he's taking the lead.
On mine, he hasn't, but
Even
okay,
with everything that came out. Oh my gosh.
right. So it's 71% of precincts reporting for the New York Times. On Decision Desk, I see 64% reporting, and it shows
showing
that Warnock is
65
still
on mine,
ahead.
with Warnock ahead by 51 to 46.
Okay, yeah. So for whatever reason, the New York Times here is ahead when they're usually behind. And yeah, it shifted 71% voting. So the best case scenario at this point is a runoff. But who knows? Because again, like the mail-in ballots, I don't know how Georgia does it, but if they count the mail-in ballots on election day, we're not going to get the real results probably until tomorrow or Thursday. So we'll have to wait and see there. But okay, good news, Lance.
So Tammy Duckworth is expected to win re-election. I guess that was expected, but she's now essentially going to, she's the projected winner there in Illinois.
That's good.
Senate.
And I'm seeing for Pennsylvania right now that John Fetterman is ahead of Oz by
Still.
Nice.
Yeah. So it looks like 52.5 to 45.2.
Ooh, that's good.
That's
That
nice.
is
It looks like a
spicy.
200,
That is a
almost
close race.
200,000 point lead. Or I'm sorry,
Okay.
200,000 votes. Not
Very
votes.
How much
nice.
is reporting? Sorry. Do you know how much is reporting? Like what percentage?
I'm looking at it through AP Press. It looks like 35% reporting right now.
Okay, that's good. That's
Yeah.
good.
A good
To,
start.
Oh,
to be in that much of a lead at that point, yeah, that is good.
I do have some hopium here. So in Vermont, in their state house, I believe, transgender candidate Taylor Small won re-election. So really good news there.
AOC has been reelected.
Hey,
Better.
You mean her opponent on Dave Rubin didn't help her? I thought for sure after she was on Dave Rubin's show that was it for AOC.
Oh, that's right. That was the interview where she basically was against vaccines, but then said she had like lung damage from COVID or something. Am I thinking of the right person? I mean,
I didn't watch it all. That sounds crazy.
I saw it. It might have been the Dave Rubin clips.
But yeah, that's a great account.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm seeing a lot of blue on what I'm looking at in terms of what people are reporting. Great news.
What are the total numbers for the Senate right now? There hasn't been any flips yet in the Senate, right? In either direction. Like we haven't heard about one really big senator.
So
was not
they're
expected
showing 39 Dem, 40 GOP, and then it just says in a little yellow block underneath, other parties have 2 seats. So 2 independents.
Yeah, so nothing's changed yet, I don't think.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you heard earlier, Lance, for this call, but the governor in Maryland has flipped. So it was red, now it's Democrat.
Right,
that's Wes Moore, yeah. So that's the only major flip that I think I've seen so far.
So I don't know if you all saw, but exit polling is showing overwhelmingly in multitudes of different states that the number one item of their concern for this election was abortion. And that is pretty wild.
Really? I don't think that's shocking in the slightest.
No. Sorry, not wild in that it's happening in that direction, because obviously, yes, they're just like straight up, stripping women's bodily autonomy away. But the fact that that is telling, that is in terms of where people's direction is going to be. Because think of all the other competing things that always win out on what's your most important issue of this election. It's like inflation, jobs. We got a war. Things like that. In this case, it was like that most likely means that translates into Democratic votes. Now, I don't know if that's enough to flip a whole bunch of different areas, but it is a little interesting piece of hopium.
Yeah. Yeah, that it's an indicator that Democrats, the issue that they pushed is resonating. Another teeny tiny little bit of hopium is in Wisconsin. Mandela Barnes currently has a small lead, only 40% of precincts reporting, but he has 50.8% to Ron Johnson's 49.2. It's possible that changes, but that not bad. So not certainly surpassing my expectations.
I saw youth turnout was big there in Wisconsin from some reporting. So
that's a good sign.
May, help things.
Okay,
I'll be right back.
Sign. All right, let's see.
But yeah, I'm not at all surprised that abortion was a huge issue. I think a lot of people realize that not only, it's not just in terms of Roe v. Wade being overturned earlier this year that was an issue, but I think people started to understand that the foundation of what Roe v. Wade actually was, which was your right to medical privacy, was essentially kind of thrown up into the air in a gray area. And I think a lot of folks realize that even if you do or don't agree on abortion, that it means more than just abortion, and it means more than just bodily autonomy for even women alone as a category. And I think that's probably what resonated with a lot of folks, is realizing, oh my God, we're all screwed, essentially.
Yeah. It definitely was a learning lesson as to how flimsy the entire thing was.
Absolutely.
In terms of a protection, and especially because I grew up thinking that was just a part of fundamental rights of America. It's oh yeah, for the past 50 years abortion's been legal. I don't fully understand all the context to it, and then once you actually look into it, it's something that should have been codified such a long time ago. I know the example of under Obama always comes up, and that's probably the closest chance that the Democrats had in terms of being able to do something about it, and didn't. But at on the other end of the spectrum, the entire right wing, I don't know, the fact that they were capable of pulling that off, and knowing along the entire way with Donald Trump that we're going to have to stack the Supreme Court, we're going to have to put in a whole bunch of individuals, and let's put in Heritage Foundation members, hardcore right wing Christian fundamentalists, to try and not, and Blair's completely right in that they're not only going after the bodily autonomy of women, trans men, non-binary people who give birth. They're going to be going for, I'm guessing interracial marriage, sodomy laws to like go after gay people afterwards, right? Like there's so many potential things on the table now where this weird little council of wizards or whatever you want to call them, who happen to be extremely like intense and racist, are able to conjure up the founding fathers, a couple times a year, and all of a sudden the ghost of all these horrible ideas come out, and it applies broadly to all the rest of America. That is like it's a very astounding thing to think about.
On here, this is depressing as all hell. But truthfully, because I see some folks in the chat being like, oh, yeah, Biden could still codify it and everything. It makes too much money for both sides for it to be something that they codify. And I know that's really, really just dark to say. But a lot of Republicans go with, well, we need to not make Roe v. Wade a thing. So you need to give us money. You need to donate to us so that we can overturn this. And the Democrats have been going, well, we need to keep this, so you also need to give us money. And I think it's just been a fundraising thing for a long time because there's been many an opportunity to have it go one way or another, but it makes too much money for anyone to really flip it. And now that Trump did pretty much exactly what he said he did, he said he was going to stack the Supreme Court, and he did it. He told us what he was going to do, and it's probably one of the only things he did competently, but he did do that. And unfortunately, we're dealing with the consequences now. Like,
so true.
Maybe that's dark for me to say or whatever, but
it's so true.
That's what it was. It's a money-making thing.
Yeah. Well, everybody was joking about how their inbox was just the picture of like Nancy Pelosi's face, like the day after Roe v. Wade was overturned. Like perspective, Roe v. Wade was just overturned, and you voted or you donated to a Democrat before. Here's your inbox. I agree with you. Like it's a moneymaker. So yeah.
And then now, I guess that they kind of overturned it. I wonder if part of the potential issue going on in the way of how we may be able to have a Democratic majority after this still is because now that essentially their voter base got what they wanted, that they're not as motivated to vote anymore. And I'm hoping that's the case because that's really the only good thing that could come out of Roe v. Wade being overturned is that they don't feel motivated to vote, so they don't. And we can have the opportunity to maintain that power, though will something be done with it? That's still to be seen, unfortunately.
Bad news, JD Vance is in a commanding lead right now.
Yeah, I saw that.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, so Peter Thiel's little project to turn America into a monarchy is moving forward, unfortunately.
Oh my God.
Like, that is actually what he's doing. that is what he believes. It's one of those cases where it's like when they tell you, believe them,
That one's pretty
I don't know if you can
pretty
see
depressing.
my dog on camera right now.
That makes me worried for Pennsylvania because I thought, near the end here, Tim Ryan was actually maybe doing a little better than Fetterman was. But I don't know.
Yeah, it's so hard to. This is why I don't like to make predictions in general because it's really, really hard to gauge where voters are at. That one is shocking to me. But again, I'm terrible at predictions. So whatever I feel, it's going to be the opposite.
The JD Vance one is kind of scary because, again, Peter Thiel's project, which is to basically turn America into a digital monarchy or technocracy, and like he's very vocal and open about that, is that he single-handedly, in a lot of cases, was funding JD Vance's campaign. Like that one was a fucking eccentric, billionaire or evil billionaire, whatever you want to call them, who was like funding this one guy who was, I would state otherwise deeply unlikable, like not a very electable candidate,
I stand by the fact that Ohio is not really a state. They're not part of this anymore. I'm sorry for anyone who may be Democratic, liberal, or left-leaning in Ohio. I deeply apologize for that.
I mean, I'm broadcasting from a country that isn't real, so I know what it's like.
Same here.
True.
Me and David are in a made-up land.
Well, in terms of Peter Thiel's little puppets, Blake Masters is not doing too hot in Arizona with 40% of precincts reporting. He's at 41.3%, and Mark Kelly's at 56.4%. So, pretty good cushion. Don't know if that'll stick, but I mean, polls kind of show that Blake Masters wasn't necessarily doing that hot, so we'll see. But the Vance one, oh god, yeah, 7%. Oh yeah, that's bad. That really is bad.
Yes.
I didn't see how big the lead had grown.
I think a lot of these races, it's hard to know what's going to happen unless you're in the state, just because then you are really aware of the amount of money poured into ads, the door knocking, if that's happening, the mailers, all of that. Like, I think it can be tough from like an outsider's point of view to make any sort of prediction just based on, numbers we're seeing in polls, because it doesn't usually tell the full story. So depending, and I imagine JD Vance had a ton of money poured into this race, essentially unlimited, that I'm sure swayed a lot of people.
Yeah. This isn't necessarily election related, but on the 15th of November, that's the date that Trump is teasing, and the Stop the Steal founder, Ali Alexander, shared a little thing on, I think it's Telegram, where he said he received an invitation to Mar-a-Lago on November 15th. So Trump is getting back together the whole crew, the ones who tried to stage the coup.
So is Trump going to get arrested?
Surprising.
Like, what's going on with this shit? Like,
yeah,
wasn't
America?
Hasn't he broken like 1,000 fucking laws? Like, what the hell's going on here?
Right? It's like, can we do it now? Well,
the longer it goes on, the scarier it gets.
Yeah. Although I did read one article, I don't know if it was from Politico or The Hill, but it was kind of compelling. So GOP operatives and like strategists, I think that they're more competent than Democratic strategists, just from like a strategy standpoint. But they're predicting that Trump is definitely going to get indicted shortly after the election, but they actually think it will be good for him because it'll be able to galvanize his base. And he'll be able to portray himself as like this victim of a political witch hunt where the deep state has like turned on him and these institutions are going against him. Joe Biden is weaponizing the Justice Department. And I actually find that pretty persuasive. I don't know what you all think about that, but I think they have a good point. And I think it could help him. Not that I'm saying that he should not, get indicted. Like, he needs to be indicted regardless. But I think that politically it could help him based on how deranged his base is.
Well, legally, what's the point at which you can't run? When you're like, do you have to be literally in jail, or like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
it's one thing to, I guess, I don't know, lay charges. It's another to actually have a sentence. And at that point, I'm guessing you can't really do anything, right? Like, I assume you can't run for president from a jail cell, but then again, knowing this is America, people never actually face consequences when you have money. I can't imagine Trump actually facing real consequences, to which point I think you are right, Mike, that it would just help him. And it's not going to hurt him if they don't actually follow through with some actual consequences.
Yeah.
Eugene Debs, that's right. Eugene Debs ran for president from jail.
Well,
so nothing stops you then.
I mean, one with Merrick Garland, I believe he has a 100% conviction rate. So unfortunately, while it's taking a while, I think it's taking a while because of just how profile something like this is and how delicate it is to actually, investigate and attempt to charge a former president. Like, that's a really big deal, in our political system. Regardless of how you feel about him, it's kind of a big deal. Whether or not, they're going to do it in time, before he can either run or what, I don't know. And I totally agree that, the Q people or whatever, they're going to absolutely weaponize what's happening. They already are. So what's to stop them from continuing the pattern? So, I mean, I would hope he would actually face some sort of consequence, but the truth is, I don't know. Now, if like those 12 boxes of papers or whatever that he was holding in Mar-a-Lago actually do contain nuclear secrets from other countries and they can somehow link it together, he was selling them to Russia or UAE or whatever, then we have, I think a totally verifiable conviction here. Whether or not the other side likes it, I don't think matters at that point. It matters on the global stage more than just our country, because we are seen as such such a superpower that for the U.S. to then not convict someone who has done wrong on the world stage would be humiliating in that respect. I would think, at least.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that with regard to the classified one, and don't quote me on this, I think that if there's a conviction there, then there are certain penalties to where you can't run for public office. So there is a way that he could technically be legally barred. I'm not like positive on how that will happen. But the way that I kind of see it is the only way that we get saved from Donald Trump, and this is a small chance, I think, is if somebody in the GOP primary runs against him and defeats him. Because then he'll cry fraud. And then if a majority of Republicans vote for somebody else, then they're not going to believe the claims of fraud. But that's just not going to happen because he's crushing it in a lot of polls. And you see some momentum for someone like Ron DeSantis, who would also be bad, but like we just need to get them in a position to where Trump can cry fraud at another Republican as opposed to a Democrat. And I think that could break the spell, but I just think he's probably going to be the nominee, unfortunately, because there's a lot of momentum for him.
I got some good news.
Okay.
Josh Shapiro has won in Pennsylvania.
Nice.
Projected
That's
winner
good.
as the new governor there. He's a fantastic.
That's very good news.
He's like center left. I covered him in a video today. I think he's fantastic, and he is.
I saw
think,
that
a future
video.
leader in the party. He has a great history, like in his state. So he was the attorney general in Pennsylvania. He went after drug companies. He went after student loan companies. He went after fossil fuel companies, fracking companies. He went after the Catholic Church. Like, he did a actual fantastic job as attorney general. Actually used his power against the powerful, and so I think he's an exciting individual.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's some hopium. I don't know if you all talked about this yet, but Maryland has voted to legalize recreational marijuana.
Really?
Yeah.
Good for them. That is such a stressed out state. They need it.
I don't know how many states we're at now, but that's very positive news.
It really shouldn't be that big of an issue. I know that the U.S. is trying to make it like a states issue, but it's really just, I don't get it why we're making it such a big deal over marijuana.
Yeah.
It's really not.
It's a plant.
Right.
Yeah, it's
a plant.
embarrassing that it is such a big deal.
It's a plant.
I'm scared of a goddamn plant, but
let's be real. It's a plant.
We love drugs. Like, wow.
Do you all know the details about how effective Biden's proposed treatment of, pardoning? Because I know the problem with him pardoning federal marijuana convictions is that there aren't people in federal prison in the U.S. right now for marijuana convictions, but it would give people who were in prison, I guess, an easier time trying to get jobs or stuff when you have to apply on an application form. Do you know if any on the state level? Because he said he'd basically also give it up to governors, Democratic governors especially, to see whether they do it or not. Do you know if any of them are being like, we're also going to follow through with this? Because that would actually release a lot of people from prison, and especially nonviolent marijuana offenders being disproportionately black. It would be very beneficial, to if that goes down. I'm just wondering if that is going to happen.
I haven't heard any updates on that. I know he's going to face resistance from Republicans for sure, but I mean, I feel like the states may have already made more progress than, or they definitely have made more progress than the federal government. But I did look. I can't remember what the specific number was, but it was relatively low in terms of like the number of federal convictions. But yeah, I don't have an answer about the governors following through on that.
Yeah, I would say I don't have an answer on the governors either. However, I have the kind of reverse information because I've talked quite a bit on my channel about, the private prison system and, the kickbacks and money involved with that and how much money and how profitable that industry, to say it's an industry, even is. And I would definitely say I don't know about blue states, though obviously they do benefit from that. And to a degree, at this point, I do see, Democratic people as just Republican light at this point. So I don't really predict a ton of change just because of how much money it brings in, even though it's wrong. I unfortunately just don't really see that happening unless that particular state or area has a much more progressive kind of leader in place.
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
I do as well.
Sorry, I'm like
It's
the
funny.
buzzkill here tonight. I apologize.
No,
I've
you're
got
not.
lots of
I was just thinking though, like the first time you ever came on my show, you were like, "Oh, I know a lot of people ask about my politics. I think I'm like, associated with like, maybe like a sock dem or stuff like that." And then now, I think this is the second time you come on, and all of a sudden it's like, "Oh, the whole system is corrupt because both sides are basically just in it for profit." The prison industrial complex. You're just like popping off.
I'm starting to become anarchist like to a degree. Like I just in favor of burning it all down at this point. Like, big fan. It's not realistic. Like I understand reality, but my God, would it be great if we just restarted the whole system from the ground up?
Yeah. If you go back and watch my videos from like 2015, I was like this young, bright-eyed sock dem myself, and just like over the years, just gotten more and more doomer and more anti-capitalist in my orientation, and yeah, it's hard not to.
A sock dem America would be awesome.
Something's bad.
Yeah.
I started covering politics because of Bernie Sanders, because I thought he was like this hopeful symbol, and he represented like what is possible. And ever since 2016, when Bernie ran, everything's just gone downhill. It's gotten worse. Like my videos, if you go back, they were like hopeful. I did a lot more comedy back then as well, and I've lost everything. I've lost my soul. I mean, it's not directly true, but like it's just crazy to think like I started because I was happy and I want to do happy things. I wanted to cover happy stories, and it's just every day. It's like just what shitty thing happened today. So, which is why I actually do try to find stories that bring hope, that offer some optimism, that or maybe cover something a little different than what most people are covering. Just because I can't do the daily grind now every day. I can't go through the same shit just looking at the same garbage. It's not beneficial for me. I don't think I do it as well as other people do. And I don't know.
It's actually one of the reasons I watch your videos on stream, because when you have if you cover a topic like the Elon Musk one recently, I'm like, I know David's going to come loaded with the receipts, which I fucking love. You always bring the receipts, you post them all up on the screen, and then all of a sudden it's going to be like, it's going to be funny. It's going to be like, it'll be a feel good story. This Elon Musk thing, he's going to point out all the worst, the best parodies that people did, which they did, by the way. There were so many good parodies of him so far. And I love how all the check marks, they're going out in a blaze of glory, baby. Like just fucking kamikaze style. It's outrageous.
Yeah, those blue checks, they deserve all the credit in the world for changing their name to Elon Musk, for like shitting on him. The one guy that pretended to be him, I forget his name, Chris Warcraft. His tweet was like, he had an Elon Musk profile picture, Elon Musk name. I love waking up in the morning and drinking my own urine. It's a great tangy way to start the day. And it just like keeps, and it's so clearly he's not Elon Musk, right? It's a joke. And this guy, like, they all get banned. Even ones that have parody in the name now, which is supposed to be like the rule. Parody in the actual display name. Even they're getting banned now.
Wow.
So it's just, he's gone full, like, imagine having that much money and being so soft. It's just,
I know.
It blows my mind.
How did you think this was a good idea?
If someone changed their name to David Dolan, was like, I love drinking pee in the morning, I would laugh my ass off. That would be hilarious.
Yeah, that would be hilarious.
Yeah.
Hey, people were saying that to me on Twitter. They were like, how would you like it if we parodied you, Lance? I was like, I think that would be fucking hilarious.
That'd be amazing.
Go to town. Yeah. Do your worst. I want to see how hard you can go.
I would if you are getting parodied, that means that you're relevant. And I was so happy. I saw a parody of myself by a very, very small YouTube channel. And it was not a flattering one. Like, they didn't like me. And I just thought, this is the coolest thing ever. Like, I made it. I'm being parodied. That means that I'm important, It was adorable, by the way. Like, they don't like me, it's clear, but I just thought it was adorable. It's like, oh, a parody. Like, this is actually amazing. It's a bad impression of me.
That's what I was gonna ask. Did they have the same beard and glasses and everything?
They put on glasses and they they tried. It was just cute. I'll say that. not the best impression, but it just made me really happy to see it. I'm like, wow, I made it. Fuck, there's a parody of me now. How cool is that? Bad impression, but an impression nonetheless. I mean, shit, it's good stuff. By the way, I don't know if we got updates since Blair mentioned it, but Adam Frisch is 6 points ahead of Lauren Boebert with 63% reporting. That's shocking. I mean, there's still a ways to go, but maybe the polls were right. I covered a couple of polls from Colorado because I thought it was shocking that she was statistically tied in the first one. And then I told my audience, I'm like, listen, it's probably an outlier. This is good news. But, she's a really prolific fundraiser. She has institutional support. It doesn't seem like Frisch has like a lot of grassroots support behind him. He's self-funding his campaign largely. So just take this poll with a grain of salt. Like a week later, a poll confirmed that he was like 3 or 5 points ahead. And I'm like, okay, this is really good news. But, there's all these things, working in Boebert's favor. And if it actually happens, I'll be shocked. Even with the polls, just because when you see somebody like her, it almost feels like because they're so confidently stupid, but confident nonetheless, it feels like they're untouchable. But to see them to like go down potentially, crossing my fingers, would be really, really nice to see. So that would make my night.
Well, I mean, what was that whole story with Boebert that I'm pretty sure it was Boebert that came out that she was like introduced to Ted Cruz through one of the Koch brothers or something like that as an escort or something.
I saw that.
Oh, yeah.
And I think she claimed she was going to sue for it, but then she never sued the people that were doing it. So they were like, well, you can't sue us if it's true. And she never did. So yeah.
Wait, was that the same group that went after Cawthorn?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Yes, I remember that. Yeah. Okay.
It's so funny that like so much has happened that we forget something that big. Like that's a crazy story.
Oh, I know.
And I forgot that it happened. I covered that story.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I did too. I forgot about it.
Yeah.
Lauren Boebert is a full story. Like she's the whole circus. It's really incredible.
Yeah. Well, and they threatened, or when she threatened to sue on Twitter, they responded. They're like, sue us. We want to depose you. So like they're very confident. Very confident.
That is a lot of confidence.
They literally would fuck around and find out. And she said, you know what? I'm actually not going to fuck around.
Yeah. Oh, no. Okay. Maybe I won't say it because it's not like much has changed. But the lead that Vance has increased.
Oh, Jesus.
And Walker.
I've written them off.
Oh, God.
Yeah, Walker is still leading with 75% of votes, precincts reporting. But again, it's very, very close. And also, I don't know what the situation is like in Georgia when it comes to when they're allowed to count mail-in ballots. If they're allowed to start earlier, then, we'll find out soon. But if they can only start on election day, we won't know the results tonight. But it's just, it honestly is too close for comfort. And if I had to make a prediction, which I'm bad at making predictions, but it looks like this could be a runoff. Because it's very close. I think if it's within 2 points, I want to say it automatically triggers a runoff. I could be off on my math there, but I think it's looking close to that.
I don't know why all these results are different. Like I'm looking at the decision desk in the Georgia Senate race, and they have Warnock up with 65% in. He's at 51-51 to 46-71.
And AP shows 71% reporting. Walker 49.4, Warnock 48.6.
Okay.
So it's super close.
It's very close. I do have a piece of good news. The Arizona governor exit polls are abysmal for Carrie Lake. They are
good.
Very bad. In every single category, she loses.
You scared me when you said they're abysmal at first, and then you said for Carrie Lake, and I'm like,
twist the.
Oh, sorry. I wasn't trying to do it like a reality TV show or anything like. Dun, 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 dun.
They're abysmal for Carrie Lake.
It legitimately made my stomach drop for a second.
Oh, sorry. But in every category, gender, male, female, race, white, black, Latino, Asian, other, race, white, non-white, like in every single category, she's losing. So
hell yes. Okay, that's some hopium right there. Trump is this is a little bit older, but he's going off on Truth Social about the bad machines, and I mean, it's not a shock to any of us. But
did you see the clip of him today? It was I laughed my ass off. There's a clip of him with, I think it's like Newsmax or something, They ask him about like the midterms today, and he's like, "Well, if they do well, then it's because of me. But if they lose, then it's not because of me." Like, I'm not even joking. He like word for like literally said that. And he's kind of smirking, but he's serious, right? That's how he operates. He's only smirking because he knows he's such a ridiculous person. Like, but like imagine Joe Biden said that. Democrats, if they do well today, it's because of me. But if they lose, it's not because of me. But like only Trump can get away with that. Like no other politician, at least Democrat, can't get away with anything like that. It's completely bonkers.
That's hilarious, but so like believable for Donald Trump. I've got to find that video now.
I played it earlier on my stream before the chat, but yeah.
Oh, did you?
It is crazy.
Oh my gosh.
It's with News Nation.
It's just the whole rules for the not for me thing. Because like what you guys were saying, if any Democratic person in power or whatever said something like that, it would be news for weeks. It would be, absolute just tabloid level bullshit. But no, it's Trumpy Wumpy saying it. It's, the orange man. So it's fine.
It's just a different set of rules for him.
With 42% of the vote in, Katie Hobbs has taken a commanding lead over Carrie Lake at 55% to 45%. So
yes,
that is a gap almost so large at 42% that they're probably going to call this one soon.
Nice.
Oh, that's
I'm
good
actually
news.
kind of surprised, honestly. Because Carrie Lake actually has charisma.
Everything, the entire playbook. She was like getting all the press. She was saying just the worst possible things anyone could say, and then they would be like, "Okay, eyeballs on that." You need to platform her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a big relief if she loses.
Yeah.
But we know that's going to be a shit show because Carrie Lake is going to scream
She's not gonna
like,
accept it. Yeah.
Oh yeah. She was like, wasn't she during the primary? She was saying there was fraud, and then she won, and she was still claiming there was fraud. That she would have won by like a larger margin or something to that effect.
And did you see that interview where she was asked like 3 times in a row, "Are you going to accept the results of the election?" And she was like, "We will win." It's like, "But will you accept the results of the election if you lose?" We won't lose.
These people
will win. And just like over and over, you're like, okay, she won't say it out loud. She's definitely going to be like,
we know what that means.
Yeah.
There was a video by Ali Alexander, the Stop the Steal founder, and he just admitted, he's like, if I like the results, then if we won, then it wasn't rigged. If we lose, then it was rigged. If I like the results, then it wasn't rigged. It's like, okay, so you're just saying it. Okay, interesting.
Yep. Well, did you like Republicans right now? I don't know if you saw Tim Pool's ex-co-host Adam Kriegler, whatever Wade Lord's real name is. He's tweeted out like that he's anti-democratic now, and I was like, this is a thing on the right? They're just straight up like, fuck democracy. We win all now.
Jesus.
win all, take all.
Is he like one of those? Because some of them they'll claim like, oh well, you see, I don't like democracy because we're a republic. As if that's like.
I assume to be totally fair, yes.
Okay. It's really. I hate that so much because a republic is a type of democracy, and that's like political science 101. Like you should you should be required, if you're going to talk about politics for a living, to at least know that. It drives me absolutely nuts.
Yeah.
I will say there's a victory in New Hampshire. Maggie Hassan has won re-election for U.S. Senate. So
nice.
Dems keep that.
Hell yeah.
That's good news.
Yeah, like if she were to lose this rate, if this was a loss to Republicans, it would have been the entire night would have been a giant red wave. Like if they lost New Hampshire, so it's good to see that there's some seats being kept here. Yeah, and she won 56 to 41.
That's amazing. We love.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Got to take the wins where you can.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I was definitely thinking tonight the best possible outcome that's realistic is that they keep the Senate. That's as close as it gets. Holy
I agree.
Shit, John Fetterman at 52% votes counted, 50.8% to 46.9%. He is now surging ahead. This one looks really good. Oh, that's
Thank
fucking
God.
opium right there. Oh,
I'm crossing my
Like Joe
fingers.
Fetterman, he just
Yeah.
Maybe the mail-in ballots now are being counted.
Oh,
yeah. That's really huge. I was like, please, America, tell me there's a bar. I need something to be able to, like, the fucking rap sheet on this dude. Like David was saying earlier, the man had to testify before Congress because his bills were hurting people. He's a literal snake oil salesman. Like, and that's just like, that's the stuff that most people should know. That's the surface. Everything else that came out, the piss drinking, the puppy torturing, the stabbing his sister in the head, all of that weird ass shit. Like that, like, where do we set this? Like, at what point is it like, okay, we're gonna draw the line at the puppy torture. We have placed the bar, and it's gonna be puppy torture. I hope it's puppy torture. Please, America, tell me it was puppy torture.
Okay, so I'm looking at the New York Times, and of the seats that were kind of up for grabs, Dems have one, and that is the Colorado seat with Michael Bennett. Mandela Barnes, they have him in there going for Republicans, still likely are, but the needle has been wrong, and Barnes is leading at 54% reporting. I worded that very confusing. He's leading with a 0.38% lead with 54% of precincts reporting. So he's doing better than I anticipated. Again, lots of votes to go. Likely that Johnson makes that up, but this is still pretty good that he's having a really solid showing. He just went up, actually. Vance, with 82% of precincts reporting, still has an 8-point lead in Ohio. So I feel like they've got to be close to calling it, unless they haven't gotten to the mail-in ballots yet, and they're waiting for that. But yeah, that's really ugly. It's not looking good.
Definitely not. I don't know. This is pretty neck and neck, which is kind of sad in a way, because if the GOP actually takes control, we're so fucked. I'm sorry,
Yes.
Lance, am I allowed to curse on your stream? I forgot. I'm just
absolutely. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh, cool.
You can fucking say whatever you fucking want.
Oh, fuck yeah. Thanks, man. Sorry, I got the mouth of a sailor. I apologize every time. I'm like, oh, shit.
Nah, this is the internet, you know?
Apologies. I know I get the little every once in a while in the comments section of my videos, someone's like, you don't have to curse to make your point. I'm like, actually, I do. I gotta add.
I hate that.
How bad this is.
Yeah.
I get that too. It's so frustrating.
Right. I'm like, don't police my tone on this. I'm allowed to be upset. I don't talk about happy topics. Like, hello, are you not upset by this?
Right.
Some bad news. Apparently, the Texas Tribune is calling Greg Abbott for the win.
Oh, poor Texas.
Yeah, another loss for fucking. That's Beto, right?
Beto, yep.
Yeah,
he's real good at losing elections.
Fuck, yeah, so many.
He's lost 3 within the last 5 years. I think
so. 3 in 5 years. That's a lot. That's a lot.
Okay, so I want to get some predictions from you all. What is his next move? Does he start a podcast or does he run again?
Mayor of somewhere.
That's
what it is.
That would make sense because he could do that. Just pick a blue county in Texas, become the mayor. Yeah,
he could do that. Yeah, Mayor Abbott. He doesn't have the same ring
again.
Is like, was it the dentist thing? Have people just not been able to forget that? Just that image, just seeing the inside of his mouth, was that enough to make him like, unfortunately, sir, you're not presidential anymore. Like you'll never make it in this town.
I'm sorry,
we've seen too much. Yeah, so he posted a picture, or it was a video, right, Mike? Like
he was vlogging.
Right, he was vlogging. And that was enough. Like,
with the dentist was straight up in his mouth, and he's just vlogging. I don't know how else to describe it. It was very uncomfortable to watch.
It was.
I didn't approve of it.
You didn't approve of that message.
I was very, very. anti-dentist vlogging. Like some things, some things are cool to watch. The dentist, no. If you're gonna take a vlog to like Walgreens, pick up some late night snacks, okay, I don't need to see that. But if you want to do that, perfectly within the realm of like reasonability, or what is reasonable. But the dentist thing is just so gross. I don't want to look at my own mouth.
Same.
So don't show me yours. Not that I have a gross mouth, but like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just not, it's not, it's like spreading your ass cheeks on screen or farting. Like, it's just like inappropriate. Yeah. It's not okay.
Yeah, it's very intimate, Like if he was like, hey, I'm going to film myself getting a colonoscopy, you'd be like, no, Beto, no, don't do it. Don't do it. You'll never walk away from this one.
Yeah. It's like, just some things are better left to the imagination.
Absolutely.
And that's one of them.
Absolutely.
This from Nate Silver. I know he's not good at anything except numbers sometimes, so this is just pure numbers. He says in House races rated as toss-up or lean by 538, Democrats currently lead in 17 and Republicans in 7.
Okay.
What?
I'll take
so
that.
That's
what?
A good sign.
Okay. All right.
That's a very good sign.
I'm seeing others saying this is definitely not a red wave, so I guess potentially the GOP aren't doing as well as people maybe thought they would have.
I will absolutely take that. What's sad for us is the better that Democrats do, the bigger the shit show it will be the next couple of weeks because of the claims of fraud.
Because claims of fraud, and then of course there's the element in the fear of violence. All the fucking right-wing militias, Proud Boys, Oath Keepers, all of them being like, yeah, we were like, they're the foot soldiers for this entire fiasco. That's like that's the scariest aspect about it, because the other team is like, we're no longer accepting election results. I don't think it can be overstated the danger that having a person like Donald Trump, who, like, let's just be real, it's a grown man baby. He's just a man baby who couldn't accept like very simple math, very simple, like, and then tried to demand from people who could officiate it, hey, can you find the votes? Can you get me the votes? Like that's all it was.
Some potential good news here for Fetterman, at least according to Steve Kornacki on MSNBC, who analyzed these numbers. He says Oz is apparently running under Trump's numbers in Pennsylvania. So Oz is not doing as well as Trump has carried those counties that he is running against Fetterman in. Meaning Fetterman was still like, who has the lead currently, maybe a better chance at keeping it than losing it.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Yeah, it's still
like 6 or 7 hopiums in a row.
Another hopium for you.
Oh, what?
Projected winner of the New York Attorney General race is Letitia James, the only person with the gumption to go after Trump.
Let's go.
So yeah, she won, and she won by a lot.
Hell yeah.
Well, I think that's excellent news. I like her. She seems like a badass.
I think she is fantastic. Any Democrat that basically takes on Republicans, either legally or rhetorically, I think that they are better than other Democrats. Like, more need to do that. That's why I'm really pumped about Doug Shapiro, because I saw David's video from this morning, and that was the first time I heard him speak, and I'm like, okay, this is somebody with talent. Interesting.
Yeah.
I didn't
That's
like
rare.
you just see a new Democrat face, and it's like,
And speaking of Josh Shapiro, even though it was already called by the decision desk earlier, NBC News is now projecting that Josh Shapiro wins Pennsylvania governor. So that's good. Great to have him.
That's really, really great news. It would have been horrible for Democrats because Doug Mastriano, his opponent, was the one that Democrats propped up during the GOP primary. So
that's right.
If they lost that one, that would have been a nightmare. There was a moment where he started to surge. Doug Mastriano like leaped ahead in the polls, but thankfully that was like short-lived because he's probably, besides Kerry Lake, the most dangerous.
Yeah.
So it's nice to see him defeated.
That is really awesome. I think one of the coolest possible narratives of this election is if it turns out what a lot of people were predicting, that that Republicans may have overplayed their hand with the whole forcing women to do what they want thing, controlling their bodies and forcing them, because like that being the exit poll biggest thing in terms of a lot of different states, it's like abortion was one of the key issues. And seeing what happened previously in Kentucky, for example, like Kentucky of all fucking places, like having Lindsey Graham come out, betray fucking Mitch McConnell, which was a thing of utter beauty when he came out there, and he's like, "Oh, we must control their bodies. It's too much." He did that whole thing, and then Mitch McConnell's like, "What the hell?" Like caught him so off guard. He was like, "Why would he do that?" No, we're not as hardcore as you think. That could like, I think Republicans underestimate women voters, like half the population. Like, yeah, no, I don't want that actually. Like,
I'm sorry,
I will
but that's
actually
like the
go out.
basis of misogyny is literally underestimating and disqualifying women. So it says a lot about that party. Just kind of straight up. I know that's kind of an obvious point, but I mean, not true. But I found really like one of the most fascinating things to me was, couple months before all of this kind of happening tonight, just how GOP candidates saw that this was coming, that this was going to be a big issue. And they all of a sudden are scrubbing shit out of their websites and like, no, we're not saying this anymore. Like, what was it? The Blake Masters guy who said, I'm 100% pro-life. Boom, gone everywhere. No more. He immediately backpedals. And I just found it so funny. I'm like, women's rights only matter, or at least not publicly saying they don't matter, only matters when you think you might actually lose. Otherwise, you're totally fine. I'm like, I hope no one's fooled by that who might be Republican and go, oh my God, well, they took it away, so they like care about us. I'm like, no, babe. They still want you to be a fucking second-class citizen.
Yeah, it's wild. It's 42 to 41 now, according to the news, live news compared to the actual election map. 42 for the GOP, by the way, for the Senate to 1 Democrats.
This is like so stressful to watch, honestly.
Oh,
I don't know.
Every year.
Yeah, it never gets easier, but I'm like, every year I feel like we're tiptoeing closer and closer to like a complete collapse of democracy. And this one feels a little too close for comfort now. And we're just sitting here watching this almost like it's a game show. And in a way, it's kind of disturbing. And again, I'm sorry, I am the pessimist of all pessimists here, I guess.
It's totally true, though. It's been sports for a long time.
Yeah.
Like, and America ramped that up, baby. It's just one of those things where all of a sudden all this happens, and it's like, you're like, what the hell is going on?
Welcome to this season of America. Are we going to fall apart? Stay tuned for this evening's results. Like, oh my God, I hate it.
Yeah, it's pretty wild, but you're totally right, because a lot of stuff actually hangs in the balance.
Right?
It's incredibly important.
It's no longer what color is the state anymore, or whatever. Or, oh my God, one people want to lower taxes, another one wants to raise taxes. It's hey, one side just believes like people deserve like human rights and to be treated like humans, and the other side's like, but what if we created like a caste system in the U.S.? I'm like, that's not like a quirky little difference anymore. Like, these are fundamentally destructive issues on the table.
Yeah. And the weirdest thing is then will come in a whole bunch of strange figures like Glenn Greenwald to be like, well, we do need to understand that you should be skeptical about what they're saying out loud right now. I mean, shouldn't we all question the mainstream narratives and what's happening in like, liberal media? And like no, the other side is saying they don't want trans people to exist. It's like it's not a simple thing anymore. Like, you can definitely say that both sides are definitely, they support the military industrial complex. They are incredibly fucking lobbied. If you're a Democrat, you're lobbied by like Silicon Valley and tech sectors. If you're a Republican, you're lobbied by the energy sector, and both sides know which side may be more favorable to them. That's why Democrats don't do antitrust laws on big fucking tech monopolies, and that's why Republicans are like, climate change isn't real. But like, All that being said, the other side is just straight up saying Christian nationalist shit now, like just straight up broadcasting without, even being shy about it, that we're going to go after LGBTQ plus people. We're going to go after gay people. We're going to go after trans kids. We're going to oppress women. We're going to make sure that like half the population doesn't have the ability, to have bodily autonomy. That's what they're all about right now. So this really sucks. I don't think you can in any way, shape or form be a fence sitter, even a centrist. Like the status quo is fucking moving us very quickly towards this fucking neo-fascist bullshit. So let's dial it back.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that are still living in 2016 where they don't realize that things have changed substantially now. And this isn't like a matter of, hey, can we get the Democratic Party to, support Medicare for all? I think that getting any policy concessions at this point is like a minor miracle. Like it's literally just about survival at this point. And can we like have democracy for another 5 years, maybe 10 years if we're lucky? And people just are in that old mindset. And I get it. Like I'm frustrated with the Democratic Party too, because they're not where they should be. But like this is the first time I think I voted like straight Democrat down the line, because usually like at the local level I'll support like Green Party candidates or independent candidates just because they have more of a chance. But it's like not anymore. I can't even gamble. I have to make sure that I keep all the fascists out. Like even if you listen to like these local races, they're fucking insane. Like I listened to a race between two local candidates, and the question was, hey, who's the president right now? And it's all well, Biden's in the power in the White House. I assume he's the president. And it's like, yeah, I agree with him. It's like, oh my God, these are two crazy people who are running against each other, and you can choose somebody who is an election denier or an election denier, because that's a little bit of a short of hand when they say, oh, well, he's in the White House, he's the president. That's them not saying that, Trump lost the election. That's them just trying to hide the ball a little bit. So like at these local races too now, like there's so much at stake. School boards, like something that none of us thought about now, is huge because of the way that they're like banning LGBTQ plus books. It's genuinely horrifying. So like I'm just in survival mode, and I'm just like, this time I have to vote straight Democrat, and it doesn't make me feel great because I really am frustrated with the Democratic Party. But that's unfortunately the situation. Republicans are just too extreme to risk it.
Someone joined. Is that Matt Binder? Matt Binder, is that you? It's either Matt Binder or RM Brown. One of the two.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Are you still linking up with Majority Report?
I have not heard back from Sam. I don't know if there's
okay.
Yeah, so the Majority Report, where's his message? Bradley. He's wrapping up something and then he's still joining you. Okay. Sure. I mean, there's a lot of election to go. It's 7:51 on this side.
We're getting into the interesting stuff right now. So
yeah, this is when the juicy bits begin.
Yeah. The West Coast hasn't even started to come in yet, it looks like, but they should be coming in within like 8 minutes.
That's right. There's so much more to go. Oh my God.
I'm like waiting on pins and needles looking at the results from my state when it comes in.
This Fetterman race keeps jumping back and forth. Like he's up 0.2, then down 0.2, then he's up 0.1.
I know.
He's still leading 49.8. This is on New York Times, 49.8 to 47.8. But man, it is close.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Also, Johnson unfortunately took a very small lead, but it's kind of still jumping between him and Mandela Barnes. Johnson has a lead of 0.03. So, I mean, it's pretty close with 61% reporting. So I still think that Barnes is really, he's seemingly outperforming the polls, at least now. We'll have to wait and see. The Vance race in Ohio, it's still, with 87% reporting, Vance has an 8-point lead. I've got to think that the only reason why they're not calling that one is because of mail-in ballots that are still being counted. The Georgia situation, Walker still has that small lead, 0.89. And yeah, that's 77% of precincts reporting. So I have to imagine that it's got to be the mail-ins.
Hell yeah. RM Brown.
RM Brown.
Hey.
Hey, what's
going on?
How are you, sir?
Hey, sorry guys, I'm trying to fix all these audio problems. Just,
No
I guess,
worries.
pretend like I'm not here for now. Sorry.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Illuminati. I don't know if you know RM Brown, but he does a lot of really funny comedy videos on the YouTubes where he laughs and he makes fun of the ghouls. You know, your Steven Crowders, your Ben Shapiro's, your Tim Pools, all that kind of stuff.
Ooh, fabulous. I'm. It's great to meet you. I'll have to look into your stuff. See, I feel so bad because I don't really follow like those kind of right people. Like and I know maybe that's ignorant of me. I don't really follow or pay attention really to what they say. And the only person I think I've criticized was really on the basis of business was Ben Shapiro. And then also, oh my God, I'm forgetting his name. Putting chemicals in the water guy.
Oh, Alex Jones.
Oh,
Alex Jones. Hell yeah.
But I'd assume it's all just an absolute shit show. So
you were going after
probably
Brainforce Plus, right?
Wait, what?
Weren't you going after Brainforce Plus? Like was that the reason, or was it?
Yeah,
I can't remember.
Because when you look at the money funding for Alex Jones's show, because he doesn't really have like sponsors or really guaranteed airtime on anything that actually, has ads running with it, he has to actually create his income from something else. So taking a look at, trying to look at the books, obviously when he's privately held, you don't have to disclose that. So we had to take a couple educated guesses based off of how his website is laid out. And it does appear that he's actually more of like a vitamin company than he is a talk show, because that's where it seems the majority of his money actually comes from. And that's kind of what I was looking at, was how does the Alex Jones vitamin business actually run? And it's not good, obviously, but yeah.
Well, like so much of his entire empire is built around him spending like hours keeping people scared. Like, you're all going to die soon. You basically have to buy all my supplements to get all my slop and buy it. And then it's just to sell people shit, though. It's like he freaks you out and then makes you really scared about the world, and then gives you the cure to the things you're scared of. Like,
right.
If you don't buy my Brainforce Plus, you won't have super high IQs. If you don't get my dick pills, you won't be able to procreate the master race. Like, you can get everything you need here.
I've got breaking news, folks.
So do I. I'll go after you.
We might have the same thing. Want to go on 3?
Wait, is it Decision Desk? What are you talking about?
So it's been called in Ohio for JD Vance.
I don't have that.
That was a foregone conclusion in my mind. I'd already given up on that one.
Yeah.
That's
I had some hope that it wasn't being called because mail-in votes weren't counted or something. Nope, it's being called by NBC News.
So you know that meme where it's like, oh no, oh fuck. That's basically, if Peter Thiel has now officially sunk his talons into being able to start to control people through politics or something like that, this bodes very bad, very, very badly. He's trying to basically turn America into like a Christian theocracy, which is not a good thing.
Yeah, that's weird. Sorry for the poor entrance, guys. I'm not great with tech, but I don't get how anybody can look at JD Vance, even in that. I don't know if you guys watched that debate, but it was just like, man, what an annoying little turd this guy is. He's just, does America not have a vibe filter or something? Like, of course, all his policy ideas are, like you were saying, like theocratic lunacy, but he's also just such an annoying, just a puke or something. I don't know. He just seems like a horrible guy.
Yeah, he's very smarmy.
Yeah,
like there's something about him that's like Ted Cruz-y almost.
Yeah, but it's like
such
exactly
a
like Ted Cruz. Like, how does someone like that win any election? It blows my mind. I don't.
Yeah.
Just on like personality alone. Like, isn't that you know what I mean? Like, just on reading somebody, can't you tell this person's a total fraud, weirdo? Like, none of that registers. It's really bizarre.
Yeah, did you guys watch that debate? There were some pretty funny moments in that JD Vance debate. I don't know if you guys watched that.
I saw the highlight
clips.
reel.
Yeah, I watched the highlights only.
Yeah, it was pretty good. I mean, it was good in sort of how ridiculous it is, a lot of it, but there was a part where it felt like JD Vance was getting bullied a little bit, which I kind of enjoyed. Not that I promote bullying. I don't like bullying at all. But when it's somebody like JD Vance, I'm kind of like, oh, okay. Now I
You can
feel
make
like
an exception.
Yeah, now he's the exception. Exactly.
I will say the decision desk is just saying the GOP's
sorry,
chances of winning the House majority are dropping significantly, according to their live model. Our mean seat projection is down to 224 Republican seats.
What? Are you serious?
The
House was their lock.
This is according to Decision Desk HQ. So
Wow.
they could be wrong, but that's their projection so far.
Oh,
I know, yeah.
Are we gonna have one of those roller coaster nights where you get all these endorphins and serotonin just pumping through your veins because there's a huge upset? You're like, wait, what the fuck? No one saw this coming.
I mean, yeah.
Like Lauren Boebert losing, which may happen.
Fantastic.
Yeah, actually, I have a little bit of an update there. So in Colorado's 3rd congressional district, Adam Frisch v. Lauren Boebert, with 78% of precincts reporting. Are you ready for it? He grew his lead. So he had 10,000 ahead of her, and now that's grown by about 4,000 votes. She could, like Lauren Boebert could lose. Oh my God, the thought is just euphoric.
Really funny.
Kansas governor election results. Laura Kelly is in a decidedly strong lead with 82% in at 50.9 to Derek Schmidt 46. That one is going to be called very soon.
Mm.
Oh, wow.
So that's a Democrat in Kansas. Come on.
Okay. Do you want a teeny tiny sliver of hopium?
Yes.
So Warnock went up a teeny tiny bit. So Herschel Walker was leading by Matt. How's it going?
How y'all doing?
We're doing well.
Starting to get, I think, a little too excited. Just a little bit too much good news happening all at once.
Oh,
yeah.
I was just on a stream with Lauren Chen and Destiny and
Matt, why do you do this to yourself?
And Michael Tracy and and Robbie Starbucks, whatever his name is. And let me tell you, it's
holy hell.
It's been a good night.
That is wild. What a lineup.
Wow.
And how did you do?
I gotta say, it was very sort of quiet for a little bit, and then it got a little feisty in certain areas. When I was asking what they brought up crime in New York and the issue of homeless, and talking about the Kathy Hochul race, where apparently conservatives really thought there was a chance, to the point where someone I was on the stream with actually bet money that Lee Zeldin was going to win.
Oh no, they didn't. No.
Apparently they did. To be fair, he said it was money he had to, he had to lose. Like, he wasn't like, but so, but I mean, it's just like, I just retweeted that video from Joe Rogan on Halloween where he said, oh, it's going to be a red wave, that scene in The Shining where the elevator opens up and the red blood pours through. I mean, I'm literally like, I'm hanging out with the two twins right now. And we're wondering what the fuck everything is. I mean, come play with us, Joey. I mean, what's going on here?
So you seem pretty upbeat then about tonight, because I feel like it was sort of a mix. Like it's a hard read because you have like JD Vance winning, but then you have Tim Ryan, Lauren Boebert maybe losing. So it's just like all over the place.
Campaign. Tim Ryan actually ran a good campaign.
He did, yeah.
What you gonna do? It's Ohio. That was that. I mean, to me, that would have been the upset race. Like, people like Val Demings was gonna lose in Florida. Period. Florida's a red state. People have to understand that now. It's done.
Mm-hmm.
It's no longer a Democratic Party project. It's not a purple state. It's not a swing state. It's probably the most conservative state in the country right now. It is gone. Give it up. You got a better chance in Texas. You got a better chance in, I don't know, turning Arizona blue for good. I mean, it's like literally give Florida up. It's done.
Well, that's,
I mean, you want to support statewide races, like, I get it. Of course, I'm not saying give up on the people who live in Florida, but strategically, on a national level, Florida is just it's gone. It's gone. It's a red state.
People are having a hard time swallowing that pill, but it's so true.
It's gone. You got to get. Listen, Bugs Bunny told us many years ago we needed to just cut Florida off.
He was right.
Also, I gotta shout out. I just saw R.M. Brown the first time I'm streaming with R.M. Brown. Hey, man.
Same.
Me too.
Matt, what's up? I've been a big fan for a long time. I have to say props on the investigation too.
Yeah.
Oh, that was hilarious.
Listen, I
oh my
overheard.
God.
I was looking at the exit polls, and it turns out voters' #1 issue was Jimmy Dore's sock puppet.
That level of detective work applied to something like that it's great and it's hilarious at the same time.
The profile picture matching the profile, the top, the sliver of the profile picture to the top. Just like wow, that
I
did
screamed at my computer when you revealed that. Like it was like the biggest like revelation since like Red Wedding in all of media, like in Game of Thrones. Like that was more impactful to me than the Red Wedding. Like it was just so huge.
Thank you. First of all, I got. That's
I think the psychology is behind that. Like, what's he doing with that? Well, why would somebody risk getting caught doing that to do that?
Right.
He didn't think he'd get caught. That's what it is.
Yep.
He's too dumb to think he would get caught.
He got a little bit too comfortable.
Winter came for House Door.
The Rains of Kashmir are going to play in the background. Have you figured out who the secondary account is? The one who's replying to me, still doing the same shit, like just super hardcore Jimmy Dore. Like
the libtard01 who's using like a 0 instead of an O or an O instead of a 0.
Yeah,
I'm almost positive they're actually like a fan of all ours who's just messing around.
So they're
that account,
Jimmy. Okay.
Because that account was started during one of my live streams.
Gotcha.
Matt,
There's sock puppets now.
Have you heard of libtard02?
Is there libtard02?
Maybe you should look into them. That's all I'm saying.
Ooh. Listen, there was a number of things came together for that. Like, it's not every day it's so obvious, honestly. But he just didn't care, I guess, and made it very obvious.
I love how he responded to you. And like that sent you on this investigation, and now he's just somebody saying I'm cackling. I am. No, somebody responded and like, or what am I saying? I don't even know what I'm saying. It's just amazing. That was amazing work, Matt. I've got to say it in my life.
Has he addressed this investigation at all? Have you heard any
As far as I know, he has not. No, I don't.
Oh, I have a huge announcement, everyone. Projection: Democrat John Fetterman is the projected winner in the Pennsylvania Senate election. He will defeat Republican
of course,
Democratic gang. Hell yeah!
According to who?
Hell yeah!
That's crazy.
Yes.
Yeah,
honestly,
who's calling it?
I wish I put out my projection
The election
because
center.
I was a little bit worried. Like
Okay.
I was like pretty sure, but I was like, this isn't like making a presidential map where you could really tell. Like these midterms are hard to really pin down because it really does depend about on the ground game in a way like a presidential election honestly doesn't. Voters meeting the candidate in these elections, whether it be Senate races or House races, they actually mattered during the midterms. Whereas presidential race, you could get the feel of different states more broadly, and then you could pretty much extrapolate from there how at the top of the ticket's going to pull up the rest of the down ballot. I was not worried. I was not worried. I wasn't sure it was going to be. I didn't think it was going to be this good, but this is like, the polls were the aggregate polls were wrecked by all these Republican polls flooding the media. If you looked, it was like, what is that one, like Tragmia or whatever, all of a sudden was putting out all these polls, and all these like Republican polls were coming out, and it was like, you wouldn't flood the airwaves like this unless you needed to.
Yeah, what was weird about that too is I was watching a lot of conservative media, and none of them were saying, "Oh, Mehmet Oz is awesome." They weren't even talking about him. They were only talking about John Fetterman's problems, which I feel like is sort of a red flag when one candidate is so terrible that you're just like, you're just like, oh, he doesn't exist. He's just like he's just an empty chair that we're voting against this other guy. So yeah, I don't know. He was just terrible.
I mean, it's shocking to me. I mean, it might be surprising to Republican voters, but it turns out people don't like when you start calling someone who suffered from a stroke and is trying to come back from it. You know, voters don't like calling him mush for brains or retarded now. I mean, like that's literally what they were calling John Fetterman. They were literally questioning his abilities when it was quite clear to anyone who's ever experienced or a loved one experienced a stroke, they knew what John Fetterman was going through. And I got to tell you, a lot of people know someone who suffered a stroke.
Yeah. And it made him kind of an underdog, too. It made me like him more, you know, that these people are now bullying this guy. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, it was also funny because of how Fetterman looks. I mean, like you would look at John Fetterman and bully that guy. like, honestly, John Fetterman is the first senator who looks like somebody I would actually like hang out with.
Well, yeah, I thought he was like when I didn't know anything about him until like, you know, pretty recently, and I was like, oh, a retired wrestler is running for Senate. That's because he's got that look.
Jesse Ventura.
Yeah, he's got Ventura vibes for sure.
Definitely. That's why I think like up to this point, up until, you know, the clear impacts of the stroke and like that debate, he was really running away in all polling against Oz. And I do think like, in the last month, in addition to the debate, there was a lot of focus on, or a lot of money put on ads for Oz. I know they poured a lot more money into that race in the past month or so, which I'm sure helped to close the gap. But Fetterman, because he's such a different style of politician, I think, it helped a lot of people get over any sort of issues they may have with him, just because people want to see someone different in. Like, they're tired of these empty suits, and Fetterman doesn't even wear suits. Like, he's just like the anti-suit guy, and he's a good representation of what people want out of their elected leaders on a national level. Someone who's actually looks a little different, is going to maybe speak a little more truth to power, is representative of the people of their state, and isn't just, again, someone like Oz who came in from out of state to try and win this race. And I think Fetterman also putting Oz in that bucket as, hey, this guy isn't from here from the start of the race, also helped to really put him ahead of Oz.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah. I honestly, I don't think Fetterman was ever, I think Fetterman was always ahead. I think it was just, I'm reading this. Apparently Steve Bannon is sounding, from Madeline Peltz of Media Matters. I'm guessing they're tracking Steve Bannon's live stream tonight. Bannon sounding very depressed on air right now. I mean, listen, if you're a Republican and you're walking away from this and your big win is J.D. Vance, I mean, they just called it for Kathy Hochul. Again, no surprise. These were races that, like, I feel like they were media manufactured. I live in New York. I lived in New York my whole life. I got to feel right. And listen, I live in an area in Queens where there were a lot of Lee Zeldin signs, and I saw no Hochul signs. And you would read the media like, oh, I'm seeing a lot of Lee Zeldin signs, as if that fucking matters. People have to understand how this shit works. If you're going out and buying a sign, you're going to be the fucking loudest supporter for that particular person. Hochul supporters, maybe they weren't excited about her. Maybe they didn't feel like they needed to go out and, wave their flag. I'm not saying she's a great candidate. She certainly isn't great. But the idea that signage is some sort of, a bellwether of how this is going to go is ludicrous. Is ludicrous.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems really silly.
Folks, I'm not sure if you caught this, but we have a projection here. Tulsi Gabbard endorsed Chuck Grassley, a projected winner of re-election for the U.S. Senate in Iowa. So very, very surprising there. I'm, of course, being sarcastic. I've got nothing else.
He only won because of Tulsi Gabbard's support. Clearly.
If it wasn't for that Tulsi vote or Tulsi endorsement, he would not be here. So he owes a lot to her.
What are the odds that Grassley even knew who the fuck she was? Like, seriously,
0%. He's like older than Dianne Feinstein. He's 157.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't know who Tulsi is.
No, that dude can barely open his eyes. Like he doesn't know what the hell's going on.
Yeah.
He's just, what? Another race? Okay, yeah, I'm in it again. All right.
He thought Tulsi was his granddaughter.
He looks like a drawing of an old man. Like, he doesn't even look like a real old man.
Well, I have some good Lauren Boebert news still.
Oh, shit.
Oh,
Like we've
true
got,
queen.
71% reporting. She's got 48.2. Adam has 51.8.
Okay.
Who-
Okay.
Who is this on the stream right now? I didn't even know this person was here.
Oh, Matt Binder. This is the Illuminati. It's that fucking monstrously huge YouTube channel that like does deep dives into like pyramid schemes.
Oh shit, that's what that thing. Oh,
yeah.
Hi.
Hello, it's a pleasure to be here. Don't
Sorry,
be so
my little
quiet.
YouTuber's not working tonight, or I'd be a little more interactive.
I have some hopium from me.
Yes.
And anyone who's in Oregon. It's early. They just closed the polls. But the Democrat governor is in the lead by about 10 points. And it's Oregon, so that shouldn't be surprising. But we have a millionaire-backed independent running kind of as a spoiler. And yeah, it still seems like the Democrat so far is in the lead. So a little bit of hopium. I've been kind of doomering about this on Twitch that it's the first chance that Republicans have had in all my life to flip. And so far, not so bad.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yes. Any little bit of hopium. I'm trying to inject it if I could see it.
Oh yeah. It's weird. It's been coming in kind of fast and furious lately.
Yeah, I actually didn't expect to get this much results tonight. That we've already gotten, and it's still relatively early.
It shows that it's not close, right? I mean, that's the whole point.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
That's a great point. Yeah.
I mean, am I expecting probably the last race we'll find out about is Warnock and Walker. And that's almost for sure going to the runoff.
Right. Yeah, it's been close for them. But at the beginning of the stream when I jumped on, I said that I'm bad at predictions. I'm predicting Democrats lose the House and the Senate, but I'm bad at predictions. So take that as you will. And it seems like another one of my predictions is not coming true. So I have like a consistent record.
Come on.
I said both. I'm very bad at predictions. So you could like we were joking about how you could like reverse engineer my bad predictions to actually find out the truth. Because whatever I think is going to happen, the opposite happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if he's like Donald Trump's going to win in 2024, we can all be like, hell yeah, fuck yeah, Donald Trump's going to win. He's got the sight, just it's in the wrong direction.
Yeah, and the reason why I'm so wrong is because I base all of my predictions on vibes, and I'm in a doomer mode almost constantly. So of course that's going to inhibit my ability to make good predictions if I base them on vibes. So there you go.
I mean, vibes seems to be what the media was going with, honestly, when they were saying that like the Hochul-Zeldin race was going to be a close nail biter or something. I mean, vibes seems to be a bad thing to go by.
Even I wouldn't have predicted that. Like, come on.
What I am looking forward to, and I honestly don't. I'm as far from a West Coast person as can be. I've only been to California once. But I am interested in seeing how that mayoral race goes.
Oh, yeah. I'm watching that one closely, too.
I mean, it doesn't affect me. I mean, I shouldn't say that because obviously all these races affect me somewhat. But it's probably the race that will affect me the least. And I am pretty interested in seeing how far these rando celeb endorsements from Katy Perry and Kim Kardashian.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
It's really weird who's coming out on that one. That's
Chris Pratt.
Yeah.
Listen, if Chris Pratt is telling you about crime in Los Angeles, you should ask him, how about crime in the Mushroom Kingdom? Why does Princess Peach keep getting kidnapped by Bowser? Care about your own home before you care about anyone else's. Christ.
I love that all he did for that was basically just take a Brooklyn accent, and just slightly. It's basically Chris Pratt trying to do a Brooklyn accent. That's his Mario. Okay, fucking Mario over here. What the fuck's going on? And he hyped it up so much for so long too. He was like, "Oh, it's gonna blow everyone's minds when you hear like what I've done to Mario and shit." And like, oh man. That was that's like the stakes are very low, but that was one of the funniest stories that happened this year.
Especially next to like Jack Black, who I guess he's Bowser, right?
Oh,
like just fantastic.
killed
Like
it.
the other voice actors in that
crushed it
trailer
as
are
Bowser.
amazing. And then Mario's like, eh.
It juxtaposed it so much. Bowser was so good. Yeah.
There's a line that actually doesn't sound so bad that I didn't even realize was Chris Pratt at first, because the camera's not on Mario's face when he says it. It's like, Mushroom Kingdom, here we come.
Yeah, that's it.
That didn't sound so bad. I mean,
I think you actually nailed that's the voice exactly what you just said right
there. Really
you should have voiced that. You could have voice acted Mario.
Okay, wait, hold on. I gotta ask. Have all of you heard the other language dubs? Have you heard fucking
the French one?
The French one's really good.
The French one's incredible. That is the Mario 64 voice as Super Mario speaking in French. I was like, that's nuts. Yeah, I am gonna watch the movie, but I'll watch it in French.
Oh, that's amazing. Are they like doing an over-the-top Italian accent, or they're doing the Mario accent? Whatever.
It's like the Mario accent.
It sounds like
French,
Mario
right?
64.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's speaking French. Yeah, but he's like, it's a me, Mario. It sounds like that. Like,
yeah.
Honestly,
like,
it might
like,
just be how French people talk in French. I mean, it's just amazing to see all those celebs come out for that. I mean, it's really telling, honestly. It really I mean, I forgot who I saw say this. I mean, it's obvious, but someone said it so perfectly, and it's like, look at this. These people have class solidarity. What about you? I mean, that's what that's all about. That's what that's all about. Like, when I was on that stream earlier, they brought up the homeless problem and crime in New York City as a reason why Lee Zeldin's gonna, like Zeldin mania is running wild in New York City, brother. And I mean, I asked them, okay, so what do you want to do about it? And the person on the stream, who was it? Sean something. I don't even know who this guy was, honestly.
Fitzgerald? Was it actual Justice Warrior?
I don't know who he was, honestly. I'm not so into some of the. It's Sean Fitzgerald, yes.
Yeah, so he's a race realist. That's his bag.
Okay, so I asked him, what do you want to do with all these homeless people? And he said, well, there's loitering laws and things like that. I was like, okay, so what do you want to do with them? And he's like, well, the police. I was like, so you want to arrest them, right? Take them to jail. Okay, what happens when they get released from jail, and they go back on the street? Well, you got to get them to go to a shelter. How do you get them to go to a shelter? You force them, Mr. Freedom and anti-authoritarian. You're gonna force them into a shelter? No, you're gonna arrest them. Oh, so you're gonna put them back in jail. So what happens when they get out of jail? Force them into a homeless shelter, and it's run in a circle like that. I was like, you're not solving anything. What you just want to arrest these people and arrest these people and arrest these people and arrest these people? And he was like, but things were better under Michael Bloomberg and Rudy Giuliani. There were less homeless on the street. Yeah, you know why? Because they were all in jail. I mean, it's a whole thing of, and he called it blight and urban decay. And I'm like, these are people you're talking about. What does that even mean, blight and urban decay? Stop using these buzzwords. It's like, you're talking about people. You don't want to. I asked you, should we give them? I said, what if we give each one of them an apartment unit, and that totally solves the homeless crisis because these people will have their own shelter to live in, their own home to live in. No, we don't want to do that. Obviously, I mean, I knew he was going to say that, but.
Yeah, there's been so much propaganda about the homeless problem. I live in Austin, and there's a ton of it even here, and people just fall for it immediately, and they don't look at the obvious thing. Like, you could look at a graph, and it's like housing prices and homelessness, they go right together, and that's happened here, and that happens everywhere. I mean, we know this.
It just flipped my election in Vancouver, like my local election. I campaigned a bunch in it with a whole bunch of like lefty candidates, and they just did this propaganda video that was like, the fentanyl is blah 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 killing, and they're making them into super creatures who are like gonna take over, and the indigenous people are coming to kill all of you, and all this kind of shit. And it worked. It fucking worked. Like the whole my city is run by a political party that is affiliated very closely to police. The owner of Lululemon, like the clothing company, Chip Wilson, put fucking shit tons of money into doing a whole promotional campaign that made this like propaganda video that scared everybody. They're like, oh God, fucking the homeless are going to kill all of us. And it works. It wins elections. It's why the Republicans have been doing so much of this in this election cycle in America. And also doing the weird mailer cards where they're like anti-white racism stuff. Like, have you seen that? Where people are getting these like actual letters in their mail where it's like, the Democrats hate white people. They're coming to murder white people. Did you know you're being replaced? Blah, blah, blah. And you're like, holy fuck, this is like, I guess, yeah, it's a strategy. It's like the old-timey one.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's a ton of that.
I was going to say, Chip, the owner of Lululemon, noted racist, is spewing this kind of propaganda, and we're shocked. Are you really, though?
True.
He's the one who literally claimed he named his company Lululemon because he claimed Asian people cannot pronounce the L sound.
I didn't know that. What?
Yeah. I can literally bring up a whole bunch of articles and
Wow.
like.
Oh, so he's an old timer racist, you know,
yeah.
a Southern
Yeah,
belle.
right.
Like, my word.
Very old timey. That's pretty bad.
Yeah, that's really bad.
Can I go back? Can I ask you guys who would have actually been a good Mario?
Charles Martinet.
Charles Martinet. Who's that?
The original voice actor of Mario.
Oh, the original.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The
Isn't
thing
he
is
like
that,
an
like,
old
so-
white-haired man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he does Mario, Luigi, Wario, Waluigi.
At the same
Baby
time, though,
Mario.
like I'm sympathetic
All of them?
to the
I didn't know
idea that he would not an entire movie hearing that voice may not fly. Like, there's not much range there, really. But at the same time, he is a voice actor, and he could absolutely have, like, you know, changed his voice a little bit for the movie and just make it different. And
Can I throw
at least give him the
throw one
shot.
Here? I stole this from my chat, but I totally agree with this suggestion. Danny DeVito, and I don't even need him to put on a Mario.
Oh yeah,
he could just be Danny DeVito. And
Yeah,
I'll be happy.
no, I can see that.
I'll watch that movie.
absolutely.
Yeah. Someone saying
Yeah,
Fred Armisen, Carlos, in my chat.
I believe he's in the movie though, but he's not Mario, of course. But yeah, that would be a good choice.
I see people in your chat, David, saying John Leguizamo, and I was like, that movie is such a cocaine-fueled nightmare of a film. I don't know if you've watched it as an adult, because I watched it when I was a kid because I thought it was cool. The Mario movie.
Right, the Mario movie. Yeah.
I've heard a lot of stories about that movie. How it was completely insane. Who's it? Bob Hoskins, the worst movie he's ever made. Like he hates everyone that works on that movie.
Bob Hoskins had so much trouble making that movie that he was perpetually drunk. He was apparently so drunk that at times they were having trouble understanding what he was saying. So they would give him less lines and shit like that.
You know what I love? The interview with him where he said when he took the movie, he didn't even know it was based on a video game until his kids told him.
Yeah.
The writing in that movie was great. My favorite part was when I think they're being checked into prison or jail or something, and they're like, name. And so Mario's like, Mario, last name, Mario. Wait, no, what's your first? Mario. And then Luigi comes up. He's like, name, Luigi, last name, Mario, Luigi Mario. It's like, oh my God, this is brilliant. How could you not love this?
That's actually something Nintendo themselves have struggled with over the years. If you look through the history of it, they have gone back and forth themselves, calling him Mario, and then saying Mario doesn't have a last name, and then saying it's Luigi Mario, and then Luigi doesn't have a last. They can't determine what they want to do. They can't decide. I mean, it makes sense. It's called Mario Brothers, and people always assume it means Mario is the head brother, but no one calls anyone. If you know a group of brothers, you don't just say the oldest brother, oh, it's the Billy brothers. No, you call them by their last name, right? So it makes sense their last name is Mario.
Billy.
This is easily the best election coverage on the internet right now.
Yeah.
Right.
No one comes close.
People come for analysis of the Mario movie, not election.
This is what happens when the elevator door opens up from The Shining. The how many of us are on the stream right now? The 5, 6 of us pop out and start talking about Mario Brothers.
It's currently 44 GOP for the Senate, confirmed 41 for the Democrats.
I'm seeing Carrie Lake is still losing with 54% in, losing to Hobbs 56-43.
Oh, it just reminded me another funny moment on that stream I was just on. So Robbie Starbuck, is that his name? Starstruck? What is his name?
I've never heard of him.
Oh, you've definitely heard of him.
Have I?
Look him up on Twitter. You've definitely come across.
This the guy from The Hill?
Okay.
Robbie Starstruck.
Starbuck, Robbie Starbuck. You've definitely seen this guy.
Robbie Starbuck.
Google him. Google him.
Yeah, I know this.
I don't know if he's on Twitter still. He might have got banned.
Okay, he is on Twitter.
You've definitely seen this guy.
I recognize him. Yeah.
So
David, I don't know if your source
he
is
was
showing
at.
this. I'm sorry. I just want to say Herschel and Warnock are apparently almost at a dead tie at 49%.
Yeah.
So it might go to a runoff.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, so Robbie Starbuck was on the stream from the Carrie Lake victory party or whatever. And he was like in his hotel or whatever room or whatever. And he said he had to go back. And so before he left, I said, wait, 1 second. Before you go, how are you going to make this make sense? If Carrie Lake wins or she announces she wins, how are you going to be sure it wasn't through election fraud? How are you going to know she really won and it wasn't election fraud? What's the difference here? And he starts bringing up how, well, in the states where Republicans questioned it, there was Democratic secretaries of state who ran the elections, and that's why. And I went, wait a minute, that didn't happen in Georgia, and you guys questioned that. And he goes, well, that guy was an anti-Trump Republican. I was like, get out of here. What the fuck are you talking about? These guys always find ways to finagle themselves into believing this shit. Like, it's amazing.
They'll move the goalposts wherever they need to. It doesn't matter. There's no consistency to any of it.
Yeah, I've got an update from my state of Oregon. I don't know if I'm the only one who cares, but I'm watching this and it's nerve-wracking. So more votes have come in, and now the Republican is like within striking distance of the Democrat. So we could turn red.
Oh dear.
Whoa.
Yeah, which would not have happened had the Nike co-founder not donated $2 million to an independent. And then once she was polling above 10 points, he then flipped and started supporting the Republican and pouring money into her campaign. So it's like a very strategic way to flip a state red. If it's blue, you just bankroll an independent, have them spoil, and then you switch to the Republican. If he pulls this off, this will be the strategy because we are a very blue state.
Wait,
traditionally.
which you talking about again? Which race?
The governor race in Oregon.
Okay, is that supposed to be a close race?
Yes, it's really, really close. So the Republican was leading for all of October, and then it started to change because some of the independence voters started to pull away and go back to the Democrat. But it's really, really close. Like, it's essentially, I think, a toss-up now, according to Cook. And so at first, with 30% reporting, Tina Kotek, the Democrat, had a large lead. But as more votes come in, it's really, really close. 45.8% to 44.4%. And the independent, Betsy Johnson, who's a former Democrat, is at 9.1%. So she's pulling away enough Democrats to tip the scales. So, yeah, this is a forced birther Republican, too. So it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Where are we with the House? Is that still going to be Republican? Like, how are we doing there? How's it going there?
Right now,
because I'm just seeing left and right Republicans having meltdowns. Like, you should see this image of Charlie Kirk, a still from the stream. I mean,
well, that's Carrie Lake specifically, though, right? He's been melting down all day about Carrie Lake. Like, he was like, I think at sometime around it's like 1 p.m. PST. So I'm West Coast, right? On my end, he was already on his show being like, "We don't have the votes to catch up. We don't have the votes. What's happening? We have to fucking wake up. This is a wake up call." I was like, "Whoa, he is mad. That does not look good." And that's like, that was early. That was a long time. And then his cranium expanded.
I mean,
Blair, did you have the House numbers? Were you the one who was reporting on that?
Yeah, I have that. The Democrats currently, what I'm seeing, 97, GOP 151, but it's saying that the GOP only has gained 2 seats and the Dems have lost 4 seats. That's not so good there.
Oh, it looks like they just picked up a seat in Jersey as well.
Good.
Republicans.
Oh, bad.
Yeah.
Democrats got one in Ohio. Ohio's first district, R to D flip.
I mean, how many do Republicans need to win in the House for it to? Because there's this is not the Senate. In the House there are Republicans in blue states that need to, they're not going to vote on the most left-wing policies. It's not like those ever come up anyway, but they do need to be careful about how they vote. Like what do Republicans have to win for it to actually be a Republican-controlled House in terms of like policy and votes and stuff like that?
I don't know the total.
I was also going to say they do vote as a block pretty effectively. Like there's sometimes holdouts and there's sometimes people who they separate the wheat from the chaff and all that kind of stuff, but there's still usually, when it comes to some of their more horrifying or ghoulish measures, they seem to just all kind of like sync up. That sometimes don't even feel the whip has to be that aggressive. The solidarity is like it's kind of unquestioning sometimes.
I got my
Katie
chat
Porter is
saying
crushing it?
38
Hell yeah.
seats.
38 seats.
That's unconfirmed, but he seems pretty confident. 38 seats that they need to win.
Also, how often does this happen in the midterms with the sitting president's party actually not doing so, like, I would say killing it? Honestly, it's very rare. Like this is not the usual. Yeah.
I thought at best, the best possible scenario is they keep the Senate, they lose the House. That's probably the best possible, mathematically, the best possible scenario. The fact that the House is even being discussed at this point in the night is not what I expected the evening to be totally honest with you.
Now, see, so someone else is saying 23 seats. So it's between 23 or 38 seats. 23 sounds more accurate to me because I think it was a smaller majority that Dems had.
It's funny because we constantly go back and forth in terms of, like, I remember a couple of years ago, people were saying how, the Dems are going to continue to win House seats and struggle when it comes to statewide elections with the Senate. And now it's the flip, the reverse, where Dems are doing pretty good with Senate, the Senate races, and then struggling with how the gerrymandered House districts are.
Yeah.
In saying 23, and apparently Katie Porter is doing good, which would be amazing because she is incredibly based, and we need her. She's a national treasure. Don't get rid of Katie Porter.
Yeah, I heard there was some worry about that race. Thank God. Hopefully she holds it.
Oh, Katie Porter won.
No.
We don't know yet.
Confirmed winning, but she's in the lead apparently. So that is a piece of hopium because there was a fear about that.
I got another potential piece of hopium from Georgia. And also because I've been messaging one of my friends who lives in Georgia, and she's been giving me the DL on what's happening. Right now, Walker versus Warnock, we're at 49%, 1.758 and 1.757, with Warnock being behind by just a couple thousand votes right now. And she was telling me that today in polling, what was going on was apparently there's a law in Georgia that says you can't campaign within 150 feet of a polling precinct. And there were apparently guys out today demonstrating with guns for Herschel Walker. And so they've had the DOJ at polls today ensuring ballots are being handed off properly in the state of Georgia because it's apparently just chaotic there. And it just got a lot closer in terms of the counts.
I mean, that's why they don't want people voting by mail, right? Because they can't harass them at the poll places, right?
Yep. Right. Absolutely. Yeah, you got it.
100%.
What exactly is the plan with the guns outside of the polling place, though? Like, how do you, like,
it's intimidation.
Hey, who'd you vote for? Like, are they going to interrogate the people? Like, how exactly does that? It's just intimidation factor.
Yeah.
Hopefully dissuading them from voting. Essentially, like in Maricopa County, they were taking pictures of voters and accusing them of being mules. So there was a report by Donia O'Sullivan on CNN, and it had a lot of voters scared. Like one old lady didn't want to vote by herself. People were wearing masks and covering up their license plate just so they're not targeted, because if one of these psychos accuses them online and posts their picture online of like being a mule, then they can get like a ton of hate. So they're basically just trying to dissuade them with harassment and intimidation.
I'm here on behalf of Dinesh D'Souza. He told me to He's our brave leader.
Yeah, that 2000 Mules movie, they're in that No, but in that same report, there was this lady who's like, "Oh, I watched it 3 or 4 times. I bought like 5 copies to give out to my friends." Like, there's a cult around that movie, and I didn't think that it would land as hard because even people like Ann Coulter was like, "This movie is stupid. There's no evidence for the claim." So I'm like, if Ann Coulter is saying that it's stupid, then yeah. But apparently, it has a little cult following now, and it's having a pretty huge impact.
That's the first time in maybe my entire life I read an Ann Coulter article because I was like, oh, she's dunking on Dinesh. I got to check this out. But yeah, she's still the ultimate mean girl, I think. So she's just
Well, we got some results about in Los Angeles. Karen Bass leading 50.8% to Rick Caruso's 49.1%.
Wow.
According to Taniel, based on the June primary, this is quite good for her. She was trailing by a few points on election night then and finished ahead by 7%.
Oh,
okay.
Get
Do we know what
Katy
the
Perry.
percentage reporting
where's
is?
the Katy Perry bump?
Yeah.
Where's the Perry bump?
I kissed a boot and I liked it.
That'd be good if Rick Caruso goes down. He spent $80 million of his own wealth trying to buy this election. So if he goes down, that would be beautiful.
Hell yeah.
That's a lot of money. You could have done a lot of good with that.
Right?
Guess not.
So here's some hopium. We have official results from California when it comes to abortion. So the Proposition 1 right to abortion won 70%. It's already been called. In Vermont, the amendment to protect reproductive autonomy won by 76%. It's been called. So abortion doing really, really good so far, which is very encouraging to see.
It is one of the biggest stories of the night. You know, if you looked at the narrative, the timeline of everything that's happened, and just the fact that this is galvanized, you know, like not only half the population, but beyond, people are just like, no, we're not reverting to the fucking medieval times. Okay, fuck this noise.
Yeah.
Like, no. You know, we're not put the chastity belts away, Heritage Foundation Republicans. Chill the fuck out. We're actually going to like put a stop to this. So that's a beautiful thing to see.
Yeah, so far with all 5 of the abortion amendments, it looks like the pro-choice people are winning. So with Montana, there was a referendum 131 to basically enact a law making any infant born alive at any gestational age, they would be a legal person. So people are voting that down 54 to 46 with 11% reporting. So that's the newest one that has come in besides California. And the other ones are winning. The pro-choice side is winning. So really, really encouraging to see.
So I have some comments from Mike Lindell. This is great. Mike Lindell says China has joined forces with the Democrats to steal elections tonight, but his cyber guys have caught them red-handed, and he is gathering evidence.
Oh my God! I would watch that '80s low-budget action movie. Mike Lindell leading a gang of ninjas to avenge voter fraud.
Didn't he hire an actual election fraud firm called Cyber Ninjas?
Yeah, the Cyber Ninjas. Yeah.
Oh my God.
The Cyber Ninjas. That's great.
Tim Michael's expected to concede.
Tony
Evers. Yeah.
He's going to concede. That's a shock.
Apparently, this is a random Twitter account, and then 2 more have also said the same thing. One of them is a little less dubious than the other one, but yeah, GOP's Tim Michael's expected to concede. Which okay, all right.
Yeah, this is the guy, for those who don't remember, that said that if he wins, the Republicans will never lose another election. So it's nice to see him go down.
Oh, this is one of the Peter Thiel bunch, right? Like one of the.
I don't know.
Oh, okay, but yeah, you are right on that quote.
Okay, so here's something interesting from Colorado, from my state. So we had on our ballot Prop 122, which is it legalizes psychedelic plants and fungi. Currently, with 62% reporting, 50.7% of the vote is for yes. So psychedelics might actually become legal in the state of Colorado, not just like where it is in Denver.
Nice.
That's so encouraging. Because that means in Oregon, we'll do it in a couple of years. We always follow Colorado by like 2 to 4 years.
Well, there you go.
I'm
2 years.
surprised Oregon is
Thank you.
not already legal.
However,
Yeah,
we voted no, apparently, so far, to the delivery of alcoholic beverages.
What?
But shrooms are good.
What?
Yeah.
Y'all don't have that? No.
Yeah, Colorado has a bunch of just weird voting issues around alcohol for whatever reason. Like, they're voting no on allowing grocery stores and other stores to sell wine, not even hard liquor. Like, if you go to a Trader Joe's in the state of Colorado, I think with the exception of maybe one in the entire state or something like that, you cannot buy any alcohol inside a grocery store. And they continue to vote no on that, yet we're voting yes for shrooms. So I'm like, okay. I think we skipped a step, but all right.
Well, based on the science, that is the accurate way to vote, because alcohol will fucking kill you, but shrooms will open your mind. So it's all good.
Yeah.
Maybe that will make the state more blue. You're right. You're onto something.
They have a lot of therapeutic qualities as well. I mean, it's actually just a good thing, both for not only the population of people want to, get wrecked or have fun, and find Jesus, but like also for people who have, PTSD or have had a lot of fucked up shit in their past. Like, it's got a lot of therapeutic qualities. It's about anxiety too. Yeah. Yeah. You said that, right, David? That it helped.
Yeah, it helped me with anxiety for sure.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I have a little bit more negative news from my state. There was a measure that wasn't necessarily consequential. It was amend the Constitution to make the right to health care a right. And that's losing narrowly. It wouldn't actually like guarantee health care to anyone. It would just legally probably, like, nobody really knows what that's going to look like in practice, but just like, force the state to expand, healthcare and subsidies and whatnot. But that's losing, which is kind of weird. Like, it wasn't, to me, I kind of felt like it was just not really a virtue signal. That's not the right thing, but it wouldn't like mandate healthcare for all of us. But to see it lose is kind of discouraging, although it's close and 41% reporting. So it could still go the other way, but it shouldn't be this close because I feel like it's kind of just a no-brainer.
Wait, I don't know if this was something that was expected, but Trump's one of Trump's guys in North Carolina, Bo Hines, has lost.
Oh,
this is a Dem pickup.
Oh shit!
That was Madison Cawthorn's mini-me.
Yeah.
Oh.
So I'm very happy about that. That's the guy, by the way, who thought that Banana Republic was referring to the clothing store. I don't know if you all remember that.
Right.
Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff.
So that's 2 pickups now, right?
I think so.
I don't know how many.
The chat's saying 2 also.
It's really looking like Lauren Boebert's gonna lose.
Yeah.
Oh, but if that happens, I'm gonna I'll be so happy. I'll be on cloud 9, just to see that smug
I gotta
face.
see. You know, she tweeted about the red wave. I gotta find that tweet right now so I can, I can share the shit out of it when she loses.
Screenshot it before she deletes it too.
Right.
Oh God, if she loses, that might be the highlight of the night for me.
She'll have to go back.
Oh, I mean, she literally just tweeted it 3 hours ago. The red wave has begun.
Poor Lauren.
I gotta retweet that too. That's too good.
Pramila Jayapal has won her race. Oh hell yeah.
Okay.
This Georgia race is crazy. Like it's still 49-49, 86% in. It's a difference of about 1,000 votes, and Walker's up by those 1,000 votes. But it showcases as 49-49, like 49.0 to 49.0.
Well, and in Georgia, my friend that lives there, she said some of the votes that are still waiting to be counted are coming from, looks like, DeKalb and Fulton, and she says that it's likely that those will be blue. So she said that there's actually still potential that Warnock might actually win this.
Oh, that would be so encouraging, especially after the JD Vance win. If Warnock can pull this off, I will feel much better.
I mean, she
but we also got
I'm
Fetterman.
going to wake up tomorrow and either be really happy or I'm going to be prepared to institutionalize myself.
No middle ground.
I'm dying to see if Lauren Boebert loses.
Oh,
It's not looking good.
I can't wait. I can't wait. I mean, even if she wins, though, I mean, her red wave prediction completely wrong.
She's such an embarrassment to the state of Colorado, too. Like, just truthfully.
Right. No, because I hate to say it, but Marjorie Taylor Greene for her district makes sense.
Yeah.
right.
Lauren Boebert, I think that district in Colorado could do better.
Yeah.
I mean, she set a really low bar, so it really shouldn't be hard to beat.
What was the thing with her husband? He exposed himself.
Yeah,
bowling alley?
he got involved in some real pervert activity. I always thought that was funny because they're all, throwing around groomers. And her husband, it seems like literally kind of a pervert who like flashed some high school girls at a bowling alley or something.
No way.
Yeah.
So they were underage, right?
One of those underage girls was Lauren Boebert herself.
Yep. I was going to say
Right,
that. She was
exactly, yeah, good.
17. He was
Good point.
24, and they were dating.
Yep,
Yeah.
absolutely.
What, you guys don't believe in love at first sight?
I wonder if her restaurant's still open. The
I
one
heard it was closed.
Her eyes locked with his eye, and before.
Yeah, maybe she could, if this doesn't work out, she could go back to giving the whole town diarrhea with her horrible food.
Oh, that's true. Well, didn't her restaurant shut down?
Yeah, it shut down in July.
I don't know this one. I wanna hear
her
from the
restaurant
beginning.
closed down.
Hell yeah.
There was some, I don't know what it was. There was some like town festival or something, and she has this restaurant called Shooters where the wait staff has like they do open carry. I guess that's the theme of the restaurant. But like, so she catered this. I might be getting, you guys tell me if I'm getting the story wrong, but like she catered some town festival and like the meat wasn't properly cooked, so a bunch of people got like horrible diarrhea, got sick and stuff.
Yeah, no, you're remembering it correctly. Yep.
Yep.
It was,
Well, and in
He had a
terms of
gun
why the
eating
place got
restaurant.
closed down too is also kind of interesting. So here's kind of a direct quote that came from the Daily Beast. They reported that a person familiar with the arrangement said the property manager felt he had a moral imperative to close the business. So it wasn't even the fact that people shit their brains out over bad food. It was literally the property manager said, "No mas, baby, you're out."
So wild.
Love it.
Oh wow. What was it
Oh,
called?
there's another picture of Charlie Kirk that I just retweeted. That's really great. Oh no, he deleted it. Jared Holt tweeted it out, and then he took it down. No, okay. Let me.
Where he's like looking
Okay.
down, he's holding his nose. Is that the one?
This one is different, actually. I saw that one too. This one, his hands are like on his temple, and he looks like he's losing it. It's very, very satisfying to see.
I'm already getting thumbnail ideas.
Yeah. I love how like I'm the same way where I think in YouTube, where it's like I think thumbnail or title something.
Yeah, there's a good narrative.
That's really good.
That picture of Charlie Kirk is amazing. Do you think there are parts of his forehead he's never experienced or touched because it's so large? Like there's so much surface area that he's never known what it feels like to feel.
It's possible. His face just keeps shrinking.
He's also like, I've watched a few of his videos lately. He's always hanging out with Jack. Am I saying this right? Jack Posobiec.
So Posobiec, I think.
I think so.
The crypto Nazi.
That guy looks like the biggest failed child actor I've ever seen. Like if we're making fun of the way people.
Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's
Like,
good. That's good. I've never heard that before.
I mean, that's like the instant vibe I get from that guy. Just like, oh, he was in one of the Honey, I Shrunk the Kids movies.
I can't remember which one. Like the direct-to-DVD fucking
Exactly.
shitty one that everyone hates.
Home Alone 3. He's in Home Alone 3.
the type of DVDs that you could get like when you're checking out at the gas station. Like he's in some of those movies.
You're like about to buy beef jerky, but you see the pile below. And the hole that's staring up at you.
Oh no way! Jack Posobiec was in this movie. I didn't know that. Amazing.
He sucks.
He sucks.
Mike Simpson is in the lead in Idaho right now, the 2nd congressional district. But that gap is closing very quickly by Wendy Norman. So Wendy Norman it's 51.6 to 48.4 now, and with 24% of the vote, and that gap is closed mainly by the Democrats. So that could be another take right there, which would be pretty impressive.
I have a small update on the Boebert race. So they're at 73% of precincts reporting, and she's still losing, but she made up a little bit of ground. So she's trailing by 8,000 votes now, just over 8,000 votes. And they just changed it, actually. So with 75%, she's trailing by about the same. I'll see here.
I think it's over. Boebert down.
That would be so glorious.
Yeah, she's still with 75%. She's trailing by about the same, just over 8,000. So, I mean, it's not changing for her. So, I mean, this could be a huge, huge dub for the world.
I'm just
but next she'll be like a media person now.
Yeah,
right?
like what is
that's
she gonna do after she
true.
loses? Yeah.
She'll be a Newsmax host or a Fox News host. That's true. She's never going to go away. Damn it.
You know, I wouldn't mind her as a Fox News host when she could be a sitting congresswoman.
Absolutely.
So I'll take what we could get.
That's a good point. Yep, that's true. That's true.
She's almost kind of funny. Like I saw her doing some speech, like some rally or whatever, and she acts like she's like one of the like Disney, those like Disney, the people with the headset, and they're like, hey, come on guys, get fired. Like it's like that kind of vibe. She's very weird in a funny way. Like she's at a pep rally or something all the time.
I think she's actually really, really immature. Like, and I don't know if everyone's going to get this reference or what I'm kind of going with her type of vibe. But you guys remember, like in high school, there was always like that girl, and she was like okay looking. She was probably a cheerleader or on Pom Squad or something like that. There was not a thought. Like the wind blew right between her ears. But yet somehow, like, and she came up with all these crazy theories and stuff, like the Mean Girls girl who like held her boob and was like, there's a 30% chance it's raining, like those kinds of vibes. That's what Lauren Boebert is to me. She's just, there's no way she should have ever made it in the first place. And then she's there and I'm like, wow, we really voted for like a high school bully. We really let that happen.
Yeah.
That's a great point.
She definitely has high school bully vibes for sure.
And weather predicting breast vibes. I would agree with that. So what are the official Senate numbers right now? Because on the screen, on the live map I've got, it says 45 Republican to 43 Dem, as in there's only 2 difference. Oh, it's 46 to 46 live on TV right now. Holy shit, dead tie.
Boy.
Oh man, the Senate is in play. The Senate is most definitely in play.
This really is nerve-wracking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Again, I mean, maybe if this was over like, 2 parties arguing over raising or lowering taxes, this wouldn't be so stressful. But this is literally, hey, do you want to have basic human rights? Or how do you feel about like a theocracy? Like very casual question. I'm like, this is so stressful. This is really bad. Like even the fact that it's close isn't good enough. Like,
right.
That's scary. This is still not good.
Yeah, I think I really would have lost hope with humanity if Fetterman didn't win. Like if they, if Dr. That would have been a real blow. Like really, I mean, JD Vance is pretty bad, but for that part of the country, I guess But Fetterman, that would have been like, oh man,
Right, like
you
y'all let
guys
the
missed this one.
win?
Yeah.
I mean,
Like
I
you
haven't seen
elected
it
the
called
scam
anywhere
quack.
else. He's still leading, and it's like 98% in at least one of the results are.
I have a piece of good news, Hopium. Decision Desk HQ projects Amelia Skies wins election to the U.S. House in Ohio's 13th congressional district. It is important because it was expected to flip Republican. It has not.
Oh,
So
let's go.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So that's a Dem flip.
It's looking like it's possible that Mandela Barnes beats Johnson.
Is it?
That's
yeah. I have him behind, and now it's
he's behind right now. But I'm reading that it's with what's out right now. It's possible.
That would be amazing if that happened.
Yeah, that'd be huge. Oh, yeah, it is close.
Yeah.
So far, the red wave is a little bit more of a placid lake, but things could change as time goes on. I've always thought red wave is a very disturbing way to describe your supposed overwhelming victory. I kind of just reminds me of red tide. Like I kind of think of people just getting sick from eating bad seafood. So
yeah,
seems like an odd slogan to be excited about.
Yeah, or somebody describing like a very heavy period or something. That's like that's what pops into my head, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's great.
Isn't red tide a poison? Oh, I don't know that.
I wonder what Trump's doing on Truth Social. Let me go take a look.
That's a good guy.
Right. Sure, he's calling election bullshit right now.
Well, let's see. He hasn't tweeted or truthed for 46 minutes.
Truth.
46 minutes.
Yeah.
What was his last truth?
His
Yeah,
last
we got his
truth
last truth.
just says 115 and 5 tonight.
What?
115 and 5 tonight?
Yes, 115 and 5 tonight.
Does anyone know what that means?
I'm not sure what he's referring to.
The victory,
Is he talking
House
about
and
the
Senate
people,
races,
the people
maybe?
Is he talking about the people he's endorsed? That's
Maybe?
probably it, right?
I'm guessing.
I have no idea what it means, but the first reply I see under it just says they are rigging it again. So
Wait, he said that?
no, it's a reply to him, but 8
Oh.
hours.
I thought okay. All right.
No. 8 hours ago he truths. Same thing is happening with voter fraud as happened in 2020 with 3 question marks. So 8 hours ago, it's already rigged.
Yeah, RM Brown, I just got to say, there are people in my chat just basically typing out your sound drops.
Oh, man. I'm sorry.
Just like, that's in the Bible. That's in the Bible.
Yeah.
There's a lot of that going on.
Your chat's ruined. Your chat's
No.
ruined.
Yeah, there's...
No.
I'll be honest with you, RM. I think you have the best soundboard in the game.
Oh,
Okay?
100%.
I have a couple poaches which I'm not ashamed of. You know, the yay one. I mean, it's too useful when discussing Republicans. But yeah.
What does Ye say? What does he say? Oh, he's like, I can say
I can do anti-Semitic shit. Yeah, I can say
anti-Semitic. And he's got one where he's mad about it and one where he's just like, I'm giving you a hard time about it. Yeah, got 2 versions. I'm so sorry about that. Yeah, it's.
Oh, no, I love it. It's hilarious. I'm laughing. C.K. Louis, the comedian.
C.K. Louis.
Oh boy.
Oh, by the way, did y'all know that C.K. Louis apparently is dating one of the co-hosts of Red Scare podcast?
I've heard mixed things about that. I've heard that it's a rumor.
An internet rumor?
I heard that it's a rumor. Some people are saying that it is true. I mean, yeah. It seems plausible though, you know. It'd be a weird relationship.
I'm trying to figure out who is the worst person in that relationship.
Yeah.
I'd say Louis C.K. I'll be honest. Louis C.K.
About the election denial stuff, I don't know. Have you guys heard of this? The Daily Wire did a movie called My Dinner with Trump. Have you guys seen this?
I've seen clips from it.
Oh, I've
Yeah,
seen some clips. Yeah, yeah.
It's funny. It's literally like raw video, horribly mic'd up raw video from Trump and just like every Trump sycophant around a table with him eating lunch, and they go around the table like this giant table, like saying how good a job he did. It's like an hour and 20 minutes of that.
Oh my God.
But the entire time he's like talking about how the election was stolen and stuff. And there's one really funny part where he's like, I think they got buyer's remorse now. They got buyer's remorse. And then he catches that he said that would mean they didn't steal the election. So he catches it and he goes, but it's not really buyer's remorse because it was stolen. And it's like, yeah, it's kind of hard to have buyer's remorse when you didn't buy the thing when the thing was stolen. But he just like barely catches it. It's pretty great.
They think they have buyer's remorse because they think that they bought the guy that they think they won, but really he didn't really win. I won. Like, yeah.
It's like when somebody puts something in your cart at the supermarket and you walk out and you have it. And you're like, I'm sad that I bought this. Like that.
So I don't know what to believe here. So when it comes to Lauren Boebert, I have the same numbers as Decision Desk. Jordan Uhl just tweeted this out, but it shows that they have 93% of the precincts reporting. And I'm showing on New York Times that it's still only, 75, but the same numbers.
Decision Desk usually gets it first from what I've seen.
Do they?
Yeah.
Because it's, okay, then that would mean that she's very close to just straight up losing.
Looks like it.
So that's very, very encouraging.
I'm just watching her Twitter to see what kind of meltdown piece she's going to leave as soon as it's confirmed.
I don't even know anything about the guy who's running against her. Who is this guy?
He's just a very boring milquetoast Democrat who's mostly self-funding his campaign. That's it. Like he's very like run of the mill, doesn't really have any policies, just not Lauren Boebert.
Wants to beat Lauren Boebert? I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know. You said self-funding, and I'm automatically, let's see.
He's not like a billionaire. He hasn't raised very much, to be fair, but what he's raised, it's mostly his own money. And he's like outraised by like, I don't know what it is, like 4 or 5 to 1 compared to her.
Guy,
but
Frisch's campaign released a statement opposing Joe Biden's student loan forgiveness plan. Ugh.
Oh, great.
That's the kind of Democrat we're talking about, yeah.
I mean, but the baseline Democratic position now is supporting Joe Biden, and Joe Biden is ending up being one of the greatest presidents of my lifetime. Again, low bar, but he's pulling it off. So I mean, if this guy can't even get on board with Joe Biden's plan,
yeah.
I mean, I'd still enjoy the Boebert loss.
Yeah, for sure.
Live results from Montana's first congressional district. Monica Tranel, the Democrat, is at 55.2 to Ryan Zink. Is it Zink or Zinke? But at 41.4. So that's going to be a pretty significant Democrat win if that pulls off. That's at 31%. But that's a huge lead right now. That's like almost a 15-point lead.
I have bittersweet news. News that maybe is more negative almost. So in the 28th Congressional District of Texas, Henry Cuellar has defeated the Republican. This is kind of more of a purple district. This is the Republican Democrat, and most of us were all rooting for Jessica Cisneros. So it's a pickup for Democrats, kind of. But I mean, he's effectively a Republican.
Yeah,
so I mean,
you know what though? I think if she runs again, I think third time will be the charm.
I think so too.
She gets closer each time. It's not like one of those races where you're like, why does this person keep running? Charlie Crist, I'm looking at you. It's like, she has the name recognition there now. She's met so many people there. She just has to nail down those few more votes, and she's got it next time.
Yeah, it took Ro Khanna like 3 times to win his race, if I'm not mistaken. So sometimes you've just got to keep trying. And she's so close. that it doesn't make sense to not try again. So
I have very big news, massive news. Breaking: Michigan Proposal 3, constitutional right to an abortion has been approved.
Nice.
Nice.
Damn, what a good night for pro-choice people. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I just want to say, I want to take a moment to say thank you, RGB, for not RBG, excuse me, for not retiring when you did, and for giving us this hell that we live on for tonight. It worked out.
Yeah.
This was all part of her plan.
Yes. Yes. Obama will try to get me to retire, and I'll say, no, Black President man, I will not retire.
Yas Queen. Yeah, everybody. I remember that at the time with the articles about that conversation, and the response from the resistance libs were, Yas Queen. Nobody tells her what to do. It's like, oh no, this is really bad. But it's weird. I don't know if I think it was on Reddit, maybe the politics subreddit, where they were I was looking at some mini thread. Anyways, they were like, yeah, we've got to vote like RGB would have wanted. Yeah, we're gonna live up to her spirit. It's like they've kind of deified her in a way that's very cringe, but very on brand for liberals. And I hate it whenever I see it, because I feel nothing but anger at RGB, because we got Amy Coney Barrett because she refused to step down. So, but apparently I'm in the minority, and lefties are in the minority for feeling that way. But they've kind of deified her, and I hate it.
Is that really a minority opinion? Because I'm on the small side of that too, then, because I think she totally should have retired. I thought most people agreed with that stance, at least like on the left.
I'm not sure. Like, minority opinion in a sense that like she's a goddess. But in terms of her retiring, that's probably more common. But like, I just feel like all of the, and maybe this is anecdotal, all the resistance libs that I know personally are just they worship her, and I hate it so much. None of them have the little action figure, thankfully. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I haven't seen a RGB action figure like my Bernie one, which that's cringe too, I'll admit. But like, I haven't seen her version of it.
That was pretty bad when you're like, I see these losers with their RBG action figures. I look at those, and then I take a look at my Bernie Sanders doll, and I'm like, not as cool. I'm sorry.
But it's different when I do it, Matt, to be fair. But like, there are people, I'm just kidding. No, but there are people who have like, they have the Bernie, the Hillary, and the RGB, and the AOC. It's like, what the fuck is your ideology even?
Action figures.
If you have all of these, You
should not idolize.
Well, it's like what you're supposed to do with action figures. They fight each other.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
They get that big wrestling ring and just like bounce them off the ropes.
I will say that, standing for a celebrity could work sometimes. Like, right before the midterm election, late last night, I went to my Nancy Pelosi shrine and I prayed and performed a Pelosi seance. And
do you have the Trump voodoo doll? You've got to have that too. You've got to have the same.
You mean the Trumpy bear?
No, I do have a Nancy Pelosi doll, which I make out with every night.
It's a life size. It's like a life size doll. It's a real doll.
A Pelosi waifu, Matt? Is that what I'm hearing?
I do have, yes.
Oh, wait a second. I think we just came up with something brilliant here. What about like an anime Nancy Pelosi? Is there like
horrifying.
Yeah. That could be
I would
something.
go for it.
I think that could be something. Or like
we could be like the My Pillow guy, but with the Nancy Pelosi waifu.
What is like the cliche like anime stance? It's like,
yeah. And then you got a villain for the anime. The hammer dude comes in, with like the stars behind him with the hammer.
Oh, geez, I'm looking at the Georgia race, and they're like neck and neck, 49-49.
Yeah, that's going to run off. I'm not even looking at that race anymore because I know we're not going to get an answer tonight.
Yep, you're right.
Well, what do you
so
think
that means we have to deal with Herschel longer.
What do you think's going to end up happening there in the very end, or after runoff?
I think Warnock will win.
Is that just meaningless? Oh yeah.
Because I think at that point that I don't know, I think the right excitement was going to be kind of dwindled from from the midterms, from what happened tonight, that they're just not going to have the energy. Then again, maybe it will energize them to come out, but I feel like it's going to end up with Warnock on top.
This is, this night. I mean, we could get selfish and frown over Tim Ryan not taking down JD Vance, but I mean, we're just being greedy at this point. I mean,
I don't like Tim Ryan as a politician, but as a debater, I kind of liked him.
I agree.
I was surprised.
He had a really good campaign, and I didn't like the guy either. I mean, my biggest understanding of him is he's just a milquetoast Dem, and I know that during the Democratic primary debates, he went after Bernie and was really weird, and his taking on Bernie as a moderate. What was his catchphrase? He even printed up bumper stickers, "Please don't yell" or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh.
I forgot that was him.
I mean,
oh my god.
But him during this campaign was like a different guy.
Well, he's got a good sort of like pissed off dad energy that I kind of enjoyed.
Oh shit! All right, you ready for this one? Vicente Gonzalez, House District 34 in Texas, Democrat, has won a re-election.
Nice.
But the reason why this is a big deal is because the person he was running against is Myra Flores,
Oh,
the Republican who Elon Musk claims was his first ever Republican vote.
Right.
Well,
she was supposed to be a big hope for the Republicans, right? They were like, look, we got this sort of representational thing, So this is kind of a nice symbolic victory, I guess.
Yeah, because she had won that seat recently, right? And now it's won back. I'm guessing what just happened. Because there was like a what is it, like a special election where she won.
Yeah, she won a special election, right? So this was always gonna,
It's very recent, yeah.
Oh my God! So the House results have just closed a little tighter, and it's now GOP 219 to Democrats 216. There's a difference of 3.
Wow.
That's
really close.
That's not where I saw this night going. I'll be honest.
Nope, not at all.
I kind of fully expected the Democrats to get their asses handed to them tonight, so I'm pleasantly surprised. That's the good part about being a pessimist. You're either right or you're surprised.
Exactly.
That's actually a great sales pitch.
Yeah.
I've been a lifelong pessimist, so I've got that line in my pocket at all times, but it's kind of true.
I project pessimism, but I'm actually optimistic, and it's really fucked up.
Mindset.
It's 24.
The fact that
24 predicted GOP governors to Democrat 18. The Senate is still a dead tie, 46-46.
Damn.
Mike, go ahead.
Oh no, I had nothing really important to say. I was just going to say the fact that they haven't called the Boebert race is telling. There's not really a change.
I think it's over for Boebert.
I think so too.
I think she's done.
mean, I found this on the. Sorry, Siri went off on my watch. But yeah. Either way, she's sweating right now, and I would love to see the look on her smug little face. Just oh.
Maybe Ted Cruz is trying to buy her some last minute ballots or something.
Did you all see Ted Cruz get hit by that beer can?
Yes.
I didn't see that.
The dude got arrested, right?
He's in Colorado right now, in Boebert's district, saying, "I'll let you hit me with more beer cans if you vote for her."
Some guy with really great aim just clocked Ted Cruz with a beer at a parade or something. Pretty great. But that's great. I would actually go to that. If he's really saying that, you can come throw beers at me. I think you would get a good turnout.
I would pay to go to that Ted Cruz event to throw a beer at him for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'm not a violent person, but I do make exceptions.
It's like when you go to feed fish, you get the little fish food, but you get canned like a 6-pack and you're just ripping them off.
I saw so many different angles of the parade that he was booed at on TikTok. Like you see one and then another one. So it's like he was just booed throughout the entirety of the parade, it seems. And I felt kind of bad because the look on his daughter's faces was just pure like sadness. So that kind of hurt. But he just had his smug, ugly face. It's nice to see that. But I felt bad for his kids. They shouldn't have been at that parade because he knows the effect that he has on people. It's vomit-inducing.
Exactly. Just keep the kids at home because no one likes you.
Right. Like you're going to get somebody that heckles you or gets up in your face and harasses you. Could be a Republican as well. Like the far right seemingly doesn't like him too. What's that guy? The one who sexually harassed AOC, Alex something. He did this. He got up in Ted Cruz's face. Yeah, Alex Stein. He got up in Ted Cruz's face.
He was supposed to be on that stream I was on earlier.
Okay, so
oh, really?
Geez, what the hell? What stream are you on?
I know, man. That sounds terrible.
Lauren Chen.
Every single one of you has to know this about Alex Stein, okay? Because your audiences should know this as well to give you ammunition whenever anyone brings up Alex Stein, because he's the same asshole who has filmed all these kind of like gotcha pieces and stuff like that. The guy is a 9/11 truther of the highest order, not the ones who are like, oh, maybe they planted a couple bombs, maybe it was controlled demolition. I'm just asking questions. What about Tower 7, bro? He's full blown like fucking. There was a hologram and everyone was mass delusioned with these like rays kind of shit. Like it's all recorded in 4K. So when someone brings up or uses Alex Stein against you, if you're a leftist, just fucking go on Twitter. Hey, it's Vadim has posted all the receipts. The guy is like one of the most extreme versions of a 9/11 truther that you can get.
That's God.
Amazing.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm reading this, by the way, right now. Apparently, this is from the president of the group Next Gen America. Young voters are breaking 3-1 for Dems. No generation has been this progressive or politically engaged in American history.
You
wow.
Zoomers. I love you. Oh, goddamn Zoomers. Hell yeah.
Yes. Should we send the fruit basket to Hassan right now?
Yes. Also, I have some good news. They're projecting that my state is not going to go red. The spoiler has already conceded, and it's been called for the Democrats. So, I don't have to. I don't have to deal with that. Yeah, we'll protect reproductive rights here. Although we are saying no to making healthcare right in our Constitution. But you know what? It wasn't going to do anything anyway. So you win some, you lose some.
Yeah, I can't win everything, unfortunately.
Exactly.
How's Pennsylvania doing? We haven't checked on that in a moment.
I just saw an update from Decision Desk. With 95% in, Fetterman is still up, winning 49.13 to 48.43.
That's
about 30,000 vote difference.
Thank goodness. that one would have been like the heartbreak of the evening.
Oh yeah, without question.
If we can get that and a Boebert loss, just.
Honestly, I'm also this is a personal thing for me too, but today was also the big day in the crypto world where FTX went broke. I don't know if you guys were following that, but it was pretty hilarious.
Yeah, no, I know. Oh, God, they've taken. Okay, so outside of the slight Doge increase when Daddy Elon fucking started fucking up Twitter, which is now I think descending again, crypto is having a bad time. Like
just less than 6 weeks ago they were about to raise. FTX was about to raise another $1 billion off of a $32 billion valuation from VCs. And then now they literally just got sold off in a fire sale.
Okay, wait, hold on. Isn't the kid like he's really young? Wasn't he the one who was worth like $26 billion and he's like the crypto lord?
In 24 hours, apparently, he went from being worth $16 billion to $900 million. I mean, it's still a lot of money that he's worth, but a lot. It's a big drop, right? Yeah.
How do you do that? Why do you need more than $900 million? By the way, cash out, fucking cash out, son.
Well, that's
Go
the thing.
enjoy
That's
your
the
life.
thing. No.
Enjoy whatever you want.
but
You have $1 billion.
No, but that's the thing with this, specifically with crypto. He cashes out. He can't. I mean, first of all, he can't. There's no. That's why FTX had to be sold on a fire sale. There's no liquidity. The real money isn't there. Basically, he's being valued based on how much his own company's cryptocurrency token is, and he holds the majority of it. So if he tries to sell some of it, he simultaneously kills the token, but also there's not that much actual real cash money, fiat currency in the system for him to actually get it all.
Oh my God.
It's like it's completely, it's all smoke and mirrors. It's all smoke and mirrors. This whole industry is just, yeah. I mean, yeah.
All my apes gone. Like there will never stop being a proper amount of hilarious crypto stories to me. Like my appetite, my hunger for that, it will never be satiated. I am ready to devour into every fucking crypto bro losing billions of dollars story that comes along, one after the other. Doesn't matter who it is.
This is why it ties. This is why it ties into what we're currently talking about too, because Sam Bankman-Fried, the guy who we're talking about, he's the guy who was one of the biggest donors to Democrats through his PAC this election season. He gave them something like $40 million, but he had promised them $1 billion from now until 2024, and apparently some Democratic campaigns were depending on that money. And he had backed candidates to win who he basically left high and dry after the primaries. And that money ain't ever coming. And I was reading this piece, but basically some of these Democratic campaigns were depending on his money that's never going to come now.
Oh, my God. That's amazing.
Sorry, update here.
Yes.
Mandela Barnes is now leading.
That's what I said.
50.7 to 49.3. This is, of course, Wisconsin U.S. Senate. Really encouraging numbers here.
Oh, shit.
I have also got a little bit of an update. I mean, it's not going to matter because this will go to runoff, but a good sign. Warnock is now leading slightly again. So, you know, just a little bit of hopium there. Just the fact that, like, if we went to a runoff with Walker having a lead tonight, I would feel worse. Not because that's an indication that he's going to, win in the next part, but like he just should, like by principle, it shouldn't even be close. So
yeah, he should never be in the lead ever.
Yeah, it'd be nice to end the night with Warnock ahead if it does go to a runoff. I think that with Democrats not having to focus on other races, they could really focus on Warnock, and they could pull off another victory like they did back in 2020. So if it goes to a runoff, I do agree with David that I think, yeah, they probably have it.
Huh.
I also just
have any of you seen any funny meltdowns online? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
What?
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, with Herschel Walker potentially winning in Georgia too, I genuinely think the man is like CTE or something. Like some of the things he's done has been genuinely bizarre behavior. And again, it's kind of the whole stance of the fact that it's even this close is disappointing already. Like you've got someone who's like, oh yeah, let's be a little more progressive and, you know, people can have equal rights regardless of who they are. And then you've got this man who's probably got some serious brain injuries walking around with a fake cop badge going, I need to win this. And I'm like, I don't know. The two are not the same to me.
Yeah, the cop badge would be adorable if he were 7. Yeah. But this is a man in his 60s. I can't get over that. That's like the most bizarre thing to me.
And then
you actually think he has authority from the cop badge. It's like you have as much authority as those little sheriff stickers that they give you in elementary school. Like that confers as much power as that sheriff badge does, which is none. It's just that to me like broke my brain. It's just like, oh my God, this is somebody who could win. How did we get here? And the tweet where Warnock was like, look, I can't have Herschel Walker representing my mom. That just resonated with me so much because it's like, where's our standards? I mean, Jesus.
I was going to say,
some of these.
Herschel Walker's own kid is over on TikTok, like melting down.
Right.
Christian Walker.
Yeah.
Christian Walker?
Yeah.
Christian Walker is the breakout star of that campaign. Like he's probably the most
by
interesting
far.
part. Yeah, by far.
Yeah.
I have big news. MSNBC, as of I'd say maybe 20 minutes ago, was doing a pretty hard projection for the House for the Republicans. They've just updated it. So now, as like I think 46 seconds ago, they have the Democrats at 216, the Republicans at 219. You need 218 to win, which means if one seat flips at this point, that would put the Democrats into tying for the House, which is pretty massive because they were expected to be slamming them by this point. And also, if they have 219 seats when you need 218, that means if there's one holdout, if they don't all vote in lockstep, they would also have problems, basically controlling the House as well.
Yeah, and on that note of them needing just one seat, it keeps updating in the Lauren Boebert race, and the lead is about the same. Like, she got an extra 100 votes, but she needs to make up quite a bit. So this could be it. Like, it could be the Boebert seat. And it would be very sweet if that happened.
I'm watching Charlie Kirk's stream a little bit, and they seem pretty upset. They don't seem happy. And someone in their chat is spamming. Someone in their chat is spamming. Cry betas, only Sigmas vote Democrat. So they're getting harassed in their chat too.
Well, don't we feel silly? Don't we feel like a bunch of beta males tonight? I mean,
right? Is that on YouTube or Rumble? I may have to make an account and join.
I think it's on Parler.
Oh, okay. I don't have. It's like it's not my style, but I want to post the blue wave emojis just because I know it would irritate them.
No. They Charlie Kirk is streaming on YouTube right now. You could go and spam his chat if you wanted to.
Okay, I may just have to do that. Let's see.
Blair, I have to ask: is being a beta female versus being an alpha female as important? Do you think?
Good question.
That is a really good question. But consider this. Most Republicans, by default, consider me to be a beta always. So the perception hasn't really changed in terms of people's minds that I would need to like consider of what they think of me. So
right.
I think I'm good.
So they just assume if you're a woman, you're a beta, I guess. Is that
yes.
Absolutely.
By definition, yeah. All women are beta, bro. Some men too, you know. Non-binary people, not sure. I haven't figured it out yet.
Yeah, it's weird. Like, you know who's a weird character? You guys were talking about Carrie Lake earlier. She's kind of weird just as a person too, because wasn't she saying things like she would leave her husband for Trump kind of stuff?
She said Trump is her number one man, her husband's second.
Yeah, right.
Like how
it was a weird, it's a weird dynamic there.
Okay, the Charlie Kirk chat is amazing, by the way. I posted blue waves, and then now all of them are doing blue wave. I started a trend. This is me. I'm taking credit for that.
Look at that.
I also had to make a quick note because Benny Johnson is there that he accidentally outed himself. So I hope that becomes a trend somehow too. Yeah. Lots of cokes and blue waves.
Where is the feed again? Where are they streaming?
It's
on
Charlie
YouTube.
Jack Pacific on there too. Oh man.
Yeah. So we did it, folks. Blue waves.
Still going.
Mike has destroyed Charlie Kirk's chat. It's just all blue waves now.
I'm doing it again.
The guy who's looking at the computer, I don't know who any of these people are, but he was like the one all the way on the right. He's like stone-faced looking at the computer screen. It's kind of funny.
It's like we're watching the live stream of a funeral or something.
I mean, we're looking.
We're like doing
a
hate
blue wave action too.
Yeah,
yes.
I'm gonna do blue wave. I'm gonna do it too.
I just saw you, Matt. We're doing like the kind of a hate raid,
now.
but
Hell
not.
Yeah. Oh, there's Matt Binder. This is totally a hate raid. Let's be real.
I mean, we're not hating.
Yeah,
we're just
right,
trolling.
Right. Yeah.
We've taken over the chat, like, folks. This is amazing.
Yeah. Let's talk it for a second. So we have to figure out literally what the fuck happened tonight, though. Like, what the fuck happened with Republicans tonight? Like, well, I'm trying to was it really just abortion? I mean, it's
I would say
huge
that's
part of it.
Young people voted.
Young people voted, and abortion was leading the charge. And honestly, like, if you want to take the bodily autonomy away of like half the population, what do you think the fuck is going to happen, right? Like, no one wants to fucking revert to the Stone Ages.
Well, and
Oh,
here's the
also, I'm,
thing
I'm
that
adding, hey, Benny
dang it.
Johnson, remember when your search history made a Google ad sponsored gay cruise to you?
Okay, folks, we need to make it. We've got to simplify this though. Benny Johnson, gay in caps. Just Benny Johnson, like lowercase, and then gay in caps. Okay, let's start this trend. Let's go.
You know what? This is an interesting.
I'm so immature.
This is an interesting format for a show. Is just bothering people in other live streams. Because we have destroyed Charlie Kirk's chat like.
Yeah.
Good, I think it's just like nobody can have a conversation in there
so
now.
depressed. All of
Yeah.
them.
They do.
Yeah, they look miserable. And you know what? Fantastic. Jack Pacific is a white nationalist. He gets away with this, but he has so many old tweets where he's straight up doing 1488, all that shit. Like the guy, when the alt-right was in vogue, when it was popular, Jack Pacific was all over that shit. He loved the memes. He loved the Pepes. He loved the racist stuff. And now he's kind of like back in the good graces of like the Charlie Kirks, the Tim Pools. He's been mainstream, but the guy is like, he's fucked.
Yeah.
I mean, they really do look like, I mean, God, they're look so miserable. Yeah, it's kind of funny. I don't know.
Oh, we've been discovered. Somebody said Humanist Report probably told them to do this. Who's out?
That out loud?
No, somebody in the chat. Who snitched? Who did it? Come on.
I put some blue waves in there too. I'm in on this. We're all going down together if we get in trouble.
Has anyone blocked yet?
I have not yet. They're not in
blocked.
slow mode either.
Well, I just told him, I was like, as someone who would enjoy a gay cruise, I got to tell you, Benny Johnson, don't be ashamed of it. There's nothing wrong. Gay cruise is based.
The only explanation for this is people just hate watching this channel because there's 4 of us, and now
you could just hear the clicking on.
I don't think I've ever seen Jack Pacific this miserable. This is like Nazi tears.
Maybe
Seeing
like,
them this sad
all
feels like a
bots.
win.
Yeah.
It's all bots, and it's like machine learning bots. So they saw the waves, and then all the bots just put the waves in, and now it's all just the entire audience is a mirage.
They're looking at the chat. Jack Pasobiak is, or Pasobiak, however you say his name.
God, this is insanity. What the fuck?
I mean, I feel this is low tier activism at this point.
Is that dude taking a Snapchat in the year of 2022 like that? Sorry, what was that?
I do kind of feel like the waves are praxis in a way. Like it's cringe because we're lib posting, but for a good
We
cause.
are lib posting. We'll be clear, all right. But we're self-aware. It's
right.
Memes within memes, okay. It's meta. We're doing it ironically, bro. Okay, like I know how cringe this is.
Yeah.
This is intentional cringe.
Exactly.
We figured it out.
We're being called blue bots, and now they're taking a selfie. Hopefully there'll be the waves in the selfie if you look at the screen. Can we find that selfie? If Benny Johnson posts it, we might be able to see one of our names in his selfie.
Wait, what did Benny Johnson do? What were you referencing earlier? I'm out of this loop, I think.
Oh, okay.
So
Let me explain it because take it away, Mike.
You'll do. I'm too busy with the waves, so I can't really concentrate on anything else.
So Benny Johnson tweeted out about military. There's an ad on a military website, and the ad was for a gay cruise, which sexy men on the cover. I would love to go on a gay cruise. I'm not trying to disparage gay cruises. A gay cruise based as fuck. That's not what I'm talking about here. But he didn't notice that it had a Google ad on the actual advertisement, meaning that this was based on his own search history. So based on his search history, and he outed himself by doing a screenshot, screen grab, blah, 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 and posted it out. And then all of a sudden his replies from the conservative world, and the Daily Wire even mocked him for this because he used to be a BuzzFeed guy. I don't know if you know that. He was BuzzFeed back in the day.
Right.
He
got fired for plagiarizing.
Yeah,
Oh, that's right.
And then he just did a 180. Oh, I can grift the right. I'll do the right wing thing. I can do a Dave Rubin. But yeah, so and his own fans were the ones in the replies being like, just so you know, dude, that's a Google ad. That's a targeted ad based on your own search history on what you think will be most effectively marketed to you. Like that's the whole point of it. So and then he deleted it instantly when someone pointed that out. I was like, oh shit.
But it's out there forever.
I personally will never forget his infamous investigative report for BuzzFeed, where he went to some army base and took a bunch of pictures of like the Burger King on the army base, and that was it. That was the report. This army base is just like your town. Here's the Burger King. Here's the convenience store. Here's the ShopRite. That was it. That was the report.
They're on break right now. We can rest our pointer fingers, folks.
Oh,
you can hear it.
So much. Oh my God, that's overwhelming.
Should we change it to an Illuminati symbol to scare them?
Yeah, get some triangles
Honestly,
in
the
there.
blue
I
wave
like
is
it.
so funny because it's just like such a harmless thing. Like it's completely harmless. It's
Yeah,
like,
true.
it's not even like the red wave where like it could be like blue. That's literally what waves are. They're blue. That's the color.
They should be blue.
Right.
I love that it's weaponized cringe. You are sending them the thing they hate the most, which is libs, like lib porn. You're throwing lib porn at them right now.
And they're still coming. Like you're all keeping it pretty consistent. Like you just always see blue waves, and I feel like this is, it's killing Jack Posobiec's soul. He's looking at his computer. You can see the disgust. Oh, we see gay flags, so that's not going to land well. Maybe Benny Johnson will secretly like it, but yeah, I'm really enjoying this. I've been doing this consistently for like 15 minutes now.
Okay, so I'm sorry. So I'm not super familiar with them. The Jack guy, is that the one
Yep.
that's in the black hoodie with the laptop in front of him and the blue shirt?
Yeah,
Yes.
so the one that looks like
Okay.
his soul is escaping through his nostrils right now. Yeah,
Yes.
and it just made like a deal with Satan. That's Jack Pacific, the one on the
Okay.
right.
He's
That's the one that
literally
I
he's
like
literally a
watching.
white supremacist. Like not even like
He
his
really-
ties to
it's-
white supremacists. Like I'm not even like saying like, oh, how Republicans are,
Everyone's a
perpetuate
Nazi.
right white
kind of
supremacists.
shit.
No, I mean like this guy literally ties to legitimate movement white supremacists. This is the guy who held up the Rape Melania sign that Republicans used to bash Democrats for holding up when it was really like him. This guy has lied about his career. He had that he is a former CBS News reporter in his bio for the longest time to grow himself as like a legit journalist. He has never worked for CBS News.
Yo, Matt,
What the
one of my favorite ones ever was that he was one of the ones leading the charge for the Disney groomer stuff, being like, Disney groomer, I will never go to Disney. Disney is grooming your kids. And then it secretly was photographed that he was going to Disneyland with his kids.
Wait, what? I missed this.
Yeah.
What?
Oh yeah. Because his wife, Instagram, she grammed a photo of it, and then all of a sudden that photo got deleted. But like the internet never forgets, and they found the photo,
Oh
and
my
he was straight up
God.
bringing his kids to the groomer land. Like he called it groomer land. He was bringing his kids to a place, and he was like, hey, "They're fucking grooming your kids. They're gonna molest your children." And then there's a picture of him like with his kids smiling.
Wait, do you still have that? I gotta see this. Where is
Yeah,
this?
yeah. I can get it for you.
Rules
I have
for
a
me,
version
not
where
for me.
I cut out the kids' faces because I didn't want that to be on the internet.
They've reached a new vibe in the Charlie Kirk stream where they're now just like they're doing this kind of thing where they're like, no, I guess people just want high crime and high inflation. they're doing
Oh yeah,
like that.
that's right. Oh, that happened on the stream earlier. I was on too. They did. I was talking with them, and they were like, I guess voters just don't care about crime. And I'm
What a
like,
gift.
what? Like, do you guys hear yourself? You sound like the Principal Skinner meme. Maybe it's the kids who are wrong. I mean, it's like maybe you guys thought that maybe you are out of touch. And I forgot who this woman was, Mary something or other. Let me check out. She
I've
started
got good
bringing up.
news.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry, it's about Georgia. 95% reporting, 49.4% Warnock, 48.6% Walker. I think Warnock.
Yes. Oh shit.
He's got to hit
okay.
50%, right? He's got to hit that 50% mark.
Yeah.
In order to avoid a
Yeah,
runoff, yeah.
Yeah. So he's
Oh, wow.
0.6% away
Oh,
the
this.
deal.
Bare minimum. Let's go.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh, that would
Continue
just
on.
be
I was just like,
beautiful.
y'all, this is a good update.
No, that's really
That is an
good.
amazing update. That is an amazing update.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know if you all heard, but apparently Mastriano was on OWN Live when he was saying how his victories was assured, and he was already laying out his campaign plans for, like, the city, and found out live on the air that he lost the election on OWN. So that's pretty funny.
We gotta get that video.
I have a link to it. I'll send it to the chat.
Oh, I'm seeing that Sean Maloney might be one of his race that he pushed. What's his face out of? What's that guy who ran in like completely outside his district because they redistricted? Oh my God, I can't remember his name. New York State Democrat. Sean Maloney, leader of like the New York State Democrats or something, is gonna fucking lose his race. It looks like, and cost everybody everything because he's a selfish MFer.
That's crazy.
One funny thing about the Charlie Kirk chat, I like turned on the volume for like 2 seconds, and they're at the stage of what went wrong. And one of the things that they said were that the RNC didn't spend enough money, so they're definitely coping. It's a cope stream. So our blue waves are certainly not adding to the mood. They're very miserable. And then the guy who is in Benny Johnson's seat is bringing over a laptop, so he might see you now. Quick, post more blue waves.
I'm actually more surprised they aren't just claiming like election fraud.
Right.
Like, all these candidates, like all the candidates were, right? Like at least 300 of them. Like they're just so. I mean, at least they're accepting the loss.
Yeah.
So far.
I'm reading. This is from Jacob Rubashkin of Inside Elections. New York looking bleak for Democrats. Zimmerman lining up to concede. Riley trailing in New York 19. Maloney on the rocks in NY 17. Losing those Biden seats could make a huge difference in narrow majority math. New York State Democrats really. I mean, Sean Maloney's literally. I looked up what he was. He's the head of the DCC.
Yeah.
DCCC. I mean, what the?
It was Mondaire Jones you were thinking of, right? That
Mondaire Jones. Thank you. Yeah. I could not remember. I mean, why didn't he fucking run in primary? Why didn't he just run against Sean Maloney? I mean, why did he basically throw his career away and jump to a district that he was nowhere near? I mean,
I think the worry from him is that he'd be going up against the DCCC boss, because basically, and Maloney would have all the money against him, and he's essentially, again, in the minds of these people, not of me, but like in the minds of them, he's going against the party in a way because he's challenging the head of the DCCC. I think that's kind of the idea there.
I totally get what you're saying, but in this specific scenario, he's not like a run of the muck outsider doing a primary challenge. Friggin' incumbent. That was his district.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's crazy he pushed him out.
And of course, we could thank Andrew Cuomo for the for his Republican judges who basically gerrymandered the fuck out of New York.
Yep.
Andrew Cuomo has caused so much destruction. I don't think people realize the reverberations from that shit.
The legacy.
Yeah, total creep.
How are the other feeds? Have you been keeping an eye on because I saw there was a massive one on Rumble with Steven Crowder. It's got 200,000 people watching it right now.
What the hell? That makes no sense to me. How?
Yeah.
200.
That's more than Hassan on Twitch. There's no way.
There's no way.
I've always told you have to be paying attention to the right to the far right on Rumble right now. Unless it's bots or it's artificially inflated, their numbers are obscene. There's a person called Salty C Word. I have to say C Word because I'm on Twitch, but it's the biscuit. If you enjoy cheese and crackers, so that's his name. Anyways, he's on the platform. No one knows who he is. He gets 25,000 live viewers, and that's more than Hassan on most days, and you've never heard of him, and he's anti-Semitic as fuck. It's wild.
Yeah, there's no way that's legit. Not to sound like I'm coping and jealous, but it's fake. Speaking of coping and whatnot, Ben Shapiro tweeted out, "Candidate quality matters," with a period after each word. So they're definitely they're reeling from these losses. Democrats certainly did better than I think all of us anticipated. At least me, I didn't expect it to be this good.
No, nowhere near this.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, the best case scenario that we can walk away from tonight is basically that the Democrats hold the Senate and lose the House. That's the best case scenario I'm thinking that can come out of the evening. I never even thought the House would be in play, and let alone the governors. Like, okay, like those are catching up too right now.
Yeah, and to see like the loudest election denier like Carrie Lake lose and go down, it's great to see that too.
Yeah, and that it wasn't even close. Like she down by like 20 points, I think.
Oh, it's beautiful. Whitmer's up by 5 points in Michigan.
Oh wow. Everyone, we should do a round table promotion of our respective channels and everything, because between all the streams that are going on right now, we're almost at, I think, near 4,000 people. So
whoa.
What?
Yeah.
Wow. Oh
What?
God.
I'm pushing you. I'm digitally pushing you out of the way as I'm first.
I mean, left us to do this. Okay?
YouTube.com/Matt Binder.
All the time. The right wing is really good. Dave Rubin will bring on fucking Stefan Molyneux, and he'll be like, "Hi, Stefan, good to see you." And he's like, "Oh, what do brains weigh? Oh yeah, black brains are lighter than fucking white brains and stuff." And all of a sudden, everyone's watching both of them. And so, like, we should do that. We should cross pollinate. We should allow everyone to
should cross the streams, baby. I'll go first. YouTube.com/Matt Binder. I'm literally less than 250 subscribers away from the big 25K. I know all of you guys have more than that, but for little old me, it's a big deal. So go to youtube.com/Matt Binder. Twitch.tv/Matt Binder as well. I mean, you're right here. You might as well just click that follow button if you're watching on Twitch. And follow me on Twitter @Matt Binder. I do a politics show called Doomed that tracks the right and right-wing misinformation and conspiracy theories. And I have a anti-crypto show called Scam Economy, which tracks all the scams and ridiculousness going on in the crypto world. And I'm probably going to start another one that is TBD. I can't let it out yet. So because I'm crazy.
About researching sock puppet accounts? Gonna expose all those sock puppets?
Yes, that should be one, but that would take up too much time. I will never see my 2 children again.
I was gonna ask you guys. I'm gonna stream on Friday. If any of you guys want to come on, I mean, I'm not gonna get the kind of numbers that you got right now, but if anybody wants to come on Friday, please come on. My channel's RM Brown on YouTube. That's it. That's all I got to plug.
All right, I'll go next. YouTube.com/TheRationalNational. Right now we have over 2,100 live viewers on YouTube. So how about that? People are watching. But there you go. And I'm David Dole on DAVIDDOEL on Twitter, though I'm not sure how much longer I'm going to be, using Twitter if it keeps going the way it's going.
Oh no! Don't no! Stay on it. Stay on it.
Well, I'm gonna stay on it, but at some point, if he starts doing, if it's like pay for everyone, like that's apparently behind the scenes. He's like, paywall completely.
Yeah, I was gonna ask. Are you guys gonna cough up the $8?
No
way.
Okay.
It's embarrassing.
Matt's coughing it up. Matt's going for it.
Yeah,
well, Matt for like research purposes,
that's what it gives you.
Listen, I want to imagine a scenario where Elon Musk is losing all his money, Twitter's going downhill, and the 6 of us are literally recreating that scene in Titanic with the band. Gentlemen, it's been an honor.
I guess I'll go next. You can find me on YouTube, The Humanist Report. I do news and politics. If you're watching this on Rational National stream, I'm basically the gay version of the Rational National. We do the same thing almost. So if you want additional news stories, come and subscribe. To everyone else's audiences, I'm a political news guy. I try to hold back the doomerism. Sometimes it gets through, but I post very frequently. So please subscribe and like and all that stuff.
The gay version of the Rational National?
David,
yes.
David, you're straight?
I should note I'm bi, so there's that.
Oh, there you go.
I was going to throw down that I was the bi version of the Rational National, but you took that away from me.
Oh, Jesus.
You stole my joke,
Well,
Corey.
I feel like I was gay secular talk, but it could be gay Rational National, gay version of Rational National, or the gayer version of the Rational National. The more bearded.
I like how
version
Bender
of the
was like shocked that I was like not gay.
No, I mean, I'm just shocked I'm the only cis white man here, to be honest.
He was like, this guy's way too handsome right here to be just a straight dude. No way.
Yeah, I mean, I'm starting now that I know this, I'm starting to question my own sexuality.
Well, we can field questions, Matt.
NBC calling it for Fetterman. NBC has called it for Fetterman.
Nice. Hell yes.
That's what I've been waiting
Oh,
for.
shit.
Gonna pull that one up.
Fuck Dr. Oz.
Fuck you. Yeah. Oh, god damn. You piss drinking, puppy torturing motherfucker. You jabbed a needle into your sister's skull. It is absurd that you got as far as you did. Not to mention, you fucking sold diet pills that made people's hearts fucking palpitate and stop. You had to go to Congress for it. It's like the bare minimum that the piss sommelier does not win. The piss sommelier is not going to be elected. Like, fuck the piss sommelier, all right? A motherfucker.
He is
Go ahead.
I was gonna say Dr. Oz is an Oprah creation, right? Like he got to start with Oprah. Is that the deal?
Yep.
Yeah, because Dr. Phil is kind of like that too now. I watched a Dr. Phil Joe Rogan interview.
Oh, I saw your video. That was crazy.
He's like a full-on, like pull yourself up by your bootstraps, like right-wing propagandist now too. So Oprah, what's going on? What are these monsters, these Frankenstein that you're creating?
Come get your trash, Oprah.
Like she finally endorsed Fetterman like a few days ago. Like it took her forever to come out against. Like I'm glad she did, but Jesus, should have came earlier.
Yeah, she didn't give him enough time for him to cut an ad off of her endorsement, which kind of irritated me.
That would have been good.
Yeah.
Good.
Still got I guess. Well, I'll go next. If you're listening to this and you're enjoying the silly things I'm saying, my name is Lance. I'm the dumpster fire political silly guy on the internet. And if you want to follow me, you can go to youtube.com/thesurftimes. You can go to twitter.com/thesurfstv or twitch.com/thesurfstv, where I'm broadcasting live right now. And I also make documentaries on things like Gamergate and other weird shit at youtube.com/thesurfstv. If you want to have some silly stuff there. And then I guess I think Blair's the last one to go now.
Yeah, sorry, I guess I'm the last one. Hi, I'm Blair, or the Illuminati. Over 1.5 million subs over on the youtube.com. And also on podcasts, Spotify, wherever you name it, we're there. 3 series uploading Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays. Multi-level Mondays talking about Ponzi, pyramid schemes, and other scams. The corporate casket, which we just look at where bad businesses go to die, including charities and all of that fun stuff and cults. And then the new series Dark Dives, which is unveiling dark history and ideologies and conceptual kind of topics. So yeah, glad to be here. And thanks for letting me shout myself out, I guess.
You got one new follow for me. I'm definitely going to follow your channel.
Hell yeah.
I subbed also.
Yeah, I'm going to sub.
Watch your video on the Nexium cult.
The Nexium cult's good.
Blair, what's the name of your channel?
If you literally on YouTube just type in II, it will autofill because it's spelled Illuminati all weird. So if you just II, it'll just autofill it in. I spelled it really stupid because I thought it looked like a palindrome and I thought I was cool. I was not cool. So here we are.
Oh, that would have been cool though.
I should mention also that I'm at 499,000 subs. I'm right
You're
on
like
the verge.
so close, people.
Right on the verge of
Subscribe.
500,000. So if you're not subscribed to me, wherever you are watching right now, please subscribe. Get me over that hump.
That's
David,
a massive milestone.
Yeah, that's huge. Are you shadow banned or anything like that? Do you have any of those kind of suspicions?
I think, honestly, I think we all are. When it comes to, because if you go and look at, like, I outperform in terms of how long people view videos. I outperform in terms of, like, engagement, that kind of thing. But in terms of new eyeballs on videos, it's almost all current subscribers watch my videos, which is, like, unheard of in any other YouTube vertical. Like, it's all, most people get new, like people that are unsubscribed watching their videos. Mine are, the vast majority are subscribed. So that means that my videos are not being served out. And this is not just me. This is like me. This is, I think this is Mike. This is, I'm guessing Binder as well. I mean, I think all of us, largely for whatever reason, if you're like a political channel and you're independent and you're separated from a website, because that's how YouTube can verify if you are a so-called authoritarian or authoritative news source. If you have no website, then you are kind of put into this group where your political videos are largely going out to the same audience. So it's all like word of mouth, basically, is how our shit spread.
Yeah, Kyle Klinsky says that exact thing.
I think that's
him
fucked.
too.
That's
He's been
so
stuck.
messed
He's been
up.
stuck where he's been stuck out for like a year and a half. Like it's crazy.
Crazy.
Yeah, all of 2021, I was stuck at the same subscriber count where I would like gain 1,000, and then over the 2 months, I'd gradually lose that. And then finally, as of 2022, we got 10,000 more, and I've sustained that. And we're slowly growing, but every once in a while, it goes right back down. Very, very frustrating, especially when you see momentum. And then like immediately, it's like, boom, you hit a brick wall, and then it's just, yeah, it's really frustrating.
I got an idea for this. Maybe we can all try this, okay? This is my strategy. I'm going to start doing very, very pro YouTube content. Like every video is going to be like, YouTube's amazing, guys. Oh my God. And more people just watch this. This is great. And then like maybe in between there, somewhere I'll slip in some kind of subversive message, you know?
I like that.
It'll be like
Butter 'em up.
old Hollywood. Yeah, it'll be like old Hollywood where you would have to be like, this is a wholesome thing, but it's secretly there was, you know, like all kind of, you know.
I mean, that's the best idea I've heard so far. So.
I'm gonna be
Yeah.
honest,
There we go.
that
Let's
YouTube
try it.
suppression is no joke. Like anytime I do an episode that's particularly controversial, it not only suppresses that, but then suppresses the channel for like 3 to 4 weeks.
Oh yeah.
Like I think a year and a half
it's
ago, I
bad.
did something covering like the Uyghur Muslim situation in China. Totally tanked the channel for like 5 weeks, 6 weeks, something like that. Just absolutely nothing went. And I was like, I think this is an important topic, but apparently YouTube did not agree.
That's wild.
It's painful. Yeah, it's so messed up.
So, but I mean, I don't know how you guys tag your videos or anything, but I put my stuff down under educational since it's more kind of documentary-like, which seems to let it slide. Though people now, I definitely get more comments. Maybe it's just kind of the political environment or whatever, but people are like, oh my God, you used to be such a fair and balanced channel and now you're just a stupid liberal. And I'm like, I don't know, Chief. If you look at corrupt businesses and why they're allowed to be corrupt, you wouldn't be right-leaning either.
Yeah.
It's like complete sense too.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, Blair, I've gotten the comments of, you used to be like actually progressive, but now you're just the neoliberal. But then I'll also get the comments that, oh, well, Mike used to be really reasonable and now he's a commie. So it's like, okay, I don't know how to respond to that. So
see, I get a good laugh out of it because I used to be most of my life actually quite conservative until probably around 2014 or 2015. And so I know the games. And so it's just funny when I see the comments where like, you stupid liberal, you gonna take our guns away and stuff. I'm like, no, babes, you go far enough left, all the guns come back. Don't you worry.
So true.
The blue wave is still going down in Charlie Kirk's chat.
Is it? I haven't checked.
Oh,
God, you guys are
Oh my
amazing and
God.
Not
relentless.
slow down. I don't know.
I love
I
it.
don't know how many people
That's
watching
so-
it
yeah.
are doing that, but
The
yep.
chat's going so fast too.
Let's
Oh,
see
yeah.
what they're saying.
They haven't turned on slow mode, which is what I thought they'd do immediately.
also haven't banned anyone. This is the free speach zone. I've said some very
Right.
ruthless things, especially towards Benny Johnson. But Benny Johnson's not there anymore.
I mean, yeah, good for them for not banning that shit. Honestly, I mean,
I'm seeing
standing by
blue
their
wave
word.
equals red tears. I'm seeing lots of cope and seed. I mean, I love this chat. It's amazing.
They're coming up with some, like, they're trying to come up with theories now what's happening, and some of them are kind of funny. One was that Fetterman won in Pennsylvania because of how bad the lockdowns were. Everyone left, and the only ones staying there are people who love crime and love lockdowns. So they're kind of throwing out ideas. Yeah.
So lit. Crime gets me off.
CBS is reporting that Dr. Oz has asked reporters to leave his victory party.
Yes.
You snort some pee. Hell yeah.
Oh, that's good.
You know what? You know what was really funny? I don't know if you saw. Who's the lady on Fox News, Fox Business, with the really annoying voice, Baratomi or whatever, whatever her name is.
Maria something. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maria
Bartiromo. She was the first. She was the first person to talk with Oz after Oprah came out on her podcast for Fetterman, and she asked Oz what he thought of that, and he couldn't even like. I don't know if Oprah has something more on him or he just still knows where his money is made. He was like, listen, I love Oprah. We just have different politics. I mean, any other, if someone just endorsed your opponent, you would have been like, they don't know what they're talking. You would have gone full, against them, attack them and everything. But he was just like, I love her so much.
It's possible he was thinking, like, if I lose this race, maybe I'll need her again in some way for some reason, or like keep not need her, but keep that audience, like keep enough of those liberals to keep a career going, because he relied forever on Oprah's audience. And Oprah's audience, I have to imagine, largely leans Democratic. So if he turns off all of Oprah's followers, then that potentially alienates him from which I think he already has separate himself from being able to recapture that audience. But I guess maybe in his mind, he's like, if I can keep a connection here with Oprah, then I still got a career in something. But I don't know what he's going to do now.
Betrayals of all time, I gotta say. By the way, Jack Pacevic, the white supremacist, has barely moved from staring at his computer, looking like, again, his soul is leaving his body. It's so glorious. It's inspiring right now. It's like a poem. Someone has to write this.
It feels like a win to see them sad. Speaking of wins, we've got another important one, kind of small but important win. So in Michigan, the Secretary of State race, it went for the Democrat. This was Christina Caramo was the Trump-endorsed basically election denier, which is coup happy. She lost. She went down, and she went down by a lot. The difference is 164,000 votes. It's still coming in, but she lost big, which is why they called it early. So this is huge because this is another potential state that Trump could try to contest, and now he has one less crony. So very, very good to see this.
Nice.
I mean, yeah, I know, Illuminati, you were saying that you came to this as a pessimist, and you too, Mike, actually, you were super doomed. So this is, I will say, an amazing roller coaster ride to have watched so far with all of y'all, because it's interesting. This is not how I saw the night playing out in any way, shape, or form, or the right did. Like the right now beside themselves, they were all fucking red wave, baby, America's back. Look at this.
Well, this is great. Is truthfully what it is. Again, being pessimistic, you're either right or you're surprised.
100%. Yeah. I'm feeling great right now, honestly, because when your expectations are so low, the lowest they can possibly be, the only way to go is up, baby. So I'm feeling good right now. I did not expect the night to go this well.
Same. I kind of expected to wake up tomorrow and get ready to, become a second-class citizen, go get my ball and chain or something. So looking slightly hopeful.
Yeah.
So someone in Charlie Kirk's chat was like, who the fuck are all you fucking commies? What is going on?
That's so embarrassing for them.
Came here for some right-wing tears. Cheers, a $1.99 super chat that was just sent by Bahamut. Shout out to Bahamut in Charlie Kirk's chat. Thank you for the super chat to Charlie Kirk.
I don't even
That
know why
must be
they
weird to
have
see
a
your chat
chat
being
at this
flooded
point.
by blue waves right now. Well done, Mike. I can't
doing
believe
it
that was
again.
you. It's weaponized cringe.
Republicans are a joke at this point. $4.99 super chat from fuck you. It's PHUC space U.
Oh my God.
So now the hate chats are coming in. Okay, folks, let's not harass. Yeah, the waves are calm, and I also see Vosh Rad, so he could also be hate rating them simultaneously. This could be a whole like a leftist effort across the internet.
This is the real. To me, this is the real surprise of the night, that I kind of feel sorry for Charlie Kirk right now.
Nah, you're alone on that.
I don't.
I feel bad. Because it's just these sad guys alone in a room, all looking at their phones, and then a constant stream of people making fun of them. But yeah, they
another
deserve it.
$5 super chat. Soon may the Fetterman come to give us radical socialism.
Oh no.
I see lots of copes. I think Vosh is in this too. Is Vosh in here? Vosh, hello to Vosh's people.
I think Vosh is watching the other side. Vosh, you can jump in the call if you want. DM me.
That's so funny. I see a lot of Vosh Rad. So they could be hate. This could, I love the idea of all of the left coming together, not to accomplish something policy-wise or protest, but just hate raid Charlie Kirk. Like, this is where solidarity among the left is really needed. We can pull off amazing things like doing this.
Look at Vosh's stream right now. It looks like he's literally just streaming our stream.
Is he?
Is that what he's doing?
Yeah.
I love that.
That adds a lot more viewers. So
Vosh Rad.
So, my chat is filling up with people who are like, Vosh is shit-faced right now. He's getting all emotional with us.
He is streaming us. Hey, Vosh's chat.
He's drunk as shit right now.
TheRationalNational.com/join. Join the Patreon page.
There's just an empty seat. Is he all right? Should we call for help for him or something?
I love this so much.
Oh.
They're saying drunk Bausch. That's so funny. This has been an amazing night beyond my expectations in so many ways. I love it.
I am very surprised. Very surprised. Did not expect to get this much, I don't know, dopamine, serotonin, Schadenfreude, whatever.
Yeah.
Well, I think so many of us, truthfully, and of course, maybe I'm just licking my own wounds here, of course. I think a lot of us were really in not a great place today when the day started of going, this could really be it. And so to see something like this actually happen, this is really kind of spectacular. So I think a lot of people have their hopes raised.
I was scared of today. I was like, I've been nervous about this or anxious about this for fucking weeks, I feel, and months leading up to it, where I was just like, fucking America could just go far fucking right, and it could happen, and then they take the House and the Senate, and then all these fucking QAnon fucking Christian fascists all come to power. Like, that's what the writing on the wall really looked like.
Mm-hmm.
And then today,
I mean, that's still possible.
Yeah.
But there's so many races and stuff that we're watching that are totally either turning on its head, not being flipped. This is kind of incredible. Look at me being a freaking positive person. My apologies. Hold on. Give me 5 minutes.
We've turned it around, Illuminati. Like, we were very doomer, and now we're both kind of feeling better. Like,
we're vibing now.
There's two of us who are changing, so it's not like, it's not a spurious error or something. Like, we both are feeling a lot better.
Honestly, watching Oz lose, Fetterman win, and Boebert lose has been giving me so much energy and so much happiness. It really has been fueling me.
It's just beautiful. I'll be right back. I need to get more water and possibly more caffeine.
And more everything.
What a mood. There's still blue waves all in that chat.
I know that it has not slowed down.
And rainbows and everything. It's great. Oh, it's amazing.
I don't think I'll ever get tired of seeing Jack Pasebic's face look like this. Like just he's got permanent soul crush, like resting face. That's it. It hasn't moved at all either, you know?
So you know what? Are we're talking about the blue shirt guy, right? The one that you guys said is like a Nazi, like.
Yeah,
right?
He's the one on the right.
Yeah.
So like he's sitting like he's the one who has not looked away from his computer or his cell phone
with the coffee cup in front of him.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who's got like
So
it looks like he hasn't slept in days.
I figured it out. I figured something out about him. It is not factual at all, for the record, but his like eyebrow situation is nearly identical to Marjorie Taylor Greene's, and I think there's a connection.
Do an Alex like Jones tier conspiracy here. I want to see how they're connected. Come on, brother.
I want to find out. Yeah, what have they been drinking? I just want to know.
So like,
and for the record, I do know it's the Neanderthal gene. I think technically is where kind of that more high placed brow comes from. But I just find it funny that they both have it and they're both idiots.
I'd also like to mention that Europe is just waking up right now, so I'm starting to see a whole bunch of European people and lefties just like, holy shit, what? Like so many accounts are just like their minds are blown. Like I thought it was going to be a fucking Republican. Oh, sorry. Oh, I thought it was going to be a Republican landslide, mate. But what the fuck was going on here? You know, like they're all so excited right now.
Democracy hasn't fallen yet, baby.
America.
So at this point, what race is left? Like, I know there's Warnock, Walker, but I don't think we'll get a result tonight.
I think Warnock is going to win. To be honest, at this point, from everything I've seen, especially with the mail-in ballots, going to play a big part.
Are those coming in tonight, or is that still happening tomorrow with the counting?
I believe that'll happen tomorrow, right?
Okay.
It's probably still going to be a runoff, though. They seem pretty damn close. To people in the chat saying like Vosh wants in, I was like, I gave him the link. He has but to click on the Skype link. It is now out of my hands. It's in his hands.
I think I saw someone in his chat saying that he's struggling with Skype itself.
He's trying to download Skype. How drunk is this? I've only seen Vosh like wasted, I think, once in like a different election stream. If he's so drunk he can't install Skype, like come on, homie. Skype, it's like 2 buttons. It's like install.
It looks like I just clicked over to his stream. It looks like he's having a similar chat situation where people are telling him to go to bed.
I see a question that says, "Is he going to puke?" So I don't know what's going on.
Wow, he's
that
drunk.
Damn. I don't know. And then I see
Vosh is sloshed, very very drunk. That's what I'm seeing.
Oh. I mean, if he's drunk, he probably should go to sleep. Truthfully, you're not going to make good decisions or say great things intoxicated.
This is true. This is you. This is you looking out for human decency.
Someone has to.
According to him, he's the drunkest he's ever been since college. What?
Oh boy.
Oh my goodness.
This is not the time to be streaming political stuff then. Maybe it is. I don't know.
Drunk live at the interview.
I literally see a comment that says, "This is why mommy cries." Jesus Christ.
I can't hear anything. I can only hear static.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Oh my God! Look who's
Vosh,
here.
all we hear is your static. If you can hear us.
By the way, just an update, not on the election, but the more important matter, the blue waves are still coming in droves on the Charlie Kirk chat.
That's what's important.
Yes, I've switched my priorities throughout the course of the night, and I just want to keep the blue wave momentum going. And lots of gay pride, some trans flags. It's so beautiful.
I love incredible. Gay people. Can I be heard properly now?
Yes, you can.
There you are.
How are you doing, sir?
What an intro!
How's it going, man?
I'm so sorry. I'm absolutely blitzed right now. Well beyond my limits. I hope everyone is having a wonderful evening.
We truly are. Hey, Bosch, I've never seen Jack Pasevic's soul leave his body. I'm witnessing this in real time in 4K. Like his face, he has resting, like everything is fucking ending face. It's glorious. It's feeding me. It's giving me nutrition that I didn't know I needed.
Yeah, I'm hesitant to be optimistic, but I have to admit, yeah, I just screamed myself hoarse after Fetterman's victory. I started singing along to that fucking song. You know, my throat hurts. Oh, what a nice happening on such a dark day. Is everyone doing well?
Yeah,
We're doing much better than the beginning of the night, at least. And what will make you feel better if you aren't already feeling good is I just tweeted a picture of Jack Posobiec, his face. He's very, very sad. And his sadness makes me happy.
Oh, shit, Fetterman's giving a fucking victory speech right now. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
I think this is the first time I've had the pleasure of speaking to a few of you. It's a delight. I'm sorry that I'm blitzed. I would be more eloquent, I'd be more eloquent if I wasn't. I appreciate everyone's work here. I know all of you.
Yeah, nice to meet you. This is fun.
Yeah.
It is great to meet you.
You've added an element of chaos to the stream that I
enjoy. A wild card, Vosh. That's why you had to jump in here. We needed to
I have every intention of being very predictably progressive this time. Oh, I see Figueredo here. Oh, sorry, not Figueredo. Figueredo's Posobiec. Wow. Yeah, I tuned in on Charlie Kirk's live stream, and I used all of my autistic prowess to determine that Charlie Kirk does not look very normal in that live stream. He actually looks very upset.
Oh,
my goodness,
it's beautiful.
Does he ever look normal?
Big news coming out of Tennessee. You guys see this?
No, what is it?
One of the ballot initiatives, apparently, Tennessee has officially banned slavery as a punishment in the year 2022.
Oregon did too.
Yet again.
What the hell?
Come on.
We did that tonight in Oregon as well.
Have we gone too far? Truly.
Yeah,
Has the
swear to
left gone
God.
too far?
It was the Measure 112, remove constitutional language allowing slavery as a punishment. It passed 54 to 46, so I'm very proud of my state
Wait,
tonight.
it passed 54 to 46 in Oregon?
There's some people who, you know.
What the 46?
I gotta tell you.
What's going on?
I gotta tell you, Tennessee apparently voted something like 80 to 20%. So that's
oh shit. Well, listen. This is what I'll say. Okay, in defense of my state. Only 56% of precincts reporting. So that number could go up, okay?
You mean the forced slavery number?
Yeah. Sensibly for a second. If we didn't have slaves, who would quench our forest fires? Stop being dumb. Come on. Who else?
True. We should also add that Marjorie Taylor Greene thought those forest fires were started by Jewish space lasers.
True
story.
The moon.
True.
Yeah, on the moon.
Don't forget it.
Oh, I didn't catch the on the moon part. I just thought that they were like satellites, not.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I think she literally claimed it was on the moon, like Austin Powers, Dr. Evil style.
Oh yeah, no,
Eastern
she's got
California.
James Bond up her anti-Semitism. You know, she's like, my anti-Semitism needs to be fucking full-on Bond villain shit. All right, so that's where I'm coming from.
Did you guys know about the Jewish space laser theorem? It's actually not specific to MTG. It's actually a fairly well-developed component of a variety of anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. I think it goes back at least to the 90s or further beyond. It's established, which is wild because it sounds like an idiosyncratic, very specific kind of brain damage. But in reality, it's actually something a decent number of people believe.
Then a decent number of people are stupid.
Yeah, well, it's a great country, you know.
Yeah, it's. Well, I didn't know that, but it's not necessarily surprising in these days, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I think we also have to add that she had to learn that the Holocaust was bad by going to the Holocaust Museum.
I remember learning that.
Did a press conference where it's like, oh shit, based on the things I just saw, this wasn't all that lit. I guess, I'm going to walk back my position on this one. Holocaust, in fact, bad, actually.
You know, the thing that really fucks me up when you think about that is that for people like MTG, there's a near guaranteed like likelihood that when going through something like that, she's looking at these exhibits and she's thinking, that didn't fucking happen. That's not real. There's no way somebody like her goes through something like that in good faith. And it's fucked up to think about that. Because you know she has to play nice
definitely a learning
cameras.
process.
Yeah. Oh god, I'm so sorry. I'm on like 10 shots equivalent of yeah. I oh yeah, wait.
What?
Let me skew the direction of this stream really quickly. Let me sort of like a black hole. Let me pull it in a new and innovative direction. You're all familiar with the Moore v. Harper Supreme Court stuff that'll be going on soon?
Oh yeah, December 7th is
Absolutely.
when it starts.
Yeah. I feel like this. So this is just my opinion. I don't want to be doomer or anything. I try not to be, but I have a feeling that even the best outcomes from tonight potentially are just buying time, because given enough time, you know, the Moore v. Harper decision will ensure the kind of inevitable downfall of federal democracy. Like what we're buying tonight, the best case scenario is like 2 additional years to prepare and situate ourselves, but that the actual long-term outcome is not set in stone, but at the very least not easy to shift, you know?
I agree with that. Yeah, it's been on my mind a lot lately, and yeah, we are buying time. I agree with that. And like my whole thought today was when I woke up, it's like this is maybe the last free and fair election because a wave of election deniers are going to sweep power across the country at different levels of government. It's not as bad, but like Moore v. Harper is still looming in the background. Like we've had a couple of election deniers go down tonight. The Secretary of State, Christina Caramo in Michigan, Carrie Lake in Arizona as governor. But Moore v. Harper could just kind of veto.
Do you want to explain Moore v. Harper
tonight.
just so we all understand what that means?
So
yeah, what is going on?
Sorry.
It's basically the Supreme Court is going to take up independent state legislature theory, which empowers state legislatures to, do so much things. Like the implications are really broad and you can't say specifically, but in short, it gives legislatures the power to really appoint fake electors and kind of override the popular votes in their state. And so whether or not that's a valid legal theory will be determined by the Supreme Court. And so far, it seems like 4 of them have signaled that they are siding with it. Thomas is like a definite. So the question is, I think it's between Roberts and Gorsuch. Where are they going to go?
Technically, in the Constitution, the right to determine the processes by which elections are conducted are up to the state legislators. You know, it's only really up to additional layers added on to that that we have sort of a developed process in all these states for how their local and federal elections are conducted. The idea through the independent state legislator doctrine is that it literally is just the state legislators, which means that since the majority of states are Republican controlled in their legislators, they would be able to they wouldn't literally be able to say, oh yeah, only Republicans can win, but effectively they would have enough control over the rules that they would be able to shape that outcome. And of course, because this would also apply to the nature of the electors for the presidential election, it would encompass basically all federal elections as well as local. It's very scary stuff, and it's for that reason that during a good portion of today's stream, before I was so drunk that I was unable to even comprehend compound words or sentences, that I was talking about stuff like making sure that your passport is up to date, making sure that you have enough money saved that in case the worst happens. And I pointed out, and this applies to all of us, by the way, R.M. Brown, David Dole, Mike Figueredo, and Lance, of course, my good friend, that, you know, generally speaking, when regimes that are authoritarian and right-leaning take power, the first ones to go are not trans people, the Jews, whatever. It's us. We are the first ones to go. And for that reason, you know, I feel like we, more than any other group, should be, well, lands here in Canada, so whatever. But yeah, we should be conscious of the fact that we are vulnerable demographics when it comes to sudden shifts. It wouldn't take much for a federal law to go, oh yeah, well, we are in violation of some federal statute on sort of anti-American, political dissemination, and we were arrested on those grounds, and it goes up from there. It's good to be careful. I don't want to diminish the feeling of the evening. Again, I am very plastered, but it's something I worry about.
I'm going to be
I agree.
completely honest with you. If I was as drunk as you are right now, or you said you are, I would not be able to have said those sentences. Probably.
I know.
It's very impressive.
I gotta
Jesus
go
Christ,
get some
yeah.
pizza, y'all. We going to Denny's or what's going on? I wouldn't.
I'm not as coherent.
I'm going to talk about how the evolution of fascism is often marked with a whole bunch of different preponderances, and I was like, okay, well, no, I would need me some fucking pizza.
I wish I was at Denny's so badly right now. Sadly, I have alcoholed my way through my calorie limit for today, so this is all I get. No, it just concerns me a bit. I like you said, Mike. We're buying time fundamentally, and time is valuable. Every year that we buy gives people time to prepare themselves, to make critical decisions that will determine how vulnerable they are to these these happenings. But I'm tempered a bit against optimism, because I feel like at the end of the day, the Democrats will never be willing to take the steps necessary to really cut this problem off, to really nip it in the bud, even if they're given the opportunity to.
My one question would be, when you said we, what are you referring to? Do you mean people in like left-wing media or public figures? Because I would probably not agree that they aren't actually targeting trans or marginalized communities. Like they're broadcasting that stuff. They are going for LGBTQ plus people and other marginalized groups, indigenous people, black people. Like the right are marching towards like neo-fascism in America at a rate that's so terrifying, in the same way that you see the same shit that happened with, say, like the Nazis, who also like directly targeted LGBTQ people and were fucking burning down that center and all that kind of shit.
No, I fully agree. I think it's just a matter of immediate priorities. In the current political climate, it will always be easier to go after people based on their behavior than it will their demographic nature, race, gender identity, sexuality. Generally speaking, when fascist regimes come to power, their first priority is targeting journalists of the opposition, not only because we're comparatively more powerful than any random trans person, which again we are. It feels weird to say that because we're just like YouTubers or popular online figures, but in reality we command the attention of hundreds of thousands, millions of people, and it's that does represent a significant power base. And also our behavior is explicit. We represent certain positions as opposed to people who are of groups that would be targeted. I think that in the long run, no matter what, a Republican governorship would involve the persecution of trans or queer people broadly, a group which I would also fit into. But in the immediate sense, like, man, I can just, can't you feel it? The AG under Trump tried to use sedition laws to persecute BLM protesters. I can just imagine right when they get the chance to, oh yeah, actually this is a law that makes it illegal to do such and such. And it's like, critiquing the nature of American hegemony or power or something like that. And a bunch of journalists get arrested right off the bat. Maybe it's my paranoia, taking hold. And I am, again, incredibly, I want to be clear. The fact that I'm stringing together words right now is a Herculean effort. I'm putting everything into that. But I'm concerned about it. I'm not ashamed to admit that I've thought, okay, well, could I do this from Canada or something? I am worried about the future of this country. Everyone should be. America's a global superpower. Our political
It is
happenings
the
are.
global superpower.
It is the right.
You have 800 military bases around the world. You spend like 10 times more than all the other militaries. The rest of the world always watches American elections, like that True Detective, you fucking Matthew McConaughey smoking meme, where it's just like, oh fuck, don't fuck this up, please, please don't go far right, please don't do this, don't go Nazi.
I'm worried about my community, right? My community is majority American, of course, about 50-50 American and non-American. And it's difficult for me to look at the chat scrolling by without thinking, well, given how things are going, how many people are going to make it out of the worst case scenario? Not all of them, that's for sure. It's really sobering. I don't mean to take away from the optimism of the night. If we do well tonight, it buys us years, and that is valuable. But I am, it's a difficult time to be optimistic. That's for sure.
Yeah. To your.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Arm.
I was just gonna say. I mean, we have to me the most hopeful thing that's going on right now is we were talking about the Zoomers earlier, and a lot of people shit on the Zoomers. I see a real hope in the Zoomers, and we're also seeing like a labor movement happening, which is like the Supreme Court. That's like basically what they're there for, to stop. Like if you read about the history of the Supreme Court, they are there to maintain a certain structure of power, and that's part of it. So I'm really interested, what Bosch is talking about, and like a labor movement that's kind of starting, and Zoomers who are more politically conscious. How is the Supreme Court, how is power going to deal with that too, is a huge question, I think.
Yeah, I'll add to Vosh's doomerism, and then I have a little bit of hopium for you all. So to your point about them targeting like the media figures and whatnot, that's essentially what this brand of fascism is. So Viktor Orban, if you remember the Hungarian CPAC, his whole like thesis was that you have to control the media. Like you control the media, you control the population. I'm paraphrasing what he said. So there is something to that for sure. And so I don't have anything positive to add about that. But in terms of hopium, the waves are still very, very abundant in Charlie Kirk's chat. And I wanted to share a tweet from Christopher Rufo that Alejandro Caraballo shared, just laughing. So this is what he tweeted earlier in the night. The left has spent the past 2 years pushing chaos in our country, critical race theory in our schools, and radical gender surgeries onto our children. Tonight they pay the price. And then her response is just ha 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 ha, because that didn't happen. So just seeing the cope, it is it puts a smile on my face.
Yeah.
So
an unfortunate, I know I don't often get lambasted for this, but I do try to approach most political issues from a Marxist perspective first. And from a class perspective, it's very unfortunate, and I think everyone has to kind of reconcile with this. The average voter is, and the language I want to use is not acceptable on Twitch, but the average voter is cognitively has a lot of work to do. We are not motivated by the things that actually affect us. God, I wish we were. We should be, but we're not. The average person, you tell them, if you spend enough time telling them, oh, well, actually, America's being destroyed by trans teachers or something, they'll buy into that. And I think, I used to believe that if you could just build a popular front, if you could just, regardless of our differences, and maybe some people are racist. It's not good. You shouldn't be. But, even if you are racist, I would rather a racist be pro-working class than anti-working class. And if you can build off that, maybe we can convince them of the other stuff. Maybe you can bring them into the popular front. But reality hasn't played out that way. And it makes me worried that, there is no tie between empiricism and what actually drives voters. At the end of the day, it's purely money. Whatever issue you convince voters is real, because you control the media, because you're Murdoch or whatever, that's what'll hit them. And that's it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Inflation, gas prices, wages, whatever. It doesn't actually matter. It could be anything. It could be the belief that aliens will arrive, or trans teachers are grooming your children, or whatever, that at the end of the day, it's just money. And that's a game we lose, always. And it's really unfortunate. I used to take a lot of comfort from the belief that the working class at the end of the day would always be unified under a shared class interest. But I think we're a lot more malleable in that respect than I used to think.
Wait, you guys tell me what you think of this, but I read, and this is a poll, so polls aren't always super accurate, but there's been a ton of information out about what's the main driver of inflation, and the majority of Republicans, not the majority, but the overall majority is much bigger, but the majority of Republicans think that corporate profits are driving inflation. So like they understand, like even the people that were saying, okay, these are the difficult people to win over in voting and in elections and stuff, they understand that part of it. So like the question I'm like asking you guys is like, is all the point of this sort of bigotry and all this stuff to break apart that we all agree on that and that we all understand that economic reality?
I think so. It's also what you prioritize. Like, I just think a lot of those voters, they're aware of the corporate greed, and they prioritize their racism over everything else.
Yeah.
And their bigotry.
Yeah.
And you're never going to get those people. And I think that's it's a large chunk, but I think if you can get out enough young voters, and every year that becomes easier because there's more of them to vote, then you can eventually win over that.
The other thing I want to add to that, though, is that there's definitely a really big problem with, right-wing media ecosystems convincing a lot of, rural voters, maybe poor white voters, or, middle-class voters, or all that kind of stuff, that the cause of their problems happen to be trans kids in school, CRT being taught to your children, all this kind of stuff, like creating this kind of, a false consciousness where you're just really afraid of things that aren't actually affecting your life, that don't actually impact your life at all. But it's like, oh god damn, all the kids are becoming trans because all of them watched this one British cartoon, Pepe the Pig, and now they're all trans. It happened in real time. And all of a sudden it's like, well, that's scary. I don't want that to happen to me. What if it happened to my friends' kids, or my nieces or nephews? We have to stop this. Or propaganda, or keeping you scared of fucking criminals, immigrants, everything, every single day. There's another poor black person who stole a whole bunch of baby formula. We have to stop him. We have to stop him immediately.
This is what people on the left don't understand, and it's unfortunate, and I regret to understand this. I wish I couldn't, but there is no feeling we experience that is as substantial as the fear racists have of other races. We are but pale bugmen compared to their emotional experiences. We are ghosts compared to what they feel. Our motivations, our electoral ambitions are but pale facsimiles of the gut-wrenching terror white Republicans feel of Black Lives Matter, what have you. We couldn't even begin. We're like we're simulacrum compared to them. They are so motivated by this, and the traditional Marxist analysis is, of course, oh well, actually it's class based. At the end of the day, they'll be motivated by that. That's not true. I'm so drunk. I'm really sorry. By the way, you can if you kick me from call, I will not take it personally. I can barely understand what I'm saying.
Permaban.
You can get out of jail Monopoly card for free. You just handed that shit out, son. I'm gonna keep that one in the back pocket. I'm like, oh,
if you just kicked me from call out of nowhere, I'd be like, yeah, okay, that's probably
hell
fair.
Yeah.
I cannot self-evaluate right now, so that's probably fine. But I from what I've seen, like people online especially, we all care about politics, right? David, Aaron Brown, Mike, Lance, we all care about politics. We think about it.
Have you met Illuminati, by the way? I don't know if the two of you have ever interacted. She's like a monstrously huge channel on YouTube.
I'm so sorry.
Much larger than all of us.
I only see 4 camera slots open right now. I don't see any other people.
So Illuminati.
Vosh doesn't even know I'm here.
Oh, Matt!
Matt! You're in the corner. Matt, you're being blocked by my cam. Matt, hello.
Oh my god.
What a wonder to speak to you again. What a delight.
To be fair, I've been
Unrivaled.
quiet so far. I'm just looking at the results still, trying to figure things out.
Greatest gifts of Babylon pale in comparison. Wait, there's another one here. Wait, Blair Zahn, is that?
Yeah, that's me. Hi. Sorry, I don't
Hello.
have my camera on, but it's good to meet you. I apologize. We're meeting while you are absolutely trashed, but hello.
I'm so sorry. My thing only displays 4 cameras. I apologize. Hello, it's
No.
nice to meet you.
Hi, great to meet you.
Nice to meet
What are
too.
you drinking,
He
by
doesn't
the
have
way?
the technology.
Did you show what's your mix?
Yeah,
here?
what is the drink?
I've been taking fruity drinks in the style of people who really enjoy the company of men, which I do. All raspberry lemonade and lots of vodka. And
That sounds good.
I don't actually know how much I've consumed. I wasn't measuring the amount of vodka that I poured, but it's a decent amount at least. Let me finish my thought before I forget it entirely. The only point that I meant to make, and I apologize for the length of the point, is at the end of the day, most people are motivated primarily, by very basic, very irrational emotional desires. It's dumb, it's stupid, it sucks, but it's true. And a lot of people, conservatives especially, have a higher fear response. That's psychologically demonstrated. That's not a biological thing. It's just socially conditioned. And I worry, we all think about politics. I think, oh, well, what's a good candidate? What's a good policy? A lot of people don't really think that. It's very basic group affiliation. And it's unfortunate, but this has happened many times before in history, that the strongest analysis is sort of trumped by the most popular or the most favorable, like, base fear. And we have not provided an emotional impetus that compares to the fear of trans people or immigrants. It sucks because in reality, trans people and immigrants don't threaten anyone. They're fine. They're great, actually. But
You mean conservative right-wingers fear of it, right?
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We haven't come up with like that emotional impetus is so strong in so many people, and it's terrifying because it's baseless. It's not rooted in anything. Trans people are fine. Immigrants are fine. Like all people, they're fine. It's unfortunate. The Democrats, the party, are really, really bad at constructing emotionally satisfying narratives. I hope we're able to do better in that respect, because at the moment, fear is a really powerful political impetus, even if it's totally baseless. It's just, it's depressing.
I agree with you, but I would say one of the really cool things to come out of these results so far that we're seeing tonight, which is there was not a red wave and there was a bunch of upsets, is that in the opposite direction, the fear of women not having bodily autonomy seems to play a huge role in this. Like, half the population does not want to go back to the fucking medieval ages and wear chastity belts and all that other weird shit. They want to be able to have control of their bodies. That seems to be actually playing out in a handful of places that I would assume are deep red states and fucking, that is very, very refreshing to see. And obviously not just women, trans men as well, non-binary people, all that shit, but it's fucking that's been one of the best, I'd say, success stories of tonight so far. And also Lauren Boebert has got that on too.
Yes, I did not expect that. That is a delight. I do I conduct Twitch appropriate language. I dislike her.
Man, just say that she fucking sucks.
Yeah.
I would never go that far. She fucking sucks. It's depraved language. I dislike her strongly. So I can barely even stay awake. I'm sorry. I hope we're all having a wonderful evening.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I woke up today anxious, stressed, and honestly about to be horrified with what I thought was going to happen to America. And it's actually been kind of refreshing to see a rebuke of a lot of that so far, and the utter sadness and depression And okay, if you're looking at the Charlie Kirk show right now, one of the dudes has his head in his hand.
I'll look at it.
He was just
Literally.
he was literally okay. He's taking it off, but he had his head staring at the ground and had his hand wrapped around his face. It was fucking unreal. They are so fucking sad right now. Jack Pacevic has not looked up once in the past hour.
You know what the vibe? This is the exact vibe of the Charlie Kirk show right now. Is like their girlfriends broke up with them. That's what it feels like. And now they're like, well, she doesn't even deserve to have me. Like that kind of. That's kind of.
She was crazy, bro. She was crazy. Okay, don't worry.
Every negative political happening at the end of the day, it's just sexual frustration pathologized into political desire. You know?
It's a redirection of energy.
Exactly. It's just that people are horny. At the end of the day, you get right down to it. God, it is it's unfortunate because that really is all it takes to stir things up, right? As bad as things are, and things are really bad to everyone here, to the audience. Things are not good right now, between the Supreme Court, the direction things are heading, the media apparatus. It's not good. But seeing people suffer who we disagree with, seeing their frustration and unhappiness, it's incredible that just that can make the evening a little bit better. And I don't think that's a base or negative impulse on our part, because
it's human. Schadenfreude.
Purely human. And they're bad people. And they suck. And they want us all dead. And it is a delight to see them frustrated in that effort for even but a moment. And I think that it's critical. It's morally necessary that in times such as these, we're able to take enjoyment from their frustration.
Yeah. These are the people who don't want trans people to exist, who don't want gay people to exist. If they are about to fucking start crying, I am so here for that. Hell yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. Yes. I want to see their entire worldview get destroyed in real time, in 4K.
It's so, I'm so sorry. I don't mean to talk over anyone. I didn't know very many trans people back when I was in college. I knew more of them when I moved to university and so on. You when you're on Twitter, of course, if you're on left Twitter, you know a million trans people because God, left Twitter. But it is truly remarkable. When I was young, when I was a very young person, like 8 or 10 or something, I used to think, politics is about good people and evil people. At the end of the day, there's complexity, but sure, fine that. And when I was older, maybe an adolescent, I thought, oh, no, what a child I was. It's actually all shades of gray. There are people who are better than others, but at the end of the day, it's all very complicated. But now, more so than ever in my life, it really is black and white. You take a look at the environment right now and the situation so many people are in, so many trans people, especially because they're the minority on target right now. And just trying to live their lives, honestly. And the crushing weight of the regime bearing down on them, it has never been more clear. I cannot believe I spent so much of my life thinking there was an ambiguity to this, It's like a fake maturity, right? A lot of people think, oh, well, sure, maybe there's good and bad, but it's complicated. It's actually not always complicated. Sometimes it's really simple,
By the way, Mike, the chat of Charlie Kirk's is still filled with waves, trans flags, gay flags. Like, it is just still being so spammed.
Beautiful.
And the occasional person who comes out of nowhere who's like, who the fuck are these commies? That's what's happening. Why are there so many commies here?
This is just, this made my night. It's beautiful. I also see a Bobo is gone BB from someone. So shout out to that person. Keep crying. This is beautiful. This made my night.
Of course. Here, one last thing. You are all wonderful people, and I watch many of your content. I'm too drunk to interact with other people. You all have a wonderful evening. Many good things have happened tonight. I hope you all have a great rest of your evening. Thank you very much for inviting me. I hope to speak to you all sometime soon. I'm going to take off and ramble to my own chat. Take care.
Thank you for coming.
Take care. Nice chatting with you.
Adios, Vosh.
A pleasure.
I am probably getting off now as well because it is late and I have, things to do tomorrow. But this has been great.
You're on the east side. That's
true. It is late right now.
Oh my.
Oh yeah, I didn't even realize that. Yeah, because it's late on the West Coast. It's almost 11 p.m.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, it's really late for me. I should go too. I hate to jump ship.
No,
Yeah,
not
this
at
has
all.
been good.
Not at all.
Yeah,
It's,
I'll probably duck out here too.
We'll have to do this more often. At
Yeah,
least
I feel
every
like we need
election.
to absolutely. We need to do this more because we never cross pollinate on the left, and
Yeah.
it's super fun.
Yeah.
Lots
And
of
the
fun
right does
responses
it
on Twitter.
so well. No, but
Yeah.
like, genuinely, people have to realize that. I'm not even joking about this. Steven Crowder, Alex Jones was canceled. Okay, Alex Jones is not supposed to exist in the online ecosystem. He is on everyone's show. Fucking Tim Pool brings him on. Joe Rogan brings him on.
Yeah.
He fucking is on the Quarter, and he's on Blair White's show, and he gets paraded around. And when that happens, everyone's like, "Oh yeah, fuck, I'll go check out Infowars and shit like that." The left has to do that on a regular basis in the exact same way because like that's how everyone learns about each other, and like it's a healthy, amazing practice. Like let's do
I gotta read this. Do you
Tim
guys
Pool had me on his stream. It was great for my numbers.
I saw that. I was like, damn, Binder kept it cool on the Tim Pool thing. I would have. It would have took everything for me to not kick all those swords and guns off of his wall. You know?
I don't know if you heard. I've told this story once, twice in my stream, where I get there, I go into the podcast room, like where the table where they sit around. I've not met Tim yet. He walks in, immediately takes one of the swords off the wall, and starts cleaning it with a rag. And that's my first time meeting Tim Pool. I'm like, oh, hey, man. He's like, oh, hey, nice to meet you. And we were talking as he's cleaning this fucking sword with a rag and whatever cleaning fluid he was using. It was very bizarre.
He's not.
Blade.
I think he's not interesting as a like political figure because he just says all the same stuff. But he's interesting as a little kid got a bunch of money. Like that's what's interesting about him.
Yes.
Like
That's
it's just
actually
like,
on play.
what would he do? He would
Goddamn.
put swords on the wall and like have a weird compound in the middle of nowhere where there's no parents and stuff. You know.
I want to be Nickelback. Let me be Nickelback. I have no money to do this. I'm Nickelback now.
He's a millionaire with no parents around to tell him no. You know.
Yeah.
But okay, really quick before I go, there's this guy who posts Tim Pool stuff, by the way, and he writes this. Tim Pool kept going with this narrative during his live show after it became clear there wasn't going to be a huge Republican victory. He said there are, quote, varying degrees of consciousness and that people, quote, on the lower part of the bell curve can't be relied upon to vote. So there you go. That's Tim Pool's take, political take.
Damn.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
But on that note, guys, if anybody wants to come on my stream Friday, please come. Please.
Can you send me a DM on Twitter? Okay. Real quick before I jump out, I just want to leave everybody with some hopium here. Nabila Islam, who was running for the Georgia Senate at the state level, she won. It was called for her. Really, really good progressive, excellent person all around. Really, really great to have her. So, it's only sky's the limit for her. I'm getting tired myself, and I'm not even drunk. Vosh was more, I think, coherent than me at this point because I'm so tired.
Yeah, some good news, a nice note on the end there. Very nice.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, see you, folks.
Hopefully, I'll talk.
It's been a pleasure.
Bye bye.
Yeah, take care, everyone.
Bye.
Who's staying on?
All right. Let's get your chats. Oh my God. I did not think honestly, I thought I would get off at like 10. It's almost 2 a.m. This is crazy. It was just, good conversations, and I got to listen to most of it, which was preferable. But let me get all your chats, all right? That's what I'm going to do, and then I'm probably getting off. But you still got time to get some chats in. As I'm reading these, get your chat in right now, and I will be able to read it. So super chats here. Where did I leave off? Oh my God, there's actually quite a bit. I much appreciate all the support. Incredible. Where did I stop? I think I'm at lawn gnomes. Yes. States/counties/cities, etc. should be penalized if there's ever a line to vote. No, I read that already. Kevin says anything on Michigan, screw Tudor Dixon. That was a while ago, but I believe there was a good result there. So good news. Missy says, as a Floridian. No, I read that too. What the hell? Okay, I think I'm here. Kevin, again, with the chat, says, sorry, Dave. They did tell Michigan peeps it will take a day or two for results here, but still screw Tudor Dixon because she's almost fully funded by Betsy DeVos. That race was called. So, I mean, I'm sure you know at this point because that was hours ago that you sent this. But that race is called. No worries there. Lawn Gnomes says, crap from NBC. Ohio governor race called at 0% reporting. Missy says, instead of hopium, I'm channeling some Beto. It may be funny to you, MFer vibes. Sorry, Mike. Blush says, I moved to Colorado in 2015, and it is going blue, to be honest. Kenshin says, any advice for keeping up mental health and to mind the political climate in the U.S.? I feel things are getting hard to keep hope in this country. Meditation, exercise, eat right. I know these are basic things, but it'll definitely help your mind. So meditation or yoga, exercise, eat well. And I'm saying all these things that I should be doing myself, by the way. Like I'm not perfect here either. But if you're having a problem, that's definitely a way to go. But at the very least, meditation every day. Just, 5 minutes. And it will help. At first, it'll seem like it's not. Do it more. Be consistent. It will help you. Taria, Rebecca, I apologize for the pronunciation, says, it's all my favorite people. Yeah, it was quite a crowd today. I mean, we had a lot of people in that chat. That was a pretty wild chat. Great chat. From Oliemi at the beginning to then getting Matt Bender in, and then R.M. Brown and Vosh, and of course Illuminati. Fantastic. And of course the regulars, Mike Figueredo, the Serfs. Very, very good. Good group there. Jag sends a very generous super chat. Thank you, Jag. Someone somewhere says Illuminati and Tim Nicholas are both brilliant content creators. Thanks for having Illuminati on. And next time, definitely reach out to Tom. Thank you. I have to give credit there to the Serfs. They're the ones that hosted that entire thing. So they brought on Illuminati. And Lance really seems to know, who's doing what, who's big, who's good, who's not. So it's good that he's the one to host this kind of show. Lawnome says, looks like the GOP will take the House. Who wins the speaker race and how many votes? Is that so? That was at 10:19 p.m. I don't know where we are here with that. Where's my overall page?
You have rational
national priorities. From what I saw, it's like a split. That's the prediction. It's going to be I think there are going to be gains for the GOP, but I don't think it's going to be enough to gain a majority in the House. But we're going to have to wait and see. Of course. Not sure yet. Sorry, but Lonhams goes on to say, who wins the speaker race and how many votes does Trump get? Also, would this be a great time to vote for new blood for a Dem minority leader? Yes. I don't think Nancy Pelosi should continue as leader, obviously. She's got to be, someone else has got to get in there. And she shouldn't be so, egocentric to continue trying to run the House. Emiliano Adams, I apologize if that is a bad pronunciation. He says, can we mock Cenk from TYT for voting for Rick Caruso? I need to understand his explanation. The only one he gave was on Twitter, from what I saw. Maybe he gave a real explanation. But the one I saw on Twitter was that he wanted change, which is the same reason to vote for Trump in 2016. Change is not inherently good. It's what kind of change. So unless he's given another explanation of why he did that, I haven't seen it. I don't understand. But there was a little discussion about that actually in the stream at the beginning with Oliemi. Laura Ann, thank you for your super chat. Aztec Priest says, everyone here is awesome. It's crazy to see you all together. Flusham Arum Brown. It was really Arum Brown. Look, I don't want to say that I discovered him. No, I had to discover it. But like, my friend is the one that told me about him. I didn't even know who Arum Brown was, about a year ago is when like maybe over a year ago, September last year, is when I discovered his channel. And yeah, my friend who like he watches me, but he watches like me and Pac-Man and I'm not sure who else. He's not super into this stuff, but he told me about Arum Brown. And if you're not subscribed to Arum Brown, the man's hilarious. He does fantastic videos. They're usually dives on like right-wing trash, but they're done in a way that's actually funny and like. I have a hard time watching a lot of right-wing garbage, but I can watch his take on it because it is always going to be hilarious. So he allows me to, absorb some of that shit while staying sane. But definitely great. Good to have him in that chat. Evan Berg says, I'm calling bluff on Arun Braun. Love y'all. Laura Ann says, for David and Mike making me laugh in this anxiety-filled night. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Shelly L says, best election coverage ever. Thanks, David. This is definitely the longest I've gone. I have never gone at 2 a.m. And I have a child now. I have to wake up tomorrow morning when he wakes up. How? But even before I had a child, I don't think I ever went this late. But yes, it's been great. Koru says, ice cream for all. Thanks for this, David. Great to see you all here in Canada. Thank you. Aztec says, y'all are by far my favorite people on YouTube. I have all of your guys' stuff on my mentions without exception. I effing love the Arun Brown. That Arun Brown is here. My boy made it. He's up there with the greats. This gives me hope. That's a hilarious and fantastic and also very generous super chat. I gotta say, I love all your super chats so far. Aztec Priest, maybe the top super chat, just because of how, like, I was reading that as if you were almost drunk writing that out, and you were just like so happy and just you couldn't believe what was happening, and that's that made me happy. So thank you for that super chat. Xanadu says, why did Jenk vote for Caruso? I just discussed that. I don't really know. Burnt Tranny Garage says, I'm Coloradoran. Glad to see mushrooms passing. Yeah, seeing that the ballot measure, it's late. That ballot measure passing to was it legalized or decriminalized mushrooms in all of Colorado? Really, really good to see. Norfolk says, thanks for being my company here in Wales. Used to watch election night with my uncle who lived in Connecticut but lost him in 2020. You've made me feel less lonely tonight. Aw, thank you so much. Much appreciated. Zodi says, yo, Matt and David. Breaking Points just had some Matt Walsh light guy on the live stream. Some guy named Terry. It was super whack. Good for a video. I feel like I'm not going to check it out, but maybe that's something that Matt would. But yeah, they try to incorporate right-wing voices into that show. You're going to get some weirdos like that for sure. Booster Gold says, RM, holy crap, my guy, what's good? An Idea Guy says, KY has abortion ban on the ballot and it's failing. Yes, that's right. I believe all the abortion ballot measures passed in the pro-choice direction. So again, good results there. Mr. Feeney says, may the wind burn us a little bit in the pool. Good reference. Outcast says, I love seeing this progressive reporting. Dream Team, keep up the great work all. Kilritic? I'm not sure. My eyes are failing me right now. But Kill RTC, I think, says, I watch you all every day. All of y'all are awesome. Thank you so much. Victor says, Fetterman won via MSNBC. Yes, he did. Laura Ann says, for gay Mike and bye David. XOX LOL. Yes, thank you. I don't talk about that very often, but it's all good. Crypto Mojito says, I still ain't living in a right-wing America. That's right. Rachel Atwood says, hey, Mike, just learned that my new governor is gay. amazing. Aaron Hinckley says, love all you guys. This is the most fun I've had in a while. Take my money, David. Dubs says, tell Vosh he needs more vodka. That's definitely not something I would have ever done. God of War Ragnarok tomorrow and the election day today. Cheers from Buffalo. I'm going to have to work tomorrow to cover some kind of breakdown. I don't even know what I'm going to do. This is the coverage. I covered it. Why do I have to cover it again? But I have to. That's what I do. So I don't know. Maybe like a video on like how this was a surprise victory. I don't know. But I'm going to rush it so I can get back to God of War because I gave all of you my all tonight. Ford says, did I just read that? Yes, I did. My God, my brain. Where was I? Let me read. Why don't I read this way? This monitor is way closer. I don't know why I'm straining myself. Ford says, you're gonna keep the Charlie Kirk pick there all night. It's taking up half my screen. Yeah, apologies. Maybe I had that image up a little too long at times. I just thought it was hilarious. Phil says, morning all. Great to see all my favorite YouTubers one place, but I've just woken up. Can we get a quick summary of how things stand, please? Democrats surprised. Democrats surprised. Republicans do worse than expected. At best, they'll maybe potentially get the House by like a seat or two, but it sounds like it's more of a split. So we're going to have to see. Fetterman, of course, won. Democrats gain in the Senate, at least as of recording this. We're going to have to see Warnock's race and where that goes. But basically massive disappointment for the GOP. Ian says, took a nap, just got up. Did we win? Answer, basically yes. Myra D, thank you for your super sticker. Much appreciated. iRemote says, that was awesome, David. Yay, Fetterman. Thank you. I agree. Cameron says, Map Binder? I think you mean Map Binder. Map Binder show canceled till he gets me on Vosh. Matt Binder show canceled till he gets me on Vosh. I'm not going to try and make sense of that because I can't make sense of that. But thank you for your super chat. Donald James says, all-star lineup. I wish Sahil was here too. Was he on tonight? He should have messaged me. 4 strings and the truth. Rand Paul won Kentucky, but the abortion ban amendment was defeated. Jonathan Scott says, I feel we all collectively just let our breath. We just let out a breath. We've all been holding for months, and it was a great experience. Hold up, let me just check something. Okay. Sorry, and it was great to share this experience with all of his dot. I know what the sentence is saying, but there's some typos and it's confusing. But yes, thank you for your super chat, and I do think we all sort of collectively let out a breath or a sigh. Sigh of relief. Dual Gray says, thank you for pushing through the stream, David. You guys are great together. I agree. That was fun. Evan says, should have hit up Sahil from PV. Next time. I don't know he was even... Sahil has not streamed for like ages. I just figured he like retired. I don't know. he hasn't been online for a while. Melanie, thank you. Garlax, that was a... Sorry. I feel like I'm waking up. No. I think I'm just hearing things. It's so late that I'm hearing things. Gorlak says that was a lot of my favorite content creators. Ariok says thanks for getting me up to speed after a long day of grueling poll work. Tayray says, how do you think Jimmy Dore feels about this election? And Mr. Downtown says the House looks like Arlene, but the current regime passed H.R. 3755. Can that be voted and passed if the Senate majority becomes 51 Dems? It's going to depend, I guess, on the votes in the Senate, which are very unpredictable. Holy shit. It's late. You can tell I'm exhausted because I'm barely getting out words. But thank you so much for showing up. This has been fun. It's been great. It's been great. And I guess I'll have some kind of summary tomorrow. I don't know. maybe I'll just take tomorrow off and play God of War Ragnarok. We're going to have to see. But thank you again. And make sure you're subscribed if you aren't already. If all of you in the chat subscribe, I will hit that 500,000 number. So do that right now. Like the video as well. Thank you so much. And if you want to support the show, if you liked what you saw today and you appreciate me being exhausted at the end of the day, therationalnational.com/join. That's the Patreon page. Also, links are below the video in the description box to make it easier. Just click on the links, go to Patreon, send me some money, support the show. PayPal as well is an option. So thank you so much for showing up. Thank you again. And good night.